I'm setting up my Mario Kart. I'm in the shop right now. Making some adjustments and tunings. You wouldn't get it. It's car stuff. Carburetors and shit. Oh yeah, but I have to connect the cart to the Nintendo service so they can get my social security and all my info. Oh baby. Oh, I'm in the heart of it now. Oh, this is fucking nuts. We've really entered the future now. I look like a kaiju in an old movie. About to eat this guy. I'm the greasiest fucking monster you've ever seen, Luigi. Let's see if it works. Ooh, a little rocky on carpet. Let's check in here. Find like body parts in here or something. Honk. Yeah! This is nuts! What's up, Kata? Yeah, here, Kata, here, get in the picture. No, don't be afraid. It's just for the license. Kata. That's fine. Yeah, it looks good. Looks like a picture of Sasquatch. Let's race, Kata! Let's race, Kata! I'm coming! Stop it! God damn it, Lakitu. I don't need gates right now. I'm going off-roading. Free flow. Let's go, Kata! Yeah! Don't be afraid! It's simply a race. This is about the coolest goddamn toy I've ever owned. Oh, it's a little laggy. No, God! A new monster has entered! Tetra, no! She's fearless! What if I take him down the stairs? This could be an interesting trick if I pull it off. But I also don't want to break the car, because it's like $100 fucking bucks right now. Maybe I'll save the Evil Knievel stunts for another day. You want to race? Is that what it is? Eager to race? Ah! Ah! You're too slow, Tetra. I'm already out. You'll never catch me! Oh, there's my feet! Hey! I wish I could hit like a ramp right now. Oh yeah. This'll get them to trust Luigi. Yeah, just really load that bad boy up. Kata, look at all these treats. Come here, get a treat. Kata, get a treat. It's like an Amazon Prime delivery of dog treats. God, why is the connection eating dick? Whoop! The monolith. Come on, Tetra! It's like this giant Moby huge penis is amplifying the signal down here. God damn it. Come here, Kata, get a treat! Get a treat! I gotcha! As time goes on, I find myself believing more and more in the conspiracy theory that Florida was created as an experiment by the devil to house the dumbest people humanity had to offer. Maybe as a joke, maybe just as a science experiment, I couldn't really tell you. But coronavirus has really shown me just how fucking dumb this state is. We're getting upwards of 10,000 new cases a day, still climbing, and we're still hitting those fucking beaches, baby. The people that make up the population of Florida don't even feel like sentient human beings anymore. They feel like the product of a mad science experiment where somebody fucking Frankensteined the brain of a gopher into the body of a sunburnt drug addict. And much like the gopher, they're afraid of their own shadow, if that shadow was common sense. But luckily there's one superhero among us, one Florida man in particular that's become so powerful that he was able to scare away death itself this weekend.
And it was quite a scare. Lawyer Daniel Ohlfelder dressed as the Grim Reaper in an attempt to alert Floridians of the dangers of reopening the economy too soon. He believes opening the state's beaches right now is a mistake and will endanger lives as the community continues to battle COVID-19.
You know your state is fucked when you're actually rooting for the Grim Reaper here. So this guy cosplaying as the Grim Reaper had enough sense to recognize that immediately reopening the beaches as a way of celebrating coronavirus or whatever the fuck we opened them for is just a stupid idea and dangerous. So he dresses as the Grim Reaper as just a way to peaceful protest, and he's self-aware, he knows it's goofy, he's just having fun with his protest and letting people know the danger of it. And he's been doing this for a little while, but unfortunately he did this on the 4th of July and came toe-to-toe with the Thanos of Florida men.
Biden and Hunter went over to China.
Well, let me get this straight. Okay, Hunter Biden,
they brought it back.
After we went to...
This is what, you know, this is weaponized.
So Alex Jones here is hitting the Grim Reaper with some fucking facts right now, talking about weaponized coronavirus created by the reptilians and Joe Biden and his son, going into interdimensional time-traveling pedophile vampires from the 11th realm, shit like that. You know, pretty standard Florida logic for the most part, and they get to engage in a little back and forth so that way the Grim Reaper can get educated.
So Hunter Biden and Joe Biden went to China, and did they create the virus, or did they?
No, they didn't create it.
What did they do?
They brought it back here.
Oh, so they put it in like a tube and brought it back, or?
No, not in a tube.
Okay, how did they do it? They got it themselves and then injected it in somebody?
No.
I can literally smell the Miller Lite on this guy. He loves his Miller Lite so much that his body shape is starting to transform itself to resemble Miller Lite. If this guy gave blood, the recipient would feel their IQ drop by 50 points and they'd develop a crippling addiction to conspiracy theories.
Okay, so Hunter Biden, and then Joe...
This is the Democratic Party trying to overthrow Donald Trump.
Okay, where did you learn that?
Just by being alive. I'm 63 years old.
Okay, I do a safe distance.
Okay,
Well, you can't argue with that. I mean, the science checks out. He learned it because he's alive. So, I mean, that's enough for me. I don't even need to take that with a grain of salt. I mean, he's 63 years old. You heard him. At 63 years old, he understands everything. So, that at least gives me some solace knowing he at least knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, social distance. No, I'm just doing 6 feet. No, I'm not scared of you, but...
There's no way in hell I want to fly on you. Okay?
No way you're going to what?
There's no way in hell I want to fly on you.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to keep safe. So, all right, well, cool. That's a new one. Yeah, I've heard...
Totally. Let's leave this way.
I actually don't really know what he said. There's no way I want to fly on you. I don't know if that's his attempt at flirting or not that he learned on AOL. I'm not positive, but it made the conversation a little weird where even the Grim Reaper felt uncomfortable and then he just kind of brushed it off and then they settled the score right there. Or at least that's what you think, but this guy is relentless. He says, you know what, I can smell the fear in the Grim Reaper, and he fucking pounces on it. He chases him down.
Please, this guy. I would ask that you please stay 6 feet from me.
Stay away from this Ray Baton motherfucker.
Stay
away from him. Stay away from him.
Again, a little confused on what he's saying right here. Stay away from this Rayman motherfucker. I don't know if he's talking about like the Rayman Nintendo 64 games or what. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is getting serious because now he's brought out his finger and he's pointing at him right now. He's got that old Karen, where's your manager finger, waving his finger around like a magic wand. So you know things have now been escalated.
This is a race baiter. This is a fucking race baiter.
At this point, you just stay away, okay? Or I'm going to call the police. I will call the police.
Go ahead.
I'd like to get...
Go ahead, Dan.
You're publicly intoxicated, that's clear.
This man is so unbelievably powerful that he's able to scare the Grim Reaper enough to threaten the police. That is impressive. And then you also have the beach's security guard here. I'm not quite sure, but he's dressed like he means business. This looks like a secret agent on his day off here. And he's trying to get in the middle of it and stop it, but even he's no match for the all-powerful old drunk Willie.
Public intoxication is a crime. It's a felony, so... You're publicly intoxicated and you're...
Stay away from this way, bait, motherfucker. Right here. Stay away from him. Stay away from him.
I can really appreciate that he actually has both of his fingers pointing just in case he needed a dual-wield pointer fingers at this man right here. He's got both fingers locked and loaded, and I can appreciate that. He's only using one right now, but he has the looming threat of his other finger, which is pointed at the ground right now, showing a little bit of mercy. But if things pop off, I have no doubt he's going to be real quick to draw on that pointer finger and have both of them pointing at the Grim Reaper, and then what? Then what are you going to do? There's no counterplay, there's no defense against that.
Stay away! You ain't shit!
This is all I could find from this interaction between these two, and as you could see, the Grim Reaper was thoroughly overwhelmed by the power of the Florida man, a being so unbelievably powerful that not even death itself could stop him in his rampage. I think this is probably the most Florida clip that has ever existed. I didn't need to tell you this is from Florida, you would immediately guess that this happened in Florida. This is just something that's so specific to Florida. Like, this is basically its entire legacy. Like, this is basically what you think of when you think of Florida. And how wonderful is that? That's about it. See ya. There's been a lot of horrible stuff happening over the last week or so in particular. Even if you're not someone that's like jacked into the mainframe, hyper-focused on cyberspace news updates or anything like that, you've probably still seen a lot of the stinky stuff that's been going on because it's been really bad. So I wanted this video to try and just be uplifting, some positive news here. Spray a little bit of Febreze, put some deodorant on to mask the odor for a bit, and just give you something to smile about. And that mission failed almost instantly. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but I couldn't take that first step. I went looking for positive news stories, and all I found was more agony and despair, doom and gloom and death. It's like smiling is illegal right now. Every single day there's something fucking horrible happening. It's baffling how common the worst things imaginable are happening on a daily basis. But I was able to unearth two very good, wholesome stories, and it was like finding the Infinity Stones. This was difficult. I felt like Indiana Jones having to go exploring and finding these treasures, but there are two very wholesome stories that had me grinning from ear to ear that I'd like to share with you today. The first story is very interesting because it involves someone that I've talked about before on the channel. In fact, the two of us used to have some beef. Beef so raw that you wouldn't see him eating it during one of his mukbangs. I'm talking about Nikocado Avocado. Over a year ago, the two of us were feuding, going back and forth on the playground, having a bit of a tiff. And now I've recently learned that Nikocado Avocado has been actively losing weight. He posted a new video kind of briefly going over how much weight he's lost, which he claims is roughly around 89 pounds, and I think that is incredible. The weight announcement does come during a pizza mukbang, but 89 pounds down and there's a noticeable difference, he's fucking earned the right to splurge like that. I think that is fantastic. The whole genesis of our controversy stemmed from me finding it sad that he was literally eating himself to death and even making jokes about, like, very morbid stuff revolving around the way he was eating for content. And I've always maintained that it would be amazing to see him start losing the weight. And now to see him actually start taking steps down that path, I think that's fantastic. And I have nothing but amazing things to say about that, and a huge round of applause because there's a lot of hard work that goes into this, especially for the way he's been eating for so long. And to see him lose that much weight in a pretty short period of time, that's nothing shy of incredible work. So I think this is a very moving story. I hope he continues to do this. His community is encouraging him. His community has done a real 180 because when I first made that video on him and like the whole Nikocado Avocado rabbit hole, his community used to encourage him to continue to eat more. They wanted to see him really like balloon up as quickly as possible as if it was like a fucking speed run. And now fast forward, a year and some change later, they seem to really be cheering him on for a healthier lifestyle and wanting to see him happier. And he really does seem happier in this video where he talks about his weight loss, as well as just generally joking and more bubbly than I remembered him being last year. So it just really seems like an all-around positive thing, and I'm wishing him nothing but the best of luck going forward. And now the next happy story I'd like to share with you all teaches us the same lessons that anime has about never giving up. Perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds and adversity. It involves a streamer named H2P Gucio, or Juicio, I'm sorry if I fucked your name up. And this brave warrior did what no mortal should do. He took the Ogdo Bogdo challenge, which is a challenge more detrimental to your health than the Tide Pod challenge, and it's one that I myself am a survivor of as well. If you recognize the name Ogdo Bogdo, it probably just sent a chill down your spine. You probably immediately tried to hide under your desk from that boogeyman. It is a character in the game Jedi Fallen Order. Ogdo Bogdo was a bit of a meme boss, but pretty difficult. And in Jedi Survivor, the newest game that just came out in the series, Ogdo Bogdo is back. And he comes in two different flavors, and you get to the center of that Tootsie Pop, two different fights. So one of them is against Spawn of Ogdo, which is clearly a reference to Ogdo Bogdo, and it's an optional boss fight that I got so fucking tilted at, I eventually made an entire video dedicated to the hardest bosses I've ever fought, and I posted it on my second channel, Moist Charlie Clips, where I went over every single boss I've fought through all of the Souls games, and then including Ogdo to compare them. And it turns out I died more to Spawn of Ogdo than any Souls boss across any of the Souls games. By a wide margin too. I died over 120 times to Spawn of Ogdo, and it took me 2.5 hours to finally pull it off, but I did it. And then there is another optional fight involving Ogdo Bogdo in this game, and this time it's a gangbang. So this time it's a little spit roast between Spawn of Ogdo and Ogdo Bogdo himself, the OG. And this is the fight that locked the streamer in a purgatory, a limbo, for 29 hours, over 1,200 deaths. He spent banging his head against that Ogdo wall. I'm pretty sure he's playing on the highest difficulty. I also played on the highest difficulty, so I absolutely share his pain with this fight. And his struggle became so big that it went viral as an actual news story. So it actually got picked up by mainstream outlets, and the frog became a meme. Samsung even used the frog in one of their Twitter advertisements. That's also a really disturbing picture they used for the frog on the TV there. It looks like those really awful animated porn games where it's like you won't last 5 seconds in this game. I don't know, that shit's just weird. They could have just used Crazy Frog or something really. But Ogdo, the frog, became a meme. His channel was blowing up to 60,000 viewers just watching him fight Ogdos here. It was incredible. I, of course, was watching as well once I became aware of the story earlier this afternoon. And he had some very close calls. He was flirting with that W, but sometimes it just wasn't meant to be. It wasn't the destiny, the hand he was dealt. What an absolute heartbreaker. The boss had a single pixel of health left, actually less than 1 HP. Just a single tiny little pube on a bumblebee's bush worth of health there, and just unable to squeak out the dubski. That one almost made me cry because I had the exact same thing happen to me during one of my runs. What should have happened is he should have had a finisher that goes off when the health was a little more than where it left off. You usually have that finisher come up when there's 2% health left or something, but for some reason it didn't for him, and it didn't for me in one of my runs too, and my reaction is almost identical to his. Where was my finisher? What?
No luck, BD.
Hey, that's alright. Run it back. But even after such tragedy, and with his chat spamming, encouraging him just to let it go, you don't have to prove anything, who cares, it's a stupid boss anyway, fuck it, it's no big deal. Even with all of that mumbo jumbo, he buckled down and his spirit was more willing than ever.
końcu! W końcu i nareszcie! Póki nie wyskoczy trzecia. Póki nie wyskoczy trzecia.
You love to see that. 29 hours well spent. 1,200 deaths of data collection later, and he pulls it off easily. I'd say damn near first try, honestly. Incredible work. This was a really fun thing to watch. I, of course, didn't watch all of it. I really only caught the tail end of all of it. But man, it must have been such a relief for him to finally be done with that challenge. So huge congratulations to him and his whole community for sticking by his side through thick and thin and eventually getting that big W. So yeah, I just wanted to share some uplifting news, and this is what I found for the last week or so. So that's really just about it. Oh, also, I did beat Ogdo and Spawn of Ogdo as well, by the way. I just want to make that clear, so I'll just show the clip of me finishing them off as a nice little positive place to end the video. There it is. Alright, that time we got the finisher. Fucking huge. Not bad. Today I saw a video of an overwhelmingly intimidating tough guy. I'm talking full-fledged DEFCON, red alert, sound the alarm, sirens blaring, full chub, full throttle, tough guy. This rare specimen was spotted in the only environment you can find these kind of scary Pokemon. Whole Foods, obviously. Now when you look at me, you probably see a pretty intimidating, scary guy at a 5'6" imposing frame with a big set of fucking Pythons on him. Yeah. I can understand why people would think that I'm probably as tough as they get, but what if I told you there's a man that dwarfs even my profuse masculinity? And he's not just a man, he's a father.
People won't learn. These people won't learn. You're a bunch of idiots wearing masks, you know it's not real. Look at you fools, you got a fucking doily on your face, you retard. You look like you fucking got it off your mom's countertop.
Looks like you got a Sharpie off your mom's countertop and scribbled in some weak-ass facial hair. This whole freakout here reminds me of the old Bagel Boss guy. You remember that guy that was extremely short and melted down about women not wanting him at a Bagel Boss restaurant? I get the same vibes from this guy. He just came in here looking for a fight with a chip on his shoulder, mad at the world for fucking nothing. Of course it's about masks. You can look at this guy and immediately tell he doesn't believe in masks and probably believes the world is flat. But I mean, anyway, this guy's dressed like he's trying to go fishing but accidentally wandered into a Whole Foods and now is upset about the whole ordeal. Unfortunately, he's brought his family here with him to embarrass them, and make no mistake, they seem extremely embarrassed by their father as this video continues.
You look like an idiot, you're a child. Trying to make me wear a mask. Shut up. Shut up. Yelling at people. You're a dork. Look at you, you giant fucking dork. What are you gonna do? Come outside. Come outside and show me how tough you are.
The guy that confronted our protagonist is about twice the size of him from what I can see here, so I'm pretty sure that the dad was already starting to sweat a little bit and really praying that his sons would pretend to hold him back, which they did beautifully. It just saved him a lot of embarrassment so he could keep talking shit, knowing full well that the guy that he was talking shit to could literally eat him. I swear to God, this guy could suckle on his nipples standing up. The mismatch in terms of size was laughable. So it was extremely lucky that the dad decided to melt down with his kids nearby, able to get him out of the situation that he's caused. He really does not look like somebody you'd want to piss off. Just look at that beard, that majestic beard. He looks like an old blacksmith who made the tools for the Olympic gods to use. He looks like the kind of guy that would fuck your ass up in a fight, and then just fuck your ass, just because he's that powerful.
Fucking little, I'll beat that fucking mask off your face like a fucking retard. Fucking pussies. You're all a bunch of pussies wearing masks. Losers.
Goodbye.
I will say, I respect that this man keeps shit-talking even as he's being carried away like a baby out of a Toys R Us throwing a temper tantrum. He doesn't let the embarrassment of getting picked up by his son stop him from talking a lot of shit for no reason. I actually do love the shamelessness from the father here. He feels no level of embarrassment after being picked up and carried away. His son was so shameful of his father breaking down here and becoming a public nuisance that the only course he could find was picking him up and removing him from the property. After decades of butt-chugging Miller Lights in the bathtub, the father has just lost the ability to feel shame. And this is the result. This looked like something out of Fall Guys, just getting grabbed and carried away slowly outside of the store. A great meltdown, though. Another good meltdown. I gotta tell you, the mask debate here, which isn't really a debate, there's one side which is right, and then the one side that's wrong. The wrong side obviously being the ones that think masks are the devil or a muzzle or a microchip or some shit. That's clearly the wrong side, but this whole dichotomy here, this war on masks has been the gift that keeps on giving in terms of public freakouts and meltdowns. Every single day, there's a new troglodyte that decides to wander out into the world and just go fucking wild about a mask. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to showcase a real tough dad out there, making sure the local Piggly Wiggly here knows that he's the boss, he's the sheriff, and if he sees you wearing a mask, well, he's gonna shit in his little diapers there and go wild in public. So keep that in mind next time you think you're going to a Piggly Wiggly in a mask, because this guy might just come around the block and put the kibosh on that whole operation by yelling and screaming and screeching. So anyway, that's about it. See ya. I'm following the Diddy case very closely. I think this is a super serious one that's up there with like the same level of Epstein almost. And in following the case so closely, where I have peepers on it at all times, I'm also following his lawyer pretty closely. So I've watched every interview that his lawyer has done. Good old Mark, a real patriot. The majority of what Mark says is just boilerplate standard lawyer lie speak, just a bunch of babble where, when confronted with questions, just basically deflects it or reshapes it. So if he's confronted with a question about the case, he will do his best to steer it differently. So in one interview, someone asked him point blank what he thinks about the video that shows Diddy beating the shit out of a woman. And he says, yeah, that's bad. He basically just says, like, it's not good, you know, beating women, boo, I'm not a fan of that. But we have to remember, he's not being indicted for beating women. Wow, Mark, checkmate. Right you are, we do need to keep that in mind. Surely this video evidence of P. Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie has nothing to do with anything else. You've nailed it there, Phoenix Wright. You're a real shining star, Mark. And that's kind of what he does. He'll take things, be like, oh yeah, no, beating women, not good. But that is not what he's indicted for. In fact, they're coming after him for sex trafficking. Can you believe it? What nonsense. It's ridiculous, and we're gonna prove it in court. We'll give him the razzle-dazzle, a little bit of that slam jam, thank you ma'am, and prove that P. Diddy is an innocent man. It's a bunch of fucking nothing, a giant nothing burger with the way Mark talks about it. I know he knows that P. Diddy is guilty, but he's about to get a fat paycheck for it. So there's not a whole lot I want to talk about when it comes to Mark's interviews or statements, but there are two interviews I want to show you and really talk about because they are beautiful. So Mark's been getting asked a lot about the baby oil. Mark has to defend so many awful, fucking heinous, and downright weird things for his client, and he has to defend all of them, mind you, which includes the fucking baby oil, and the way that he tries to defend it is so silly. He is a fucking amazing clown. So if, like, this whole lawyer thing doesn't work out for him, or if he wants to retire and just, like, do something on the side, this dude absolutely needs to get into, like, honking his nose professionally, because this shit is great.
They called them freak-offs. But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. Attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know.
There's already so much to unpack there. He is trying, with a straight face, to say that the freak-off parties are just threesomes. Brother, open your eyes. There are videos from some of the freak-offs, and it's a lot different than what you're trying to paint it as here. That is just so disingenuous and delusional. I get that it's his job, but man, don't insult the intelligence of every human being on the planet. It's just one Google search away. You can see. It's not just threesomes, and Goober here is trying to pull the wool over your eyes by trying to convince you that it's just threesomes. Well, back in my day, we used to call that a threesome. Now all of a sudden it's a freak-off or some shit. Like, what are you talking about? It's so dumb. But anyway, to the baby oil. he immediately tries to downplay it like, oh, it wasn't 1,000. Where'd that made-up number come from? That's a fucking fake news fib right there. And the interviewer's like, no, that came from the attorney. Like, no, that's the official statement. And he's like, no, they must be lying. Surely they're lying about that.
And I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
You can see the cogs in his brain turning in real time as he starts to come to the realization that there is no way to try and justify or explain away 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That quantity is absurd, unfathomable even. And he starts to like break it down, and he starts to go like and argue against his client, like 1,000 bottles of baby oil, that just doesn't make any sense. Who would possibly need that amount of baby oil? Do you know how much mileage you can get out of a single bottle? The best he could come up with is saying that since his houses are close to Costco, he's probably just buying it in bulk. I decided to look it up just out of curiosity what the biggest bundle of baby oil you could even buy in bulk is, and the biggest pack that I could find was 5. A 5-pack of baby oil. He would need 200 packs of that. Just picture that for a moment. Imagine stacking 200 packs of baby oil, 5 packs. If you stack them on top of each other, from bottom to top, it'll probably be about as high as a small office building. Like, that is crazy. And you're going to sit there in front of God and anime and try and make the claim that the freak-offs are just threesomes and the 1,000 bottles of baby oil is unrelated somehow or used for threesomes. Like, Mark, please, brother, oh my God.
I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was, let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
No, that's not okay, Mark. Why don't we use the actual U.S. Attorney's report on how much baby oil they confiscated from his property? You can't just wipe your ass and throw that number away because it makes your client look like an even bigger psychopath. You can't do that, Mark.
I've been with him since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's about almost 3 o'clock now. He's just laser focused. He's engaged. He's helpful. He's confident. You know, we're going through our defense as we do every day, and his spirits are relatively good.
Hey, Mark, I just want to say that information does not make me happy. I don't want to hear that P. Diddy is in good spirits. He shouldn't be. That guy is an absolute fiend. He's a villain. He is evil. I don't want to hear that he's in good spirits or having a positive outlook on things. I want to hear that he's fucking miserable, because that's what he deserves for what he's done for the last few fucking decades that he has been terrorizing the entire music industry and ruining lives. So, Mark, your reporting right there actually put a frown on my face. You know that? I want you to know that.
How do you explain the baby oil and the lubricants? 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was a lot. I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And you know, this is consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. You know, we can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow sex is a bad thing, because if it was, there'd be no more people.
He's really sticking to the Costco theory here. Just sit outside of Costco and look what people come out with. It's crazy stuff. I'm sure he's not the only person to walk out of Costco with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's definitely the normal thing that happens. And then he tries to put a spin on it that it was consensual adults engaging in sexual activities. Mark, one of the big things about the freak-offs is the non-consensual nature of some of the shit that P. Diddy would force the guests to do. It's like a crucial component of this. And I understand, like, he can't go out there and say anything like that, but the evidence is overwhelming. So I just don't, I hate hearing lawyers speak about a case in a situation like this where the client they're defending is clearly guilty, because then you can just see the lies spilling out of their mouth, and it's just an awful thing to even just look at. But he then does try and put like that last little bow on it by saying like, oh, we can't be like this. We can't be all yucky about hearing about sex. It's important. Imagine if there wasn't sex, there'd be no more people. Whoa. Galaxy brain, Mark. Wow. I see why they pay you the big bucks. But yeah, I just wanted to show you these two interviews here because I love seeing Mark squirm when it comes to the baby oil statement and the baby oil line of questioning. It's really just so good to watch Mark try and tackle it. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've never been a huge believer in fate or destiny, that people's lives follow a predetermined path that they're forced to go down. I've never really subscribed to that belief until recently. I think there are people out there that are just born to be losers. Just like a joke of a person that follows this trajectory of the most pathetic path possible. I'm talking specifically about one man that I've made multiple videos on now, named Billy Mitchell, the self-proclaimed video game player of the century, a lame-ass title that he pretty much gave himself because he had some high scores in some old video games, most notably his King of Kong score, the high score in Donkey Kong, which he cheated for. I know that's a dangerous word to be talking about in the same sentence as Billy because he is so litigious. He sues everyone who accuses him of cheating or even makes fun of him in relation to cheating. He even tried to sue Cartoon Network because his feelings got hurt when there was a villain in the regular show that bears a resemblance to him who blows up when he loses his high score in a video game. And he got so offended, this sensitive nematode got so fucking upset about it that he tried suing Cartoon Network and subsequently got laughed out of court for it. So not only is he so pitiful that he fakes his video game high scores, but he also is an insufferable douchebag who legally comes after anyone that makes jokes about him or talks about him in a bad light. And he fails to realize that the person that does the most damage to his reputation is himself for these absolute childish tantrums that he throws. He is a known cheater. There are mountains upon mountains of evidence against him. There is more evidence to confirm Billy Mitchell has cheated than there is evidence to confirm the sun is hot. He is a fucking cheater. But even if you want to disregard all of the evidence that currently exists, Carl Jobst recently made an amazing breakdown of new evidence that just surfaced that 100% confirms that he has cheated his scores. The video is amazing. Carl Jobst, I recently made a video on about Billy Mitchell because he is being sued by Billy not once but twice. One of them because he used a meme that insinuated Billy is a cheater. It's beyond comical at this point, but now all of that seems like it's going to be completely washed. You can just wipe your ass with a lawsuit at this point with the new evidence that surfaced that Carl Jobst highlights here. And I'd like to go over the whole situation here with you and show you some highlights from it. I'm also going to put a link to Carl's video in the description so you can check it out in its entirety. Overall, I'm just super excited about this and extremely happy to see where it goes from here because this should 100% put the absolute kibosh on all of his lawsuits since the truth is now known. No matter, like, if you disregard all of the other evidence, this one is completely irrefutable, I think, and that's great. Billy Mitchell, man, he just can't stop collecting these L's. Just to quickly bring everyone up to speed here, Billy Mitchell, video game player of the century, also punching bag for the regular show, where he even tried to sue them for making fun of him in an episode, has come after many people legally for all kinds of defamation cases. And the core of it boils down to people accusing him of being a cheater. And I'm going to go a step further. They're not just accusing him like, allegations of cheating. They have caught him being a cheater. But he has always maintained his innocence. And that's where it all stems from. He still claims he's never cheated, and anyone that makes fun of him or says otherwise gets a nice fat lawsuit from Billy Mitchell. Cooked up in the deepest pits of his basement, I guess. I'm pretty sure he writes them himself, and he takes it as far as it can go. Have you been sued? Billy Mitchell has still not sued me, and I have made fun of him fucking 50 times by now. I don't know why. I actually feel left out. I feel like I'm not part of the cool kids lunch table here because Billy Mitchell won't sue me. He is suing Carl because Carl used a meme of Billy that made fun of him and insinuated he was a cheater. Carl used a meme. I point blank called this absolutely disheveled, drunk-looking man a cheater a million times. Point blank. And he won't come after me? Asshole. I'm gonna sue him for refusing to sue me.
How is it possible that he performed them at a live event in front of hundreds of people if he faked it and actually played on an emulator? The videotapes must be fake, or are not his actual gameplay, or should just be ignored, because he has real people that say he really did it, and they saw it happen, so it must be legit. As Billy said in his lawsuit, if everyone is lying, it must be a conspiracy akin to that of the Kennedy assassination. But here's the...
Wait, what? Pardon? What was that? Thus, Twin Galaxies' case essentially rests on a conspiracy nearly as broad and untenable as the Kennedy assassination. Like I said, I'm pretty sure he writes these himself. What self-respecting lawyer is going to sit down and put that in text? Who would do that? Like, I'm surprised he doesn't go into, like, the Zapruder film. What they faked here is akin to the Zapruder film. And in fact, the moon landing too, while we're at it.
The videotapes were the only tangible evidence these scores ever happened, so that's all anyone had to go off. Aside from the tapes, it was just people saying that it happened, which really doesn't cut it. There was no footage of Billy actually playing. There was nothing to indicate that he was even there, or...
I'm sorry to keep pausing so frequently, it's just such a wacky case. He still believes that he shouldn't be accused of being a cheater, because even if those tapes are faked or whatever... people saw him do it live and have verbally said, he did it. That's fucking useless. I could get people together and say that I grew 5 inches. But then if you see me on camera and I'm 5'6", I can't just be like, no, that doesn't make sense. That's as untenable as the Kennedy assassination. This is all fabricated. It's fraudulent. Look at all these people that said that I grew 5 inches. It's fucking worthless. It's a fucking worthless statement, and I don't know if Billy's too stupid to realize that or if he truly does believe it. Because why would anyone take you at your word? I could say I got the high score on Donkey Kong. I got a 15 billion. And then I could have everyone in chat say, yeah, Charlie got a 15 billion. Should Twin Galaxies put that on their website and make me the world record holder? I don't have any video evidence of it, but I have a ton of people that said I did it. The answer should be a resounding no. It's so silly. It's so silly.
that he played at all. That is, until now. For the first time in 15 years, photos of Billy Mitchell at one of these events where he claims to have achieved one of his world records have surfaced. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. These photos absolutely destroy Billy's case. He is done. There is no more doubt Billy will lose his lawsuit. These photos...
This is already so fucking good. So these photos destroy the lawsuit. Why? The referee who looks really sad to be there? Did he let the cat out of the bag? Man, that tie is mean though. Look at Billy Mitchell's tie. Holy shit, Captain America over here.
These photos do more damage than anything that has come before them, and I'm not exaggerating. Even if you disregard all of the videotape evidence, Billy's world records would still be disqualified, and he would still be banned for lying just because of these photos. So how is that even possible? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy.
Man, this would be worse than if his sex tape leaked,
Now,
I guess.
Legends, I am super excited because the second is a 1.05 million point score Billy achieved in 2007, which is known as the mortgage broker's score. This is because he supposedly achieved it at a mortgage broker's convention. The videotapes for both of these scores show footage that isn't legitimate. This is a fact, and it's why he was banned. But aside from...
Let me read that one more time. It's been a while since I've seen this. It is inarguable that he was cheating, by the way. It's not allegations. It is legitimately inarguable. I can't remember. Did we go over the entire evidence package on stream at some point, or am I having a fake memory right now? Maybe we did it on the podcast. Because I do remember going through at least a good chunk of it. Quite a while back. Number 3 is just a single sentence. During the event, Billy played in a very large convention room and interacted with and performed in front of thousands of people, myself included. And? It's... Oh, this is all one person's statement. Oh, I thought this was 5 or 6 different statements from different people. I was like, what the fuck? There's nothing more there. This is one person's account. Okay. This is part of the whole thing from her statement. I was like, Jesus, come on. I don't know if I feel like going through the whole thing. But I guess a written testimonial claiming that they saw it. That's all you need. Surely there's no such thing as lying, and many of the members I worked with are still active members now. All this information is very available, very public, and quite memorable. Sheila, why are you writing that with so much attitude? You're not the one on trial for cheating or anything. That was a very aggressive sign-off.
This leaves 3 witnesses that say they directly saw him get the world record. The first is from a guy called Richard Mallion. He says he watched Billy's score reach beyond 1 million points and that he saw him achieve his targeted score. Richard is actually a childhood friend of Billy's. In fact, he appeared opposite Billy in the school yearbook. But let's not hold that against him. While it is common for friends to lie for each other, let's not assume that's what happened. He has a nice suit, and he has a nice watch.
Very
no
trustworthy.
No one who dresses this well could lie. So I'm going to put that into the yes column. For the no column, there isn't much I found out about Richard that really concerns me, except for this super tiny detail of him pleading guilty to conspiracy, securities fraud, money laundering, and criminal contempt in 19...
Could have happened to anyone, and in fact, I'm going to tell you what happened. He was set up by twin galaxies. They knew there was a connection between the Duck and Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong, and they tried to attack everyone in Billy's circle. Complete misunderstanding. Very fabricated, not real.
1996, after an FBI sting
I wouldn't
operation.
hold it against him.
I mean, it's probably nothing, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't include it. Maybe this is being too judgmental, but I'm going to go ahead and add to the fact that he was charged again with fraud in 2019 by the SEC and had to pay back $750,000.
Once again, Carl, this was a setup. My man, this was twin galaxies trying to take out the witnesses. You know, no different than Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, where Scott had to go through all the ex-boyfriends and shit. This is twin galaxies going through all of the witnesses right now. You can't hold it against Richard here. He did nothing wrong.
In 2021, Richard was unfortunately arrested for conspiracy to commit fraud. Look, he has just not been lucky when it comes to fraud. He keeps getting caught. I, for one...
This picture here... Now I know it was a frame job, and I know it's all false, because they're doing my man Richard so dirty with this mugshot here. Like, it looks like he's fucking skydiving, like all the skin's being pushed towards the back of his skull here. It's like he's fucking melting. Where does the neck start and the chin end? Oh, man. Is he laying down and they took this picture? What is going on here?
Keeps getting caught. I, for one, do not hold this against him. When I look at this table, I see 3-3. It's pretty
That's
even.
tough. That's
Personally,
a toss-up.
I'm leaning towards trusting the guy, but you let me know in the comments what you think. Okay, so Billy's first witness is a bit sketch. Who's number 2? Billy's second witness that says he saw him
Oh
get
god,
it
it's
is
Todd Rogers.
Oh boy, this is not going well. Okay, hit me with number 3. Surely we're going to get a winner.
He's probably not going to touch on Todd Rogers. Todd Rogers is another notorious cheater of these old game high scores. He has a whole saga of his own. I don't even think I could do it justice trying to summarize it here. But that is so poetic that one of the other witnesses is fucking Todd Rogers. That's amazing. This is like a team of Avengers that he has for witnesses.
The third witness that says they saw Billy get the score is Kim Mahoney, who is also Todd Rogers' girlfriend. I'm going to be completely honest here.
Coincidence.
I'm getting the impression that Billy's witnesses may not be entirely trustworthy. There's Billy and Todd posing with a couple of people. There's a camera that was recording Billy play, even though that footage doesn't seem to exist for some reason.
They left the lens
Todd
on.
Posing
Lens
again
cap.
with the thumbs up. Maybe this is just after Billy got the world record. I have to admit, everything here looks pretty legit, and oh my god, what is that?
I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not knowledgeable enough. What is it? Is it a copyright 2023 on there?
That joystick is not an original Donkey Kong joystick. This arcade machine does not have original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware.
Oh,
this
jeepers.
is an original Donkey Kong stick. It's got a big black ball and a short column. The
Oh,
stick on
wow.
Billy's arcade is a tall stick with a smaller ball, and it's obviously red, so the stick has been changed to something else.
Easily explainable. This machine was considered so legit that they had to change out the stick. Otherwise, because people were fighting each other to compete for high scores on it because it was so fucking real. So the stick just got worn out from overusage, but the machine, that's the only thing that's been changed. That much I'm sure of. Or, you know what, that's a good point. This could have been a special edition cabinet that was sent to Billy Mitchell by Nintendo themselves. They were so happy that the King of Kong wanted to use an arcade cabinet that they made, that they gave him a special red stick. You know, for the red, white, and blue, because he's such a patriot, obviously. Easily explainable.
On top of that, it appears to be an 8-way stick. Now, the original Donkey Kong stick is 4-way, which means it can only go up, down, left, and right. The game can be played. If you want to steer barrels while on a ladder, you have to stop and hold left or right, because you can't go up and to the side at the same time. But with an 8-way stick, you can continue to climb ladders while steering barrels by using the diagonals. With an 8-way stick, you can do things you can't do on an original arcade, which is...
I'm actually just even shocked that he played the game. I thought this was going to prove that Billy Mitchell's never even touched Donkey Kong in his life. So honestly, at this point, I have a little more respect for Billy, knowing that he just used a cheating device in order to have a better score, like to play better. I thought for sure it was going to come out that he just doesn't even know what Donkey Kong is. He's never touched the fucking thing in his life.
Which is why they are banned. So not only is the stick not original, which was totally banned, it looks like an 8-way stick, which is extra banned. His entire lawsuit against Twin Galaxies is based on the premise that he played on unmodified original arcade hardware, which is categorically not true. Not only from the videotapes, but now from the photos as well. And his lawsuit is full of lies where Billy claims the hardware was unmodified. Everyone just got caught out, big time. And it gets...
How did they even let this happen? Surely they would have recognized the stick, right? This man dedicated his entire life to Donkey Kong and his high score. He did one thing that isn't even that cool, getting a high score in Donkey Kong, and he let it define his entire fucking life for the last 24 years. And he wouldn't recognize that the stick isn't original? Surely he would have done everything in his power to keep these photos buried. Fucking burn the photos, for God's sakes. He would have had to know that people would be able to easily see that it's not an original stick. He didn't release it. I get he wasn't the one that released it. What I'm saying is, I'm sure he would have done everything in his power to stop it from ever coming out. Like, legitimately burn these photos. But maybe that was just beyond his control at this point. Like, who released it? Well, maybe Carl will mention it here in a moment. I'm just shocked he wouldn't go immediately to the event. He knew the photos were being taken. He was literally giving thumbs up with Todd Rogers in front of the cabinet. So he knew there were photos. And he would have known that people would have recognized that as a not legitimate, unmodified stick. So why would even A, let photos be taken, and B, not go to the event and like fucking scrub those archives?
You may be wondering why Billy would lie about something that can so obviously be disproven.
That's what I was just talking about.
And the answer is that Billy didn't know these photos existed. In fact, the entire Donkey Kong community didn't know these photos existed. They were only made public recently, and not by Billy Mitchell. These photos were never made public, and they were only retrieved now by directly contacting the organizers of the convention.
That blows my mind. He literally gave a thumbs up multiple times with Todd Rogers in front of that machine. Who was he giving the thumbs up for? He knew pictures were being taken. What did he think happened to that? What? Wait, what? This is a cool angle of Billy, though, I will say. His hair looks even more like a Lego block in this angle. But I still just can't believe that he wouldn't remember photos being taken because he posed multiple times for him. I'm also surprised that it took this long for someone to contact the event staff from the mortgage thing. I feel like a lot of people would have thought to do that a long time ago, but maybe just now they finally found the photos.
I cannot wait until this goes to trial, and you best believe that when it does, I'm going to cover it. I'm excited, and I think you should be too, because this is going to be a lot of fun. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
This is also great news for Carl. This is a big Carl W as well, because he is currently getting sued by this goofball, this goober. And as everyone knows, the #1 defense against defamation, which is what Billy Mitchell is coming after him for, is the absolute truth. And now, it seems, it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, he cheated. Thus, the case against Carl is fucking kaput. It really just goes to show you, sometimes the simplest means and like the simplest explanations are the most effective. Hey, so you got this at a mortgage convention, what year? And where was it? Why don't I just give them a call? Maybe they have photos. Hey, you guys have any photos? Oh, we do, yeah, you want them? Yes, please. Bang. And now it's all over for Billy Mitchell's case. Aren't frivolous lawsuits illegal? Yeah, but it feels like a lot of people get away with doing that. He's made like an entire fucking career off of frivolous lawsuits. Has he actually won any lawsuits? My man, I don't think he's even had one of his lawsuits make it to a trial. They get thrown out so quick. But it's still expensive for the people he sues. It's still a headache. It's such an absurd thing to ruin your life over. Alright, let's not get carried away. Billy Mitchell didn't ruin his life over this. He's not gonna go to jail. He just has a legacy of being a fucking joke of a person and an insufferable asshole for all the frivolous lawsuits he tosses at people that make fun of him or point out that he's cheated. He hasn't ruined his life. The man has a fucking hot sauce deal, for God's sakes. None of which I think he earned, by the way. He has one accolade, and it's high scores at Donkey Kong. That he fucking cheated. So in fact, he got dealt a really lucky hand. He got one thing that he's never let go, and he's somehow found success from it. Might want to tone it back before he sues you. He can't anymore. He literally can't. Because the truth is now abundantly clear. Even if you set aside all of the inarguable evidence of him cheating, now these pictures that have come out confirm it even more beyond a shadow of a doubt. He legitimately can no longer sue anymore. Why do these confirm he's cheating? Oh, if you weren't here, I'll give you the quick explanation. So the whole claim is that he got the high scores on an unmodified original hardware. However, now that these pictures are out, you can see it's not. So the original hardware did not have this stick. It had a small black stick. So it had a black ball on top and the stick. Not this. So immediately that disqualifies all of his records because it is not unmodified hardware. He's lied about it. It is clearly modified. Oh yeah, and it's an 8-way stick apparently. Which is another banned device because it gives you an advantage. You're able to cheat the game a bit more by being able to go in the other 4 angles here diagonally. So this stick right here just throws out everything he's ever claimed. That's just the stick cover. Well, it wouldn't matter. You know what? Let's play ball with you. Let's assume that is a stick cover and the original stick is still under there. That is A, still not allowed, and B, impossible, because here's what the original stick looks like. It's a tiny little goofy, like almost doorknob. Not that long, stretched one. So it can't even just be a cover. It is a completely different stick. Chode versus grower. Yeah, I guess kinda. The OG's more chody. Not only that, I bet there was an emulator built into the arcade box. We're setting aside all of the massive amounts of evidence talking about it being on emulator, not original hardware. We're setting all of that aside and just going by what we can physically see from the photos of the event, where it is clearly modified. You don't even need to touch all of the deep analysis, which also confirm that it's illegitimate. You can just look at the photos from the event and still get the correct answer that it's fake. I'm curious to see how he decides to fight this. You know he will not admit it. So, I'll make a prediction, and right now I'm on fire with my predictions. I think the way Billy Mitchell tackles this is the exact way that any fucking geriatric person would. It's all fake Photoshop, AI, fabricated. He's going to claim that these photos are fabricated, they're AI generated or AI enhanced, something like that. The photos are fake. They've done something with the knob. It's, this was an original knob, but they've edited it all out. He's going to harp on it being photoshopped and doctored. 100%. Hawk Tua Girl. I imagine a lot of you just rolled your eyes at that. It is a meme that, for a lot of people, is beyond stale. It's been run into the ground because over the last couple months, it's been everywhere. Hawk Tua Girl has, like, her name has been said more than Bloody Mary's name. It's like Beetlejuice, but when you say Hawk Tua 3 times, you'll get a new flood of 10 different videos from her in your feed. It is just everywhere and has been for a couple months. And it's made a lot of people just pretty exhausted with it. They're tired of it. And I made a video talking about her when the meme first blew up, going over how interesting I find it that a meme can change someone's life pretty much overnight. Something as simple as talking about spitting a loogie on a wiener can lead to a whole career potentially. And I never really blamed her for trying. I also did find it really weird how quickly she was speedrunning the influencer route. Within like 3 days, she had like a whole PR team. She surrounded herself with like a bunch of parasites that were suckling all the clout out of her like these fucking vile leeches. Like, she was immediately talking about starting podcasts, starting her own, like, I think it was like a TV series or something. So she was going to launch the Hawk Tua cinematic universe to compete with the MCU from the sound of it. She was going on podcasts. She was getting paid like $30,000 to appear at clubs. It was insanity. And now the trailer dropped for that podcast, which comes out in a couple days, and people have been clowning on her for it. She is getting dunked on harder than I do when I play pickup basketball.
She's literally doing anything to stay relevant.
Does anyone actually give a fuck about her?
Why are we keeping this girl relevant?
Your 15 minutes are up.
Your joke was funny for 2 days. Stop.
Y'all really thought I was done? I'm just getting started, baby.
It just feels so corporate and soulless. It just feels really inauthentic and artificial. That was what a lot of people said early on to the Hawk Tua timeline, that she was some kind of plant, because she did have like an entire government think tank assigned to her right away to try and like keep her name out there and keep people saying Hawk Tua, spit on that thang as much as possible. So it felt really forced. And zoinks, Scoob, this trailer feels more forced than this smile. It's called Talk Tua. It's not an awful name, like it's kind of silly, but it also just continues to reinforce the meme itself, which makes people even more annoyed with it if they're already tired of it, you know what I mean? Like, this just really feels like how Vought would handle a meme in the boys' universe.
It smells warm. F you.
Yeah!
What's one move in bed that makes a girl go crazy? I'm Haley Welch. A little while ago, my life took a complete left turn and it changed forever. And along the way, I've realized that everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Well, now it's my time to talk. Check out my podcast every week, Talk to Them, where I'm sitting down with the coolest guests and having actual conversations with them. And Pookie.
Who is Pookie? Who is Pookie?
He may stop by too. New episodes every week. Subscribe to that thing.
I love that selling point of having actual conversations with the guests. Look, I'm not a chef in the kitchen, but I can speculate on the menu. They're going to be serving up nothing burgers with those conversations. Just a hunch. I get the impression that this is all driven by a firm. So what I'm imagining is all the guests are going to have like pre-approved questions that are okayed by the department that's going to be like really sterile, really safe, and hyper vigilant of being like viral potential clips. So like her smelling a shoe or flipping that question about what's a move in bed that makes a girl go crazy. Like, that all feels really, really fake. Yet, one of the big selling points is it's actual conversations. We'll see, it drops in like 2 days. I could be totally wrong. But even still, it's not like every other podcast isn't having real conversations. Like, this isn't going to be the only real one. You know what I mean? It just ticks every single box that some kind of marketing firm would have you do for your sizzler reel and marketing material. Pookie might stop by. Hooey! It could be anyone. Who the fuck is Pookie? You'll have to stop in next week for this Talk to a season finale to find out. It could be goddamn Steve Jobs being brought back from the dead. Maybe he never actually died. Maybe Hawk Tua's spit acts as some kind of necromancy, and she's the damn saliva sorceress, and she revived him. Who knows? You know, it's just, it all just feels so forced. But I do still stand by my statement that I can't even really be mad at her for doing all of this. I really can't. getting as lucky as she did with a meme blowing up and people like going and flocking to you, like that doesn't happen often. And that can be the dream job for most people on the planet, and she's trying to capitalize off it. I don't think this is the best way of doing it. I really think being more human as opposed to just being the meme itself and spreading that out. I gave this example before, but maybe many of you don't remember the tragedy of You're Breathtaking Guy. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you, but I've mentioned it before. Quite a few years back, Keanu Reeves was at an event and he was talking about how the game looked breathtaking, and someone in the crowd shouted, "You're breathtaking," at Keanu Reeves, to which he said it back to that gentleman. And that guy came forward, everyone cheered him on, he became an overnight sensation, and for, I think it was like almost a full year, he rode that puppy as much as he could. He was milking those titties dry. He tried to use You're Breathtaking as his branding. He called himself the Breathtaking Guy, if I remember correctly, and people got really tired of it really quickly. And that same thing seems to be happening to the Hawk Girl to a lesser degree, though, because she does still have a lot of people that are really excited about this. So it is working to a certain extent, but I just really think the best path is to just separate from the meme a little bit. Like, hey, you know, this was my lightning rod. I know you guys know me as the Hawk Girl, but, you know, I'm just kind of hanging out here. I started a podcast if you want to check it out, and just have it be more organic. Hey, I'm playing the One Piece card game tonight on stream if you guys want to stop in and tune in, as opposed to just like wrapping everything around the meme, because it just feels so inorganic. It really does feel like an industry plant situation to a certain extent. But yeah, anyway, just want to talk about it a little bit because I do find it very interesting. That's it. See ya. Who doesn't love a good story? Human beings are hardwired to gravitate towards storytelling as their main form of entertainment. Since the day we accidentally flopped out of the ocean and began to evolve, we've been telling stories, whether it's written, spoken, or performed. There's just something about a good story that tickles our DNA. And today I want to talk about the best storyteller on YouTube, Oki's Weird Stories. There is no one that puts more effort into their content than Oki. He will fly thousands of miles to bumblefuck nowhere to interview one person for a 45-second clip in his documentary just to get the full scoop and be hands-on with it. No stone goes unturned when it comes to Oki's research. He's somehow able to unearth the most obscure documents and facts about his topics. It's mind-blowing. He'll find like finger paintings from the people that he's talking about back in their 4th grade elementary school, and then interview the teacher who gave them the finger painting assignment 50 years ago. Like, it's incredible how thorough he is. His content is absolutely amazing. So definitely check out his channel if you haven't yet. Today we're going to be going over his newest video, The King of Stolen Valor. This is the story of Jack Edema, which I'd never even heard of before. That name sounded made up to me like an NPC in a video game. But this is a fucking wild ride that Oki lays out and displays beautifully. Oki also has a Patreon, which I'm going to link in the description below, so definitely feel free to support him there as well. Is it Tier 1 Tortellini weed shop tonight? No. So, Oki wanted me to watch this tonight, and I was going to watch it on my own, but he asked if I would stream it, so I'm going to watch this tonight because I fucking love Oki. And then after that, I'll probably dust off the 360 and try and set that up for some Halo 2 classic lasso runs. So I don't know anything about Jack Edema. Is that how you say it? Edema? So this will be like brand new for me. One of the few times I have no clue who this is about.
This is Jack in Afghanistan holding an AK-47 and riding on the back of a horse.
That's Steven Seagal.
Here he is on the night of his wedding, flanked by 2 security guards with his bride in his lap.
That guy looks so close to Jason Statham, it's unreal. He's just a little too tall. He looks so majestic.
Jack was not there as an active duty soldier. He was not a private military contractor. Instead, he was a 45-year-old ex-con that entered Afghanistan after 9/11 with the goal of collecting the $25 million reward on Osama bin Laden's head.
Wait, was that a real thing? Did we put a $25 million bounty on Osama bin Laden? We actually did? Man, I don't remember that shit at all. What a fucking crazy time to be alive. What? Damn. Alright, so Jack was out there on that Sigma grind set, about to execute a man for a payday.
Jack just rolled into a war-torn country, pretending to be an active-duty Green Beret, and did it so well that NATO coalition forces helped him apprehend
I feel like it can't be that hard to
three
blend in
different
like
ways.
that, though. Especially back then, they're not going to be background checking everyone. He just shows up like, hey, I'm here to help fight. Like, I don't even know if you'd question him. He'd be like, yeah, I'm a Green Beret. I'm like, alright. I haven't seen you before, but alright.
Down, hands off.
Eventually, things went way too far after Jack created a fake paramilitary group called Task Force Saber 7,
Oh, no.
rented property which he turned into a private prison, and started torturing Afghans who he suspected to be terrorists.
Jesus
Jack and the rest of
Christ.
Task Force Saber 7 were eventually arrested and charged in Afghan courts. During Phase 1 of his Special Forces qualification course, he was caught stealing. His commanding officer wrote that he had an
Rookie
irrational
mistake.
tendency towards violence after he attacked another officer. In an evaluation report, a captain described him as, quote, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature enlisted man that I have ever known.
But you have heard of him. That's not bad, actually. Out of all the people that enlisted, to be, without a doubt, the most unmotivated, unprofessional, immature is actually pretty impressive. More so than just being, like, average in every area. I always find when the pendulum swings even in the opposite direction extremely, like, aggressively, so in this case, awful, it's impressive too.
Flipping through the pages of Soldier of Fortune magazine gives you a better sense of why Rambo wannabes loved it so much. Underwater knife fighting techniques. Another example is a multi-part series on urban street survival. Much like most of the Soldier...
Can I read that pamphlet real quick? The underwater fighting techniques are really good. You never know when you might encounter like a rogue Atlantean soldier or something when you're just out at the family lake or something. It says you in self find yourself confine. I can't fucking read it at all actually, but it looks pretty effective.
Fire, recover, re-verify your sights. Holster.
Nice. He's training a full-blown military.
Discrimination training.
Around this time, Jack also started a mail-order business selling paintball equipment and non-lethal military gear. He's still respected to this day by paintball enthusiasts who regard him as a pioneer in the sport who sold high-quality equipment. He also organized Special Forces expos, which attracted the Soldier of Fortune crowd and acted as a venue for him to sell his gear. In 1994, he was arrested along with his girlfriend, Patricia Dawn Glosson, for defrauding 60 companies out of $250,000. In court, Jack legally represented himself. He argued that he was the victim of an FBI plot and claimed that the agency carried a vendetta against him because he did not reveal his sources for the information he provided to them concerning the backpack nuke smuggling operation.
My name is Ronald Gene Barber. I was a member of the Army Intelligence working for NSA. In early 1994, I was charged with the attempted assassination of former President Bill Clinton. I was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, plus 3 years probation.
Whoa. 5 years for an assassination plot on the acting president? People get more time for weed. Holy shit. Bill Clinton himself was like, yeah, I'll give him 5 years. He didn't really succeed. And he worked for the NSA too. So I feel like that would have absolutely carried like a hefty charge because of all the shit that he must have done for the NSA. That's not what I was expecting. I was 100% expecting a goofy story like, I don't know, like a gas station holdup for Lay's potato chips or something, and just happened to end up in the same maximum security prison as Jack. But yeah, this was a lot more intense than I expected.
Yeah, I was going to get him when he was jogging, and then I was going to hot-foot it over to the White House, leap the fence and run in, and grab her and stomp her to death.
Found guilty of making threats against the president, he was sent to a prison where he met Jack Idemo.
So you told me before the last time that we talked that
makes
you
more sense
and,
then. All right.
like a group of people that he...
According to him, he was, quote, one of the only 24 elite super-secret Hwarang-Do warriors clandestinely trained at Fort Bragg.
What is Hwarang-Do? I'm gonna have to look that martial arts discipline up. Hwarang-Do, also known as the Way of the Flowering Knights, is a comprehensive Korean martial art that was developed in the 60s. I want to look up some Hwarang-Do. Who's to say that he wasn't like an actual lethal weapon, though, of martial arts? seems like normal street fighting to me, minus that jumping, spinning kick. This is such a mismatch. Why are these two fighting each other? This guy has 6 inches and 80 pounds on this guy.
He was also a part of the Army's top-secret SOT course, where they trained their elite ninja-type commando teams.
Of course.
So Jack really wanted to adapt his
The
story
old
into a film,
American
and it was while he was in prison
commando
where he finally
ninjas.
found an end. He met an award-winning
Naturally.
CBS journalist and documentary filmmaker named Garry Skirka. He told me, quote, "Some people you have to tell to start, but he was the kind of guy that you had to tell to stop." Soon,
Okay,
Jack
no,
started
that's
a
good.
business
That's a good
called
quality.
The Ultimate Pet Resort with his prison pen pal turned lover, Victoria Runningwell.
He'd been hired to train Ronald Reagan's son how to use firearms. Man, it must have been so easy just to make an entire fake personality back in the day. Well, I guess you can still do that today. Just not as successfully, I don't think.
Coverage is good, but with me, it's mission first. It's not about
Amen,
me.
brother.
If you've been paying attention, you know by now that that surely was not the case. Of course, Jack planned to make it all about himself. He recounts that Jack tried very hard to make himself the star of the documentary and said, quote, "He's the dumbest fuck I have ever met." Artists recalled a time when Jack pushed a humanitarian aid worker out of the way so he could pose for a photo op with an expensive EKG machine meant to be delivered to those in need.
Well, and how successful was the photo? I bet that was the best goddamn EKG machine photo op they ever got. They just didn't know what kind of star they had on their hands. He deserved the spotlight. Fucking get the humanitarian workers out of there. They're blocking the light from Jack. I mean, this seems like it's Artist's fault, honestly, not his.
Eventually, Artist became fed up with Jack's behavior and told Garry Skirka that he would not participate in the documentary unless Jack stayed away while they were shooting it.
I took Adema aside and Neil Barrett filmed this. I put my bony finger in his face and said, "I don't know what your agenda is, but I don't want you at any of our sites. You're out of my fucking life." Damn. If Adema is needed to make a documentary, then you can take all the tape you shot so far and shove it up your ass. Okay. Playing a little hardball. Maybe he was feeling a little intimidated by Adema's 5'7" stature.
While they were shooting it.
Seems a little insecure
On
to
November
me.
11th, 2001,
Can't appreciate a
Garry
good
Skirka
patriot.
was badly injured by shrapnel from an artillery blast and was medevaced back to the United States a few weeks earlier than he planned to leave. A reporter named Tim Friend said that after he and a group of others carried Skirka to safety and dressed his wounds, Jack arrives with a cameraman. Quote, "Just when we finished dressing Skirka's leg, Jack runs up screaming. He rips off the bandages and redresses the wounds. Basically, he was acting in front of the camera. With Skirka gone, there was no
Jesus
documentary
Christ.
left to work on. Jack was
The
only there as a
fuck?
security guard, not a filmmaker." In October 2001 and June 2002, Jack appeared in over 1,000 U.S. newspapers
Ooh, that's
and
not
over
bad.
250 television news shows. He
Damn.
served as a commentator on Fox News and was paid $500 per appearance. It was a lucrative hustle and it helped fund his stay in Afghanistan. There were hundreds of guys like that in Afghanistan at the time, ex-military types working for PMCs. However, the obvious difference between them and Jack was that they were legit and he was not. As an Afghan
That just
businessman
means
told the New
Jack
York
has no
Times,
red
If you're
tape.
blonde or a Westerner and you're wearing black
He can do
sunglasses,
whatever he needs
carrying
to
a pistol
protect
in
you.
a leg holster, and driving a car without a license plate, nobody would ever question who you are. People just assume you're CIA or Special Forces or someone dangerous.
Yeah, it's like the same thing
People
with like
stay
a
away from you.
clipboard. If you
Even
carry
though
a
Jack looked
clipboard,
the
no one
part,
asks
he
any
gained a
questions.
controversial reputation
Remember that
among
old
many war
trick?
journalists. On one occasion, he pulled out a gun on a journalist named Tom Robertson and shot at him, nearly missing. And the only reason Jack was upset enough to try to shoot him was because Robertson had interrupted him during a discussion.
Jesus Christ. What a maniac.
He gave them to Eric Campbell, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation correspondent I mentioned earlier, who transferred, edited, and verified the authenticity of the tapes so they could be sold to broadcasters.
We've seen it in limited situations, but not in this wide range. Not in a wide range that includes motorcades, close quarter battle, integrated assaults, open air assaults, linear target assaults, a whole spectrum of terroristic activities.
Northern Alliance
A lot of buzzwords in
discovered
there.
the tapes here shortly after
Cyber
the
warfare,
coronavirus fled.
intergalactic
They come
conflict,
to light
Reapers.
only because
Jack believed that The Peacemaker, a movie released in 1997 starring George Clooney,
What the fuck
had a
is
plot
that?
which was stolen from an assortment of several manuscripts of his life story. The plot of The Peacemaker
That's
does
so
bear some
smart.
similarities to Jack's story, such as its focus on a backpack nuclear bomb smuggling operation. And although the court noted that there were some similarities between the stories,
Hold on, God, I want to read that. Okay. So that seems so vague. Very smart from Jack. Tell vague soldier fanfic and then sue anyone that has anything that remotely resembles it seems. Like, these just seem like circumstantial, generic plot points that you'd find in an old 90s movie. Almost worked. True, I mean, he got a lot of lawsuits under his belt.
The claim was dismissed, and Jack was ordered to pay $260,079 in legal fees,
Nice.
which he never did.
Ah.
Another person who Jack sued is a man named Eric Cassette, who I was lucky enough to speak to. Eric
you just
Cassette
not
worked at
pay
his
your
father's car
fines?
dealership and repossession
I don't feel
business
like paying
when he
that.
first crossed paths with Jack.
The first day when we first got served papers from him, he rolled up in front of my dad's house with 4 blacked out SUVs fully loaded with special ops guys. He come to my door
I don't know
and
about
knocked
that.
on it with a pizza box in his hand. My niece opened the door, and she was like 5 at the time. He throws the pizza box at her and says, "Now you're served," and threw his summons at us. We were served papers every day. He killed my dad. He was a criminal. He was a crook, and he was a nasty person to be up against.
Careful what you say about Jack. He's an American hero.
Around
You
this
ever heard
time,
of Tom
Jack
Clancy?
reconnected with his hero, Robin
Yeah,
Moore.
that was
Robin
Jack.
Moore wrote the book The Green Berets, which the John Wayne movie was based on. He also said that he witnessed Jack choking his girlfriend during a fight, and that Jack forged a letter using Fox News stationery in order to submit it as evidence in his lawsuit against him.
That's so fucking nuts. Holy shit. Destroying his own house with a samurai sword and choking his girlfriend in front of people. Bro, what a red-blooded, God-fearing American warrior. I mean, that's what happens when you question Jack. He gets the samurai sword out. I'll tell you what, bub. Fuck with Jack and your whack.
After spending 2 years in the United States, Jack returned to Afghanistan. When Jack
Yeah.
returned to Afghanistan in April of 2004, he then arrested the suspected terrorist, Saki, blackbagged him, and stuck him in the back of a car to be taken to Task Force Sabre 7's headquarters,
Holy
the Honeycomb
shit.
Hideout.
Shit! Now I'm really mad.
That sounded just like Billy Mays.
I haven't broken a mirror in 7 years. Now I just broke another one. Jesus Christ.
After days of interrogation, Saki gave Jack the name of a 30-year-old taxi driver named Sarajan, and said that he was in charge of a plan to assassinate top Afghan officials.
Sharajan makes the decision on who to bomb.
Sober. When the Sober's not there, Sharajan is at the charge. Can Sharajan make?
Can I get a ketchup?
Hours later, Jack and Task Force
imagine
Sabre 7
G.I.
raided
Joe.
Sarajan's house.
Yep. There you go. That's Jack.
Room by room!
It's like he saw a couple action movies and just based the entire way he moves and operates off of the characters in the movies. Just look at that wide stance. Looking like the Counter-Strike 1.6 cover. Fucking cruising, Jack. What a lethal weapon.
What's this hiding in your eyes?
God damn it. I also just love the fact that he 360s, so he just turns around and looks through the exact same door he just came in through. As if all of a sudden he's been flanked by the boogeyman. Man, and people actually took him seriously too, which is wild.
What's this hiding in your rice bag for? What's that hiding in your rice bag for?
Dakika birinchi zarras giramadi.
You a whole bunch of shit.
Dakika birinchi zarras giramadi.
Magazines too.
There's Riku, Red.
Inside
and Trey.
Sarajan's house, they found some traces of explosives and a detonator hidden inside of a rice bag. Jack repeatedly asked his prisoners who their targets were. The two names that are brought up are the former Afghan Minister of Education, Yunus Konini, and Afghan Defense Minister, General Mohammed Fahim. In footage recorded by Jack's cameraman, Ed Caraballo, the former Afghan Minister of Education thanks Jack for thwarting the attempt on his life.
And I'm thankful for what you have done, especially in this kind of operations. And
He actually
believe
did it,
me,
what the
I
fuck?
face such kind of.
So here's my, I don't know if this is accurate, we're not even halfway through the video. I'm imagining all of that was planted, not legitimate, would be my guess. I don't think he actually successfully did anything even remotely helpful. I am imagining he planted all of that, like, and set people up. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe he legitimately did help somehow. But given this guy's entire history of never doing anything right and being the biggest scumbag possible, lying and faking everything in his entire fucking life, it would be shocking to me if for the first time in his... how old is he right now? I think he's in his 30s. In his 30-something years, he actually legitimately did something right. I would be shocked. So my guess is it's faked. He planted all the evidence, which I imagine we might get to later down in the video. But I could be wrong. He could have actually helped as well. There's no telling for sure.
On July 5th, 2004, the Honeycomb hideout was raided by Afghan police forces who arrested every member of Task Force Sabre 7.
Oh,
they were
man,
arrested
Jack.
after Jack called Kabul police chief, Baba John, to turn over the prisoners. After the raid, the police found 8 Afghan men, some hanging by their feet, bound and hooded in Task Force Sabre 7's HQ. They also found torture equipment, bloody clothing, handcuffs, and blindfolds. The prisoners said that they were tortured and forced to confess to crimes that they had not committed. After Afghan police arrested the members of Task Force Sabre 7, they were taken to a jail run by Afghanistan's Intelligence and Security Service, the NDS.
None of you tell the truth. You all fucking lie. So, what's your message?
Don't be that way, Jack. Feet are very sensitive. Getting feet beatings must suck, man. I don't know. I haven't sustained like foot stuff, so I couldn't tell
we
you.
were working for the U.S.
My feet are very
counterterrorist group,
ticklish.
working with the Pentagon and
But
some
I
other
believe it.
federal
So you were
agencies.
working with U.S. knowledge, with U.S. government knowledge.
We were in touch with the Pentagon sometimes 5 times a day at the highest level, every day.
They've denied that. They've denied you completely.
Well, we're prepared to show emails and correspondence and tape-recorded conversations that show that's not true.
Jack also claimed that the FBI had confiscated hundreds of documents, videotapes, and files, which he could have used as exculpatory evidence. And
how
surprisingly,
convenient.
this was true. The FBI, which, from what I
really?
understand, shouldn't have any jurisdiction in Afghanistan, seized all of Jack's materials and held on to them for 21 days.
Additionally, there have been
okay, that
problems
surprised
with
me.
reviewing the evidence.
After the FBI returned some of his materials, Jack tried to present his case in court that he was in fact working on behalf of the U.S. government by showing tapes and other files. One tape showed that Jack was in contact with the office of Lieutenant General Boykin, former U.S. Deputy Undersecretary for Defense.
So he actually
On the
was?
tape, Jack speaks to Lieutenant General Boykin's secretary, George Shim, who promises Jack that someone from the DIA would call him back on his cell phone.
So we were trying to put a firewall between your efforts and him because we didn't want to connect anything there. And
Holy shit, what?
This was Jack's cell in Policharki prison. Jack, Bennett, Caraballo, and their Afghan translator were isolated in one wing where they enjoyed a plush prison experience. They had a laptop, a phone, private bedrooms.
They went to summer
bathrooms,
camp.
Satellite TV, plenty of alcohol, and a small staff of assistants.
What the fuck?
So their surroundings looked more like a suite than a prison cell. However, it wasn't always easy living. On 3 occasions, riots broke out inside of the prison. 4 guards and 1 Afghan member
Rioting
of Task
for
Force
what? An
Sabre
extra
7
TV?
died in
Another
a
flat
firefight
screen?
while protecting the 3 Americans.
I could walk out of this prison in one snap of my fingers, and that is no bullshit.
Do
I'll
it.
snap my fingers
Call
tomorrow.
it call
1,000
on it.
Panjshir soldiers will come over these walls, and they'll kill every motherfucker in this prison that isn't Panjshir.
While in prison, Jack started
Fucking
a
call
website
him on it. I
called
want to
Super
see him do
Patriots,
it.
and
Superfly! Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy. Hey, your mama. I'm your daddy. Superfly. Go to Joe Cartoon site.
Oh.
Cause I'm your daddy. Superfly. I'm your daddy. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? I'm your daddy.
What is what the fuck is this? What they saw on the Ring VHS tape? What was it? What was his channel? Edema fan. This seems like this could be it. Jack Edema and his infamous Japanese sword practice an ancient art. That technique is flawless. In 20 FPS? No, it's actually a 60 FPS video, but he slowed the footage down so you can actually see his moves. His Bushido is legendary. Like a ballerina is right. That footwork.
Again, all I could see was him. A bad dye job. He was sweating, and I could see little beads of hair dye. And I thought, oh my goodness, yikes. You know, he's got like hair dye, sweat, and he's shorter than I thought. And on the phone, he would always laugh and joke when he was calling me from Policharki about how people would make fun of him because they said he was so short and he never was short. And I thought, he is short. He's really short. So anyway, so I was all excited to see him, and I just looked at him, and
easy
he
being
just
our height,
started
I'll
being
tell you
Jack.
what.
He started being loud, obnoxious, showing off, and I see him climbing up the building. And I'm like, whoa, what's he doing? And he didn't stop. He just kept climbing
Then he
up
did
the
an
building.
Assassin's
like
Creed
Spider-Man.
dive off
you know,
the-
and I
the
looked at the
rooftop.
people around me now are looking, and
Little bale of hay.
I just met him. So they're like, is that your boyfriend or your husband or whatever? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what's he doing? I'm like, he forgot the keys. He's getting them. And somebody said, go down. Nope. He had to come down the same way he went up.
Oh,
and now
Jesus
I'm totally
Christ.
freaking out. I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. And he's like, everybody thinks this is cool. And I'm like, oh, this guy's fucked up.
Soon, Jack rented a condo in Mexico, but in time, he was evicted from it after he was arrested for...
Honestly, sounds like me in my freshman year of college. Like, doing the stupidest shit in the world because I convinced myself in my head that everyone else thinks it's cool, even though it's the lamest thing imaginable. Like wearing my favorite Xbox game disc on a chain around my neck. Poor Jack just never had anyone to tell him that. My heart breaks for him.
Nothing was making sense. It was insanity. The next thing I knew, he's on the phone telling me, well, I'll have to put that on hold now because now I got to get out of here real quick. They want me out. Fuck them. I was going to leave anyway, but I'm suing them all. And I'm like, oh my God.
What a
Where are you
fucking
going? He goes, well, I
loser.
met this guy, Gringo Dave, who's got a really great mansion in Bacalar. And then I realized it was just drills just to make sure we were prepared because as the walls got higher, the paranoia grew with it. He would put a gun in a baggie to go take a shower. Nothing made any sense. In his mind, it was all perfectly normal. But it
He
was
looks
just more...
perpetually like Ron Perlman trying to play like a character. It's hard to... It's like if Duke Nukem was played by Ron Perlman after like a bender. Like a week-long bender. Like, everything about him is so cartoonish. It's weird. It's so eerie. Lou Ferrigno? No, it's definitely more like Duke Nukem-ish, Ron Perlman kind of vibes. Like, he actually just looks like a toy soldier. Like, Small Soldiers, the movie. He's like a little bite-sized Marine guy. But never a Marine. Only a chronic liar. Wearing sunglasses, shirtless, inside, lifting weights. Every picture we've seen of him so far, except for maybe a couple, he has been wearing these shades. It's like a part of his body, like an extension of his eyes. I don't think we've seen his eyes more than twice in this entire hour-long video. He is always rocking these shades.
It was around this time that Jack got started on his next business venture, a military air cargo company called Star Aviation.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
it never got off the air. And it was Jack's fault, nobody else's, because we had the meetings and everything else. We had the funding. We had all the DOD clearances.
How do they have the funding? This guy was literally convicted of lying about everything and spent years in jail. How would he secure funding? How does that happen? What the fuck? How? I don't get it.
He purchased a pontoon boat and started a company called Blue Lagoon Boat Tours. And he made a website for the business called oceans11mexico.com.
The boat tours, it had to be based on Jack Sparrow. And,
oh, that's cool, though.
He had to act like, and he would actually stand in front of the mirror and act like that. Did I get it yet? Am I acting like him? Am I doing it right?
Jack flew a pirate flag over his compound.
She's mocking him, but that honestly just sounds cute.
That's because it sounded like a cool pirate
cute.
name to him.
The building over to Jack. And John didn't want to do that to Jack. He didn't want to give Jack the building. He still wanted it in his name.
Jack wanted to inherit a company called
for him.
Isabeau Dakota. Isabeau Dakota functioned as a shell company to conceal Jack's assets from creditors. Flush with the money he inherited from his father's estate, he started using large amounts of anything he could get his hands on, such as cocaine, heroin, and booze.
His dealings with the bizarre demographics of people that were coming in and out made it not happy. And that was also when his drinking and his drug use was in.
In time, Jack lost interest in being intimate with Penny. He instead preferred to keep company with a young college student named Fernando and a transgender sex worker named Nancy. He started hosting all-night orgies at his compound, which he advertised on gay hookup sites.
Orgies?
How did you feel like when you actually realized that Jack was gay?
I guess it bothered me when I saw him making out with a man and he wasn't making out with me like that.
Penny left Mexico with the intention of never seeing Jack again. But then the exact same day that she landed in Connecticut, Jack got into a life-threatening car accident. In the hospital, Jack called Penny's phone and said this.
Bueno?
Hello?
Hello?
Jack there?
Huh?
Jack?
Jack, oh, okay. Take the fucking board out. Listen to me. Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I leave everything to Penny. I need to manage it with her. Because I don't know about Nina. She was okay, but I think she's in the hospital too. I have concussion. I have a fractured skull in the
Jesus Christ.
Sarge, you put me here in Sarge. Okay?
Okay.
That's all he has to say?
Where are you?
I'm in the hospital in Kimball. I'm trying to get them to move me to a private hospital before I die because I have internal bleeding and they won't even look at it.
Okay, should I call the embassy and try to get the embassy involved?
No.
Wow.
I'll take you to the private hospital, dude.
Jack called Dr. Phil.
When I was on my
That
way
sound like
back
Dr. Phil.
to America, on his way back to Bacalar, he had that accident, and everything changed from that point on.
A few days later, Penny returned to Mexico to take care of Jack and to help him rehabilitate. Jack started to abuse the pain medication he was prescribed to, as well as illegal drugs and alcohol.
I was getting sicker, and he decided that I should go be tested for HIV. To my surprise, he wanted to get the same test. I thought that was odd. I thought all this was odd. We got tested, and the results came back, and they were positive for HIV.
God, what the fuck?
And I wanted to make sure what I was hearing was proper because I didn't think it was right. But Dr. Dennis said that Jack was going to get worse, but I could go home and I could get better. And Jack freaked out. Jack just went ballistic. He took the phone, he broke it, and I honestly thought I was going to die. That was all I thought. I went home, I got to get away. I was quiet. I told just a select few people that I had this. Then I called up Jack and told him how sick I was, and I just collapsed. Jack wanted me down there immediately. He also didn't want me, and he kept saying, I hope you're not telling anybody, I hope you're not telling anybody, and I needed help. I couldn't tell him that because I wasn't allowed to say anything, but I needed help. Shit. I was scared. Nina is the dog that was rescued from Afghanistan that came to me, and Tinka was our Mexican kitty. So in July, I made plans to go back. I walked into the house and it was different. Everything was different. It wasn't clean like it used to be. There was dead flies everywhere. The door was broken. And he just looked at me and he was happy to see me, but his eyes were just black. He looked like he had been up for days. He reeked of alcohol, cigarettes. Natalie, the maid, she was telling me other people were coming too. So everything was there and they were getting worse and everybody was still coming in. All of the sex fest constant, it was worse than ever. Okay, and how many people have got this now? My plan was
Christ, he just tested positive for
and
HIV.
When I say that was the plan, if you can understand this and try to wrap your brain around this, the plan involved killing Jack and getting my dog and my cat. So I went into the bedroom, I took the gun out from underneath the pillow, and he was at the computer. I don't really know what the hell happened, but he grabbed me and he started hitting my head into the marble stone, whatever the heck the place was made of.
Shit!
Just kept hitting my head into it nonstop. I'm petrified of mice. So he put a couple in a bag and put them over my head with the bag. And I fainted. And now I've got like bites on me. My head's still killing me, by the way, from having it slammed. And my eye was so messed up. So I was freaking out. So he took the cuffs off. He started being nice. And he said, you know, just tell me who you're working with.
She went back for the animals.
I wasn't working with anybody. Okay, again, the paranoia was kicking in. He was messed up, completely messed up. The Noblefina he was putting in me, he was putting 10 times in himself. Plus he was doing coke, he was doing everything. He was drinking like there was no tomorrow.
I will never understand the human body. Sometimes people will eat like an expired grape and fucking die on the spot. Meanwhile, this guy's injecting himself with 10x the like necessary dosage of a pretty hardcore substance, as well as doing coke and heroin, and doesn't die. All while having untreated HIV as well. How the fuck does that happen? That blows my mind. This is crazy. Yeah, I know like tolerance and everything, but even still, that's so superhuman. Fuck me, man. What a crazy turn. Well, I guess it's not even like an unexpected turn from the story. Jack's entire life has just been an absolute tragedy of his own making. Just an absolute fucking disaster. Like an actual biologically bred loser in every category. It's just an actual piece of shit from top to bottom. Jack is a superhuman whose blood consists of 100% drugs. I guess so, man. There's just more coke than water in his body. Like, it blows my mind. I actually just don't believe it.
So he comes up and he says, he's like, there's 2 fucking bastards downstairs you've got to talk to. My friend got in touch with Ed Carabella and he called the Mexican embassy, and there was 2 guys to come to get me. They came to check the situation to see if I was there. The guy that wasn't speaking Spanish, that was speaking English to me, goes over to me, he goes, it's really good to meet you. And he put his hand out. When he put his hand out, I grabbed his hand and I took my fingernails and I stuck them in his hand. So he realized what was going on. So he held on to my hand for a minute. Jack goes, what the fuck's going on? And he just went like this. He squeezed them back like he knew I was in trouble and he was going to get me out.
Kind of galaxy brain.
Okay. So who did I work for? Who sent me there? I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't work for any of these people. I don't know these people. Yes.
I still can't believe he ever got out of jail to begin with. I really can't.
No. And then I heard a really familiar voice. He's like, plumber. He's like, didn't you go back to America? Jack said you go back to America. I'm like, no, I can't get out of here. I go, but Nina and Chica, I came back for them. He goes, you gotta go. Come on. He goes, I can't save you if you don't come. I had to leave them. So we're running, and his helpers are trying to distract Jack. And the plumber gets me in his car. He goes, you stay there. He goes, I'll call police. He goes, you call police, you call people in America. He goes, you gotta get out of here. You can't stay here. He goes, I'll get you out. He goes, just let the police come. Go to the police.
I feel like any minute now, though, Jack's gonna OD and die.
They interrogated me. They asked
There's
me.
no way he has long left.
And
shit got so dark.
Charges, yeah. And they put me under protective
custody. That's what happens
custody,
with a man who has unchecked mental illness his entire fucking life. Is a chronic liar and absolute piece of shit.
And
he should have never got out of jail.
Airport, just stay there.
He literally tortured people pretending to be a fucking secret agent.
According to local news reports, local police in Mexico want very much police to talk to him about accusations that he held people in his house against their will.
I thought that was when the nightmare ended.
I love the title of that story. World's creepiest guy is back. Or returns. So even, like, during his reign of infamy, he was still viewed as an absolute sleazy, creepy guy. This man has been a loser his entire fucking life.
After the deadline passed, Henny sold the deed of the Isabeau Dakota building for $10. In retaliation, Jack, along with loyal fans he met online, posted revenge porn of Henny to blogs. Pictures which they also sent to her parents.
Jack all started
What fans could he have possibly garnered while fucked up beyond belief for what? How long has this been now? Like a year? How was their fan? I guess when like they talk about him as the world's creepiest guy, people must have like been a fan or something, I guess. I have no fucking clue. That blows my mind though. Unless it was people like ironically pretending to like Jack. Alarming amount of psychopaths like this guy. Yeah, but they're not watching World's Creepiest Guy segments on Fox News. Or whatever that was. Yeah, I know that. The true crime weirdos. I know that, but like he's not even a serial killer. he's just a serial liar who pretended to be a G.I. Joe, Navy SEAL, super specialist, spec ops, whatever. Like, he didn't even do anything besides, like, pretend to be those things and then torture people in Afghanistan.
January of 2012, we talked, and I knew what was coming. We talked on Skype for the last time, and I said, you know what's going to happen. He knew what was going to happen. And
probably the last time anyone used Skype.
He said he was sorry. He hopes I could forgive him. And I said, yeah, but I really can't. I don't know, whatever. And I said, I'll see you on the other side. And I said, I'll call you Friday night. And he said, well, that may not happen. And I did try to call up, but the phone just kept ringing. And he was dead the next day.
How did you feel?
Relieved.
Yeah, it sounds like good
over.
news.
Sad, relieved, and also, as a result of what he did to me, not only the eye problem, but because of that, I also am now on seizure medicine. And I'm also on a blood thinner because I had a blood clot go into my brain because of the eyes and the seizures. It's hard with all this bad and what was left. What he left me with and what I remember are two different things.
Christ.
Thank you.
Well, I'll remember Jack is an absolute massive piece of shit.
Oh, God, that was hard. Okay,
His
guys,
entire
we are
life he
done.
lived a lie of fanfic of a G.I. Joe super soldier. Damn, Oki went so deep into this. That whole Penny interview is wild. He did such a great job of conducting that interview. What an incredible story Oki told here. He flew to meet her for it? Yeah, I know, I heard. No, Oki only makes masterpieces, man. Oki will spend 6 months on a video and drop one of the hottest bangers of all time. Oki's also the one behind the secret space program. Well, he didn't make the cult, but like he was the one that like brought the secret space program to the public eye.
Hey, Penny.
Hi.
So you saw the documentary. What did you think?
I loved it. I'm so pleased with the documentary. Always suing somebody, even when he was incarcerated, he was suing. But
Alright,
unless
Penny, let's be real here. He was never like incarcerated. That prison he went to was literally like band camp. This dude had a suite with his friends, and they just played games and drank. He was posting videos while in jail. Like, I'm not surprised he was able to keep suing while in that prison. I don't understand. That actually looked better than almost every New York City apartment I've ever seen in a video. Like, he was living a lavish life while in jail. That shit looked like straight out of Baki the Grappler.
Sir Edward Artis and Robert Pelton reached out to me, and they were just such guiding forces in my life. They kept me together. They worked with me.
Bro, shoutouts to Edward Artis. He was the first one in this documentary that immediately called Jack exactly what he was. Just a serial bullshit artist, scumbag loser. Artis has hated this man for, this is 2012 she's talking about, so for exactly like 10 years now, right? So Artis was on that grind. He knew from the get-go, like right off rip. Artis knew, he pinned him right away. Shout out Ed Artis.
Me to get through all this.
Thank you to all of my patrons who've helped make this
What a
documentary possible.
crazy
I've spent
fucking
several
ride.
months and thousands of dollars on this project, and I probably won't even make a quarter of it back
Holy
relying
shit.
on YouTube ad revenue alone. So there's perks. You get director's commentary on all of my videos, uncut interviews, early access to my videos, early cuts of my projects, your name at the end of each video, as well as a digital comic tied to my Secret Space Program video,
Oh, that's-
which features me
that's
as a
so
space
good.
samurai fighting Kevin Spacey's clone in outer space.
For those that don't remember, this is from the Secret Space Program video. That's the one that you guys might remember where it's a group of people, and they have an internet presence, that believe that they were abducted as children and forced to fight in an intergalactic war against the Nazis. And there's vampires, there's werewolves, immortal gladiator super soldiers. It's so good. And Oki convinced them for his documentary. He convinced them that he was an ancient samurai, and they even called him to like one of their conventions to speak and tell their story, or tell his story. And he brought up Mr. Beast, saying that Mr. Beast funded him as a samurai or something like that. I'm foggy on the details, but he fought Kevin Spacey. It's so good. It's so good. Run it. Let's go, Cinder's Mod. All right. Let's go back to Officer Greg now. Whoops. Officer Greg, let's run it. So what build do we want here? Holy shit. Why is this guy significantly cooler than all of the others? This one's pretty cool. This one's pretty cool. Is this a fucking Keyblade? I'm still leaning towards either Samurai, maybe Jester, maybe Summoner. And then the other one I thought was cool was Brawler. I don't care if it's a good class. It doesn't really matter to me. I'll play whatever class. I'd fucking do Deprived if the chat wanted, but I feel like that wouldn't be super fun. We should have something cool. Okay, it looks like Jester won. There's still a little left, but it seems like most of the votes are in. We're running Jester. If it's shitty, we'll switch off. Fecal expulsion. Fuck yeah. Now we're cooking. If this class is just unusably bad, we can just switch, man. I'm not worried about it. Does fecal explosion do anything? Let's see. Oh, fuck. It is- what? The fecal explosion's going nuts! What? He's fucked. What do you mean Jester's dog shit? I just literally shit on this man. Quite literally, lore-wise, shit on that guy. That wasn't even close. I didn't even have to fucking fight. I shit-spitted all over that man. Hiya! Shit on. Oh, he is not taking much damage this time. He's not taking any... This man was born in shit. Uh-oh. This guy is shit immune. Oh, I can level up at any bonfire now. Good. What does my shit scale with? Like my actual shit spitting. What does that scale with? Intelligence? Because I can't imagine spitting shit is the sign of like a master sorcerer or something. Scales with luck? Okay. No, wait, so I don't take any fall damage from any height? No, there's no fucking way. Jester's Pyro Flame scales with luck, chat. That would make sense considering that my luck stat is my highest. I'm gonna bring this to 25, and then we'll go for something else. Exit Prime Shroomy. Shit only run? Maybe. MP region. Oh my god, you're right! Bro, Jester seems kind of broken. I can just shit on everything. I just clear ads easily. Okay, hold on. Accidentally missed. Just one shit is all it takes. Everyone was saying how bad Jester is, but I mean, this fucking diarrhea mouth attack seems nuts. Especially with regenning FP too, I can just absolutely clear everything. I've become one of the Lords of Cinder here, instantly. The Lord of Shitter. Born to shit, forced to wipe. Amen, brother. Get the Rotten Grue Spear for extra poison. Yeah, I'll just do like a full toxic build. Like the grimiest, filthiest swamp man build. The Lord of Sphincter run. Yeah. King of the Swamp run. The actual garbage man is here, baby. Let's go! Okay, come on. Gotcha. Pussy. Oh, I thought he was gonna fall. Oh, there he goes. Big Reed! What a calculation! I'm the last fecal bender. He's almost dead. Outplayed! I wonder if that'll just straight kill. Yeah. It looks like it stacks up to 700. Pretty wacky! Oh shit. Shit on, pussy! God damn it! Embrace the stink! Oh boy. There we go. Probably dead. Unlucky. I am truly the master huntsman. That was beautiful. What tactics? Snipe him with the shit, then get an easy plunge. Alright. Oh, oh boy, oh boy. Beautiful calculation. I can just clear this whole... Oh boy. Easy farming methods. Oh god, no, no, no! There we go. Got the stink on him. Oh yeah! It's too good! I'm nutty! I'm actually just a better player. This has got to be one of the best farming classes in the mod. Everyone was saying how bad the class is, and maybe it gets bad later on, but right now that shit is busted strong. Ooh, I immediately got the knight with it. Poor guy. Uh-oh, shit. We're good. We're fucking good, boys. Wonder how long it'll be before the first poison immune boss. It can be immune to poison, but it can't be immune to shit. Okay, that was too early. Oh, baby, but I squeaked it out! Oh, the Mimic isn't even gonna get up! It doesn't know how to handle it! Oh, this is so sad. Just a genuine outplay on every level. Oh my god. What beautiful kiting there. Woo! Hold on, I want to gather them all up again. Oh boy, that's unlucky. I'm dead. I didn't realize this path did not continue. Fuck. There's only 600 souls, not a big deal. To be honest, the hard mode here doesn't seem worth it. It's just less soul absorption and less stamina. I thought it would just make the enemies harder, like more moves or something. So I can pretty much have any armor in the game. Oh, that's so fucking cool. Just make it look that like the armor. Full-blown fashion souls. Okay. Let's make a very beautiful looking Stinkmancer. Maybe this. Oh, definitely this, I think, right? Like this is gonna look nice. Yeah, this is an actual fucking butthole face. That's beautiful. Oh! Man, you can get real deep into fashion souls here. Okay, let's get like a green fart kind of aura. Maybe maggots could work. Dung? Yes. Okay, okay. So how do I apply these? Here we go. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, now let's apply dung. Yep, perfect. Now we're ready. Let's get it. Yeah, I do wish it didn't make this constant hissing noise. But it's fine, it's fucking whatever. Oh, yes! There is a throbbing spell. That works out perfectly for me. Damn, I've got like the ideal build coming up. Fucking god build. No, I'm dead. Never mind, I'm a genius. Oh, she's taking cover from the shitstorm. Come on! There we go. Gotcha. Got her. What do you mean? Someone justice! Good God! Whoa! What the fuck was that? Was that a new move? I've never seen that. Man hit me with like that fucking spinning Ryu kick. I forgot what it's called. No! I meant to just pick up my souls. I have to put the... I thought it just started normally. What? You gotta place the basin. Oh, right. That's right. I walked behind there and started the cutscene last time. Big stink! Oh, shit. She's not... Oh my god, she's tanky. Uh-oh, I buffered it. I can do it. I can get it on the next try. Looking pretty good. Alright, that hitbox lingered a little longer than I expected. Not terrible. If I didn't get one shot there, probably would have been fine. That wasn't bad though, for being... This is super under-leveled and using stinky. It's alright. We can get this. We can fucking get this. I didn't expect that. Why does it keep going? Okay, we got a real problem here. I can't dodge backwards. I just noticed. If I try and lock on and dodge backwards, I dodge to the side instead. Okay. This, I may need to just not lock on. You know, the more I fight this, the more I'm starting to realize maybe there isn't extra iframes on that ring. This feels about the same. Exit Prime Druid. Oh, that's so sad. What? It's 2 attacks, fuck! I just remembered as she did it. Oh no! I had already locked myself down into the animation. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Can't fucking believe it. Just need to wait for the right attacks. We'll play it slow. Didn't expect that one. I can't punish that anymore. This I can punish. Maybe? Yes. Fuck yeah. I'm so... No! Not like this! I can't fucking see. I can't see. There's only one attack I can actually punish with this fucking thing, and that's it. Oh, fuck. I only need to stink on her one more time. A single time. That should be it. It's gonna be close. Actually, I might need one more. Oh my god, it fucking missed. Risked it. Fucking got it. Base stats. Dancer. Fuck yeah. Christ. Nintendo forcing Garry's Mod to delete 20 years worth of content. They're actually making a stink about Nintendo property being in Gmod now? Is there nothing Nintendo won't ruin? They have to be the most joyless corporation on the planet. No exaggeration, it's gotta be Nintendo, hands down. There's more joy from cigarette producers than there is Nintendo. That's incredible. Wow. Wow! I actually did not expect that. I have to look into this. There's no way. This has got to be some kind of misunderstanding. No shot. I heard it's not actually Nintendo, but some known DMCA imposter. We'll go through this. I've got to find out now. Didn't Nintendo sue a 10-year-old's birthday party, or was that a meme? They've sued so many people and cease and desisted so many, I don't know. That sounds like something Nintendo would do, but the one that always stands out to me is it was Marvel. And they shut down a child's gravestone having Spider-Man on it. Nintendo would send a cease and desist letter to a toddler for drawing a picture of Mario without paying them. That is the Nintendo way. So they've been issued a takedown notice by Nintendo. As a result, Face Punch Studios, developers behind Garry's Mod, are in the process of removing about 20 years worth of Nintendo-related content from the game. In an update to Garry's Mod Steam page, the developer stated, "Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo-related workshop items have been taken down. This is not a mistake. The takedowns came from Nintendo." That certainly doesn't sound fake. Is that currently still the case right now with the game? Nintendo stuff on Steam Workshop. We're working on removing all Nintendo-related stuff from Steam Workshop. Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo... Yep, we just read that. Honestly, this is fair enough. This is Nintendo's content, and what they allow and don't allow is up to them. They don't want you playing with that stuff in Garry's Mod. That's their decision. We have to respect that and take down as much as we can. This is an ongoing process as we have 20 years of uploads to go through. If you want to help us by deleting your Nintendo-related uploads and never uploading them again, that would help us a lot. That does sound like old Scrooge. Nintendo. We're going to see if it's actually Nintendo or not. Regardless of if it's actually Nintendo, it seems whoever is behind it is successfully bullying Nintendo-related property off of Garry's Mod. So they're already causing a huge change to it in a negative way. I don't see who would do that other than Nintendo, but let's continue. Nintendo-themed add-ons seem to have begun getting taken down a few months ago, though Face Punch didn't publicly divulge that the company had issued the takedowns until earlier today. The process has been ongoing since then, and the developers are still working to remove it all, which is understandably a Herculean task. I mean, this has to be Nintendo, right? Like, there's no way it's been months off fake DMCAs. Especially not against a big company like this. Like, Garry's Mod is still one of the most successful Steam games there is. Like, surely the company would be able to recognize if it actually came from Nintendo or a imposter, I would think. You underestimate how much trolls and annoying Nintendo fans love this shit. There's no Nintendo fan out there that's offended that Mario and Luigi are shooting tampons in Garry's Mod. Like, I don't think they're gonna go out there and actively try and take it down by committing a crime, by impersonating Nintendo. Bro, look at the Nintendo fans who had a crusade against Pow World. I guess. But I mean, that's just like Twitter, though. This is criminal. Oh, here's a post from 8 days ago. Aaron Peters, the destroyer of add-ons. This came up when I was looking into it, or when I looked that up. Lately, there's been chaos in the workshop of Gmod, TF2, Source Filmmaker, Left 4 Dead 2, etc. An internet troll by the name of Aaron Peters has been false flagging content creators' add-ons with fake DMCAs. This troll has been claiming he's part of Nintendo, which in fact he is not, and has been doing nothing but causing chaos for the past few months, probably at the start of January. That timeline does check out for what we just read. He has managed to target add-ons that are Nintendo or Nintendo-related. In some cases, he's managed to get rid of any add-ons that even have a smudge of a Nintendo character, even in a piece of art. I don't know if his goal is to get rid of Gmod video creators or just ruin everyone's fun in creating content. He has managed to ruin everybody's day, and I can't blame them. Awareness must be spread about this. People must know about this because for all we know, he could even target add-ons that aren't even Nintendo related. Well, yeah, he's obviously not affiliated. He could target anything. He just chose Nintendo to be an asshole because it's the biggest. The Kirby Reanimated collab claims that their videos were taken down by a third party abusing DMCA takedowns, which isn't the first time this would have happened, by the way. This actually happened a few years ago it wasn't the same guy, I don't think, but for Nintendo properties, someone did this as well on YouTube. This company, which doesn't have any clear links to Nintendo, has reportedly been targeting Nintendo. Well, I guess maybe it could be the same guy, just using different names. He keeps fleeing the countries. He goes on these rampages, then leaves the country and assumes a new identity only to do it a couple years later. The name of the company doing these takedowns is A-PAB. Been targeting Kirby creators in particular. Allegations that APAB is the real entity behind the copyright claims date back to 2020, with one creator saying that they reached out to Nintendo and received confirmation that it was not responsible for the strikes on their channel. Oh. Nintendo officially confirmed that they've never flagged any Kirby video, which makes me wonder what is the motive behind APAB's flagging. All I know is that APAB also ruined many channels in Japan as well by false flagging. I'm really hoping someone investigates this company because what they're doing is 100% DMCA abuse. It's also a crime. The last guy that did this in Minecraft got fined 25 grand for each instance. This guy's on the hook for millions. The company's name stands for Association for Promotion of Advanced Broadcasting Services, but information on the entity is scarce. So, I know this has happened on YouTube, but I just can't imagine it happening to a full studio like Face Punch. I don't know. That seems... I feel like they do their due diligence on where the DMCA came from. I would really think. So, this is bogus DMCA claims made by a copyright troll claiming to be working for Nintendo of America, targeting add-ons from Nintendo franchises in the Steam Workshop. So they've been looking to find and take down the individual responsible for this as well as spread awareness. So Workshoppers Brewster T. Koopa, Crispy Toast, and Z Pyromancer's voice actor Electric Star. February 11, 2024, Brewster posted a plethora of tweets involving false DMCAs on Twitter. Okay, I thought this was going to link the tweets. It just got me to an explanation of what Twitter is. Unlucky. In the same day, Crispy Toast uploaded a video titled Reply Nintendo Gmod add-ons taken down. An entry into the Re-Demoman series of videos. Let's see.
I'm sorry.
That does about sum it up. Aaron Peters. Okay, here's the first mention of that name with some evidence. Aaron Peters, our prime suspect here, the Jack the Ripper of Nintendo add-ons. Hours after the video was posted, Brewster T. Koopa revealed that the individual had sent DMCA emails to almost all Nintendo-based Gmodders, including himself, which reveals the troll's name, Aaron Peters. So he's just... Wait, is he actually just sending emails? I see why that would work on content creators, but surely Face Punch wouldn't just fall victim to this. This is like a phishing scam. Aaron Peters, Nintendo of America. Okay, that's not his real name then. That's just the alias he's using. There is no Aaron Peters. It was discovered that Peters had a history of sending fake DMCAs to pretty much anyone that contained Nintendo-related properties in the past, including not suitable for work artists and even Fraymaker's Workshop. Pillow Fort user MKLXIV shared a blog in 2019 that details their encounter with the troll. Peters' motivation as to why he sent fake DMCAs is currently unknown. Yeah, this guy sounds like an absolutely colossal loser. March 4th, 2024, Crispy Toast uploaded a video called Garry's Mod False Nintendo DMCA Claims, the story, detailing the entire story about the false DMCA claims in the tweets above. Oh, nice. So you already broke down like the whole thing here. What if he was actually hired by Nintendo in secret because they know their lawyers couldn't be paid enough for even that level of heinous shit? Oh, he's just a fall guy? That would be an interesting theory. I think the more likely theory is it's a guy struggling with mental illness and he just wants to do something, like in general, do something to have an effect negatively on others. I think that's probably what's going on here, would be my guess. I'm very confident this guy's name's not actually Aaron Peters. It's just what he's calling himself in these emails. What I think Nintendo should do, and I know they won't because they're still only just now figuring out the internet is a thing they can engage with, Well, what they should do is take this guy to court and fuck him. Like, he needs to be made an example out of. This is like the third or fourth time this has happened to Nintendo in particular, with people impersonating them for DMCA takedowns. But I think Nintendo's too out of touch to even consider that. But why? He's literally doing all their shit work for free. Yeah, but you also... Even though I'm sure Nintendo's not losing sleep over taking away people's fun, since they love that, it's still illegal to impersonate them, and I'm sure they're not happy about that. I'd really like to know more about this mysterious fucking turbo douchebag, though. Because he's been doing this for years? But it does seem now that Gmod has been hit by this guy, not Nintendo. I'm just kind of surprised that Face Punch wouldn't have done more to investigate if they're authentic DMCA claims or not. Again, they're one of Steam's most successful games. They probably could have a direct line to Valve and ask them, hey, have you guys received notice from Nintendo that we have to take our shit down? Yeah, there's a ton of shit on Aaron Peters dating back for quite a while. And there are just some weird people in the world, man. What an interesting thing to want to do. If Nintendo's reputation gonna get dragged through the mud, it's gotta be on their own terms. Also, should they give this Aaron guy the same treatment they did with that Switch-modifying Bowser guy? Oh! God, that poor soul. Yeah, I mean, if God, Aaron Peters probably sleeps with one eye open, because if Nintendo ever does decide to take action, his life is over. They fucked Bowser hard. That man is indebted to them for the rest of his life. What was his first name? Garry Bowser. Oh. They did him dirty. He went to jail, and he still owes them 25% of his monthly income for the rest of his life, till he makes over 10 million, I guess. Hey, I just want to come in here and let you know something that we're doing at Starforge. It turns out we have an extra Godslap PC, so we're just going to give it away. It's our highest end PC with the best possible design on it because it's Godslap related. At Starforge, we're making the best PCs in the universe, and the Godslap PC is so good that I'd actually extend that to the entire multiverse. Just look at the design of the case here. It's spectacular. So yeah, if you want to enter the giveaway, there's a link in the description. A winner will be chosen at random, so if you enter it, good luck. It's obviously free to enter. Also, we'd have matching PCs, because that's the PC I use. It's a Godslap PC from Starforge. It's fucking amazing. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. P. Diddy. I'm sure most of you know that name, and I'm sure in recent times you've at least heard a little bit about the awful things he is accused of. P. Diddy has been a huge individual in the music industry for decades now, and with a lot of new information coming to light about his past as well as what he's been doing behind the scenes, a lot of people are comparing him to the Harvey Weinstein or the Epstein of the music industry. It's abhorrent stuff that's come to light. And in recent times he's become known as the Diddler. And you don't want to fiddle with the diddle. P. Diddy's got a laundry list of extremely serious accusations, and he's embroiled in a ton of controversy as well as lawsuits, and there's just been a lot to keep track of with everything he's accused of. From car bombings to assault to abuse to sex trafficking. It's like he's trying to get the platinum trophy for crime. He's committed like every crime imaginable, allegedly. It's scary stuff. And like I said, there's been so much that I imagine a lot of you aren't even aware of all of it. But luckily, Jackson, Windigoon, and myself did all the heavy lifting and compiled all of the information about everything he's accused of into our Red Thread episode covering P. Diddy. I'll drop a link to the full episode in the description, but for this one, I'm just going to give you all of the most pertinent information concerning the P. Diddy case. We're going to start with Cassandra Ventura's case against P. Diddy. She was in a relationship with him for quite some time and suffered greatly as a result. It initially started with P. Diddy signing her to his record label, Bad Boy Records. He signed her for a 10-album record deal, which is a ton. 10 albums is more than probably most artists have ever put out. Unless you're someone that's just using AI-generated music, it's hard to just shit out 10 albums. That's a lot. Like, that's not small potatoes at all. You're fucking in there for like 30 years to make 10 albums, most likely. And it seems like from the very start, this was all just a ploy, a nefarious scheme from P. Diddy to get Cassandra to be with him. So immediately he started driving a divide between her and her boyfriend. He would leverage his power in the industry to just have control over her. And it's just a horrible, horrible situation.
So on the 16th of November of 2023, P. Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, filed a lawsuit detailing a years-long series of abuse perpetuated on her by Diddy. Ventura claims that she was trapped in a cycle of sexual abuse, violence, and sex trafficking, listing that Diddy, A, raped Mrs. Ventura in her home after she tried to leave him, B, often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on Miss Ventura, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding, C, blew up a man's car after he learned that he was romantically interested in Mrs. Ventura, D, forced Mrs. Ventura to engage in sexual acts with male sex workers while masturbating and filming the encounters, ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive whom he learned was nearby.
All right, never mind. He could have absolutely killed Tupac if he's doing shit like that. He's assassinating rival industry executives.
Yeah.
Yep. So for what it's worth, I don't know if you clarified, but the car explosion was actually Kid Cudi being the victim. So Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway, and P. Diddy is the one that's blamed for it.
Cassie was in a relationship with producer Ryan Leslie from 2004 to 2007. It appeared from the start, however, that Diddy was interested in a relationship with Cassie. He started to push her away from Ryan and forced a divide between them. Diddy was in a long-term relationship with Kim Porter, which ended in 2007 due to his alleged infidelity. Even while in his previous relationships, Diddy would apparently not allow Ryan, her boyfriend, around, flirting with Cassie and forcing her to do drugs while she was in private with him. Cassie was young and impressionable, and Diddy flaunted his wealth, showing his ability to look after her or control her. Diddy had the ability to skyrocket Cassie's career, but in return, he seemed to have wanted her obedience and loyalty. She feared that rejecting him would harm her future career and album deal, so she eventually went along with his request.
So just the like age-old manipulation tactic that all of these like Hollywood producers and all these executives have used time and time again. It's like
you want to be famous, don't you?
Yeah, you want to be famous.
Just holding it over their head.
Just some awful stuff. The stuff that started the Me Too movement, obviously. Harvey Weinstein. Stuff like that, obviously. Just massive amounts of pervasive corruption that's kind of systemic in all those entertainment industries. And yeah, I'm not shocked at all that Diddy is one of them, the biggest proponents of it.
Yeah, people using their power to get sex. Yeah. Casey decided to leave, prompting Diddy to repeatedly message her throughout the night, accusing her of leaving him high and alone.
Imagine getting those kinds of messages and these actions from what is ostensibly your boss. Because he is. He's a boss.
Come back, frowny face.
I'm all alone.
You're just gonna leave me like this? I'm scared.
I'm high and I don't want to be alone.
Why have you never messaged me like that, Charlie?
The phrase of that did seem kind of juvenile, accusing her of leaving him high and alone.
I'll start sending you those text messages, Jackson, when I'm out, like at a bar. It's like, Jackson, I'm so lonely. Where are you?
Why didn't you come? Why aren't you here? Where's my hug?
Where's my hug?
But it's a little funny that someone whose whole mantra is like, as a big, tough, and rumble rapper, part of the lawsuit is that he had a cuck fetish, you know?
I mean, that's how that always goes, right? I feel like we see that a lot with like these perceived powerful people, like strong guys. It's always like, well, he actually really like to watch me fuck other dudes in front of him. It happens all the time.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you think you're tough? You think you can take my girl? I bet you'd like to. Why don't you do it right now? Go. And there she is.
You think you're so tough, huh? Why don't you fuck my girl? Oh, you think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh?
In 2007, there was another instance where Diddy paid a promoter to create a fake flyer for a party supposedly hosted by Casey. This provided her with an excuse to travel to Miami and away from her boyfriend. Casey was unnerved by Diddy's ability to manipulate others into lying for him, and she felt extremely uncomfortable with the entire situation. This guy had a fake flyer to have her fly down. This is the most like high school,
elaborate shit, just so he wouldn't feel lonely.
Casey alleges that Diddy or his management controlled every aspect of her life. He introduced her to a lifestyle permeated by drug use, which contributed to her compliance. He insisted that she refer to him as Pop Pop, a term she called her grandfather.
Fucking disgusting.
Ew, gross.
Oh,
Gross.
yuck.
Diddy would have his personal staff accompany Casey during all of her day-to-day activities, and even some of her medical records sent to his email address. The example listed in the lawsuit is from when Casey suffered memory loss, possibly due to injuries from abuse and/or drug abuse. When she had an MRI, her results were sent to Diddy and not her. Diddy also made Casey get prescriptions from his doctor in her name for medication that he was addicted to when he exhausted his own supply of pills.
God, that's
It's
so
like Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
He's
that's
like getting older.
fucking just constant drug.
Diddy would often show spouts of incredibly violent fits of rage, apparently beating Casey multiple times each year, leaving bruises all over her body. He would go to extensive lengths to hide evidence of this, like having Casey hide away in hotels for days while she healed. She recalls after one particular party, in which Jay-Z was named as being in attendance, that Diddy kicked and hit her and forced her out of a vehicle on 5th Avenue in New York City. She got a cab to take her to her apartment, but was so traumatized and afraid of Diddy that she had the realization that she could never tell anyone due to how influential he was in the music industry. Where Diddy discovered that Casey had a conversation with another music producer at a party in Los Angeles in 2009. Casey wanted to discuss her career with the producer. In response, Diddy abruptly removed Casey from the party and departed in a car. Allegedly, Diddy forcibly pushed her into a corner of the car and proceeds to, quote, stomp on her face. Despite the presence of Diddy's security team, the situation escalated beyond their control, which showed her just how loyal his network was.
I doubt the security team even like tried to stop it, right?
No, they definitely didn't.
Casey was expected to find locations and hire male sex workers when Diddy wanted. The situations being frequent, sometimes weekly. He would become so intoxicated and belligerent during these situations and would allegedly also beat Casey in front of the sex workers. The lawsuit lists multiple locations where this, what Diddy referred to as our secret to Casey, would happen, including Trump International Hotel, the London Hotel, the Intercontinental Hotels, and more. Man. Hotel suites would be decked out with baby oil and Astroglide, and Diddy would provide Casey and the sex worker with seemingly endless supply of drugs, including ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, weed, and alcohol.
What's GHB?
I have no idea. I don't know what that stands for.
Diddy would film these encounters, and even when Casey deleted the videos, Diddy would claim that he had backups.
So using it for blackmail, probably like hoarding these.
Oh
videos
yeah,
as
absolutely. Casey tried to escape Diddy multiple times, but he utilized his staff and networks to lure her back in. During a brief breakup, Casey actually dated musician Kid Cudi. Diddy was irate as he had found her phone and saw emails between her and Kid Cudi. He apparently had a manual corkscrew in his hand and charged towards Casey in an attack. In a panic, Casey escaped to Kid Cudi's home. She returned to Diddy, however, as she felt as though she had no choice when Diddy would ask to just talk to her. Diddy was still enraged and hit her multiple times. Casey says that he threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Around this time, Kid Cudi's car did explode in his driveway, and Cudi has since come out and confirmed her version of these events.
It's probably just a coincidence, right?
Yeah, just faulty wiring somewhere.
Casey says she was stuck in a cycle of abuse, trying to run away, being trapped, apologizing, and coming back. It was a rotation of bruises, black eyes, busted lips, and heavy amounts of makeup. She believes that Diddy paid Intercontinental Century City $50,000 for hallway security footage that showed him beating and throwing glass at her.
Man, if that's fucking true, if that is true and they have proof to back that up, that Intercontinental Century City is complicit in hiding evidence of domestic abuse, fuck whoever accepted that offer.
It had to be a manager or something, right? Because it's not like 50,000 is a bribe to the whole organization or anything.
Yeah, it'd be nothing. It'd go to an individual, so they need to find the individual.
They arranged a dinner in 2018 where she thought they would be discussing their official separation. However, Instead, they returned to her apartment after the dinner and he forced his way in and onto her. She repeatedly asked him to stop and attempted to push him away. She was sexually assaulted and this left her traumatized and says she continues to suffer emotional distress. Just one day after the lawsuit was brought against Diddy, they settled outside of court. The terms of this were not disclosed, and Diddy's attorney in a statement made it clear that this was not an admission of wrongdoing. Cassandra's statement in this says, "I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for their unwavering support." And Diddy's statement says, "We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Casey and her family all the best. Love."
This next allegation is from a woman named Liza Gardner. On November 24th of 2023, another lawsuit was filed against Diddy and singer Aaron Hall. So it was a suit against two people by Liza Gardner for battery, sexual assault, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The lawsuit was filed within the time frame of the Adult Survivors Act and details an event that happened in 1990. Basically, what happened was Liza and her friend were invited to New York City by a few close friends of theirs who were members of a chart-topping recording group signed to MCA Records, which Diddy was a part of. Liza was from North Carolina at the time. She recounts that they met up with Diddy and Aaron at the offices of MCA Records where an event was being held at the time. Diddy and Aaron were very flirtatious and offered rounds of drinks all throughout the night. So remember, this is in 1990, so this is a long time ago by this point. Diddy and Aaron extended an invitation to Liza and her friend to join them at Aaron's apartment for an after party. There, Liza alleges that she was offered additional drinks and coerced into engaging in sexual activity with Diddy. Following the assault, Aaron allegedly barged into the room and proceeded to assault her as well. After the ordeal, Liza hastily dressed and fled the apartment with her friend following closely behind. And when they were speaking to each other afterwards, they kind of recounted their experiences and a lot lined up, suggesting that both women had been exchanged between both Aaron and Diddy. Days later, Diddy turned up to where Liza and her friend were staying, and he acted in a Diddy-esque irate manner, something we've come to know and kind of experience over the next 30 years as being pretty common with Diddy. He began to choke Liza to the point where she passed out, and he was also searching for her friend out of worry that she would alert the authorities about what had happened. This lawsuit goes into just really disturbing details, like apparently Aaron Hall had bragged about engaging in sexual activity with minors as well. Like there's information in the lawsuit about that specifically, and confirmed that Diddy was sometimes in the room when this was happening, so he was at least complicit to the conversations about some really disgusting stuff happening with minors.
So one thing that you didn't mention here is that she was 16 at the time. The Liza Gardner was 16 during this period.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know why that wasn't in there. It's awful.
Yeah, I double checked and according to NBC, the amended complaint filed by Gardner on Tuesday, which was like a week ago, obtained by NBC, said she was 16 at the time, thus too young to consume alcohol or consent to sex.
So that's in the amended lawsuit? Maybe that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah, this is that might be why it's not there. Because I remember seeing that headline, and the fact that it wasn't there, I just thought it was important to mention as well. Yeah, so yeah, maybe you just missed it because this is pretty brand new.
Charlie, you can take the next one.
Sure. This next one is Dickerson-Neal versus Combs. On the 23rd of November, 2023, a lawsuit was filed against Diddy, Bad Boy Entertainment, and Combs Enterprise, LLC, by Joy Dickerson-Neal for suffering as a result of being drugged, sexually assaulted, and abused and being the victim of revenge porn. The lawsuit was filed within the time frame of the New York Adult Survivors Act, same as Liza Gardner's. Joy was a student at Syracuse University studying psychology. She was looking to make a step into the music industry and also worked many odd jobs in the industry, such as a receptionist at a renowned talent agency and as a location scout. When they met, Diddy made several advances on Joy, but she had heard that he had a reputation of treating women badly and rejected him every time. So he already had that reputation.
Yeah, and this was in 1990.
Yeah, before he even had like his massive amount of fame to his name.
Fucking Christ.
In January 1991, she eventually agreed to meet Diddy in New York, but she chose the Wells restaurant in Harlem as she was reluctant and knew the employees there. During the evening, she started to feel more comfortable. They were sharing drinks and food, and she made a point to say that there was a period of time that she went to the bathroom and she left her drink unattended. Diddy did not want the date to end, didn't want the date to end, and invited her to run errands with him. And once they were in the car, he brought out a blunt. Originally declining, Joy felt pressured to take a hit, and Diddy told her he would have her home with enough time to study. After this, Joy says her memory is incomplete. She remembers feeling rubbery in the legs and being unable to stand, and he brought her to a music studio. Then she recalls being outside of where Diddy was staying, possibly thinking that it was his house, but an acquaintance of both of theirs answered the door. Once inside, she was sexually assaulted, and due to being drugged, was unable to fight Diddy off. She says that the day after, she was in so much pain in a way she had never felt before, and held a lot of embarrassment and shame. This resulted in her not going to the hospital or reporting the incident, instead seeking safety in her apartment. Devontae Swing, a member of the group Jodeshi, would inform Joy a few days later that Diddy had filmed himself assaulting her and showed him and others the video. She was horrified to hear that everyone had seen it and that it would haunt her for the rest of her life. Joy recalls that Devontae wanted to speak up about it, but was scared that the band would lose their record deal as they were in the midst of recording their album Forever Lady. Holy shit. So they saw this video, still didn't do anything about it, and he is bragging about assaulting her and filming it.
Well, he not just bragging about it, they showed the video. Yeah. They was just willingly showing these to people in the industry. Again, it's just...
And the dude's like, sorry, we've got this whole deal worked out, you know?
Yeah, so I saw you get sexually assaulted and shit. That video was brutal, but we're recording Forever Lady right now, so if you could just tough it up till that's done.
Every single time these situations happen where someone gets away with decades of assault and abuse and rape and stuff like that, it's always because there were 100 people who were like, yeah, but I didn't want to make things weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had so much going on that was in jeopardy if I was to report this. It's is it that urgent? Do I need to report it?
We're doing great on iTunes. Record? I don't want to kill that momentum or anything.
Yeah.
What's that fucking saying that's always overused about how the only the one thing that lets bad people do bad things is
evil prevails when good men do nothing.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's the Call of Duty quote that comes up when you get killed in COD 4.
I'm pretty sure it's a Churchill quote originally, but yeah, it gets used everywhere.
It's true though. So many situations here could have been prevented if the people witnessing these events had put aside their ambitions, their goals, their fear of them being targeted by Diddy, and instead done the correct thing and alerted the authorities about just the troubling stuff.
This is 1991. You could have stopped Diddy before he ever even spiraled even more out of control.
He wasn't even that. Ended. He was successful, of course. I'm not gonna claim that he wasn't and that he didn't hold some level of power, but he wasn't Diddy, the multi-billionaire, the billionaire media mogul, empire creator that he is now. It would have been way more possible back then.
I also just don't understand because I feel like you gain so much more by being the one to blow the lid off it, right? This band or this group, I'm not even familiar with, and they were so excited for this album that I don't know. But I probably would know them if this was the group that led to him going to jail for these kind of things and stopping him. They would have had so much more success. I
don't think back then, but now, yeah. In current year where everyone's so connected and the allegations and stuff like that gets a lot more screen time and people taking it seriously. But back then, all it would have taken was B. Diddy saying no you or something, and then now they're shunned and no one believes them.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe back then it would have been different. Joy had tried to file reports against Diddy and had even allegedly spoken to several prosecutors with the intention of pressing charges. But members of the law enforcement told her that she needed witnesses or people who had experienced similar assaults. People around her were terrified to speak up against Diddy, as he was powerful and could ruin future opportunities. He was also known to be violent, and they seemingly did not want to be at the other end of his anger.
God damn it.
This is Lil Rod. On 26th of February 2024, a lawsuit was filed against Diddy, his son Justin, multiple members of his staff, and Chalice Recording Studio, Love Records, Motown Records, Universal Music Group, Combs Global Enterprises, and more by Rodney Jones. Rodney Jones, or Lil Rod, was a former producer and videographer for Diddy. He worked on 9 songs on Diddy's album Love from September 2022. Oh, he worked on... Sorry, I put all that together. He worked on 9 songs on Diddy's album, Love, from September 2022 to November 2022. I thought that was the name of the album, Love from September 2022. I was like, what the fuck is that name?
The album name is Love from September 2022 to November 2023. A very specific period of time of love for Diddy.
Great year of loving, I suppose. But yeah, so he worked on that album, 9 songs for Love, and he lived with Diddy for months at a time. Lil Rod is said to have many witness statements, video, audio records, and images which corroborate his complaint. Apparently, Diddy required Lil Rod to film him all the time. And on
Which is a great idea. Which is a great idea if you're committing crimes constantly. Like, fucking crimes.
Hi, I'm Diddy. Welcome to Jackass.
Make sure you film this. What a fucking idiot. Of course, it's not idiocracy though, it's confidence. That's what's annoying about this to me, is he's not an idiot. Well, he is, but he's not an idiot in this way. He's just extremely confident that he's not going to be caught and no one will, like, you know, care. That's what's so annoying.
It's his ego.
Yeah.
So on several occasions, took his phone and recorded himself. So he started vlogging his own shit too.
Yeah, great.
This has resulted in hundreds of hours of footage and audio recordings of Diddy, his staff, and guests engaging in illegal activity. Lil Rod claims to have irrefutable evidence of the acquisition, use, distribution of ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms, the displaying and distribution of unregistered illegal firearms, case 124CV 01457, document 1, filed on 2/26/2024. Page 7 of 738.
You didn't need to read it specifically. You could have just said his
no, just in case anyone wants to check out the case number and they're only listening via audio, so they can go ahead and quickly remember that case number. Mr. Combs providing laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his home in California, New York, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Florida.
Man, they got him in 4 different places, handing out beer to kids.
Keep in mind, he wanted all of this documented. Him lacing alcoholic beverages and giving them to minors and sex workers at his homes.
Do you think he was doing it to, like, jerk off to it, like he was proud of what was happening, or was he actually, like, gonna use it in promotional footage or something?
You think he's jerking off to videos of him hanging out with his friends and stuff?
Like, I don't know why he'd even want any of it recorded. Like, there's nothing that you could use that for. Like, oh, I want to, hey, Lil Rod, can you pull up that party from like 2 weeks ago? I want to see me give this kid some beer again.
Well,
like,
hey,
I don't understand.
No, maybe it's when he's feeling lonely. He looks back at it and sees all the fun times he had with his friends.
He probably wanted to do like some video with it, or like be like, no, this is my life. This is what it's like. This is the lifestyle, you know? Like,
I don't know. I think another equally possible thing is this guy's got actual amnesia, like he has memory loss problems from all the frequent drug abuse, and he needs this footage to remember his life.
It's like 50 First Dates, the end of 50 First Dates, he wakes up to this playing on the TV to remember his whole life. He's like, oh shit, that's right, I'm a criminal. I beat women, of course.
Mr. Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, KK, instructed her staff to retrieve drugs so she can provide it to Mr. Combs for his consumption. Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting a woman. Mr. Combs detailing how he planned to leverage his relationship with Bishop TJ Jakes to soften the impact on his public image of Cassie Ventura's lawsuit. Young Miami's cousin and or assistant sexually assaulting Mr. Jones. Actor Cuba Gooding Jr. sexually harassing and assaulting Mr. Jones.
You didn't know about that?
Whoa. No.
Okay, this is going to get interesting, yeah.
That's a name I haven't heard in so long.
And well, it's not a great situation for it to pop back up in. And it only gets
Holy
worse.
shit. So rapper Redacted on Mr. Combs' yacht consorting with underage girls, sex workers, and R&B singer Redacted in Mr. Combs' Los Angeles home consorting with underage girls and sex workers.
I want to know who they are so bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you guys this article because I looked up Cuba Gooding Jr.
No,
here.
it's coming up. It's coming up.
Well, this is 9 hours ago. There's no way it's here.
Oh.
It's just this headline and this picture associated with it is fucking extraordinary. So it says, Cuba Gooding Jr. surfaces in Miami amid Diddy's drama, and it's him on the back of a golf cart looking like really shocked at what he's reading.
Like he's reading it in real time. He's on his phone.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm going to throw this up on screen as well.
He's on like a vacation shirt. He's got like a vacation shirt on. He's going to a yacht.
He's like, shit, I did what? Like he's like,
damn, I don't. Who did I sexually assault? He's in the next picture. He's shaking his fist. Damn you, Little Rod! However, this turned from promises to threats. Allegedly, Diddy even threatened to harm Lil Rod physically, saying he would eat his face off. Diddy even said he would kill his own mother, Janice, to achieve his goals. Jesus Christ.
Is that unprompted? Just go.
Yeah, I can imagine how that conversation went. Listen, I will kill my mother right now. Like, I will do
in an
it.
instant.
You think Janice is reading these fucking allegations and be like, what the fuck? My son said what? That's fucked up.
My son's gonna kill me. Why?
Also, eat his face off? Was he on fucking bath salts at the time? Like, what a
probably, yeah.
Weird threat.
According to the lawsuit, Diddy was relentless, intimidating, flaunting his firearms, and boasting about his ability to evade consequences for violent acts to sow fear in individuals like Lil Rod. In September of 2022, Diddy was holding a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio. Diddy, his son Justin, and a man named G were in a heated conversation that moved from studio into a restroom near where Lil Rod was shitting. Sitting.
Is that because you read restroom?
Yeah, I definitely thought that said shitting because they went to the restroom and I thought they barged in on him pooping.
That's the most fucked up allegation of all. They didn't knock before they barged in.
Where Lil Rod was sitting, which was about 2 feet away from the bathroom. He then heard multiple gunshots ring out. According to Lil Rod, a crowd gathered outside the restroom, and when the door opened, Diddy and his son walked out, and G was lying on the floor in the fetal position, bleeding from his leg/hip area. Lil Rod ran to G and began applying pressure on the wound and demanded that someone call for an ambulance. During this, Diddy and his son had disappeared to another section of the studio. Lil Rod was told by Diddy to inform the police that he was not involved in the shooting at all, and was instead instructed to lie that G was shot standing outside the building in a drive-by incident. What? G would certainly not play along with that, though, right? Wouldn't he be like, no, I got shot by him?
Maybe he was afraid of getting shot again by fucking
That's true.
Diddy. Who knows?
That is super true. And there's pictures of the aftermath here. Lil Rod says that he still has the clothing that he wore that day, which he thinks may still have G's blood and DNA on it, and provided photos that show the assumed blood and mess inside a bathroom to prove that this wasn't a drive-by shooting. Lil Rod suffers from PTSD, severe anxiety, depression, and insomnia from this event, as the gunshot was so close to where he was sitting that he thought it likely that he himself was about to get hit. So there is photos of this blood in the bathroom and everything.
Yeah.
And definitely doesn't seem like a drive-by.
Unless the drive-by was by the bathroom. Yeah, I don't think so.
While living with Diddy, Lil Rod says he was the victim of constant and unsolicited groping and sexual harassment by Diddy. He was also forced into working in environments like Diddy's bathroom, where he would walk around naked. Lil Rod expressed his discomfort to Christina Karam, who was chief of staff to Diddy. She responded with, "You know, Sean will be Sean." What the fuck?
How was this made? Just what was the absurd lengths they went to be like, it's just dudes being dudes, all right? Get your pants off. I've got some Astroglide.
She was fucking chief of staff. Like, she earned that position.
And walk around naked, grope everyone. Yeah, that's just quirky old Sean.
Yeah, maybe you should talk to someone about that instead of perpetuating and accepting it.
She also attempted to downplay the groping as friendly horseplay.
That's even worse than Sean will be Sean.
What are you getting so upset about, Lil Rod? It's just he diddling your balls. What, you don't do that with your other friends?
Then she slaps his ass. It's like just the worst working environment.
Lil Rod also believes that Diddy was grooming him to pass along to his friend Cuba Gooding Jr. They met on Diddy's boat, and Diddy left Cuba and Lil Rod together in a makeshift studio on the yacht. Cuba then began groping and touching Lil Rod, who felt extremely uncomfortable in the situation. Apparently, Cuba did not stop until Lil Rod actually pushed them away. Lil Rod says that he was often forced to solicit sex workers. Diddy would also want him to perform sex acts at his pleasure. Another incident on Thanksgiving saw Diddy asking Lil Rod to solicit sex workers from Booby Trap on the river in Miami.
Shout out.
Did he actually provide?
I think it's Booby Trap on the river.
Oh, that's the whole name of it?
I think so. Like, is there only one river
Booby
in
Trap
Miami?
on the river?
Yeah,
I have no idea. I've never heard of that.
You've never been?
But anyway, Diddy provided Lil Rod with a bad boy baseball cap and forced him to wear it at the venue. It was a signal to sex workers that Diddy was in town and Lil Rod has been sent by him. Oh my god. They have their own like code. That's like a sock on the door. Lil Rod did not want to do this, but was intimidated by Diddy and felt forced to. He felt Diddy had some level of power and influence over him. In February 2023, Diddy compelled Lil Rod to bring sex workers back to his home. Here, Lil Rod believes that he was drugged by Diddy. He woke up naked and confused in bed with 2 sex workers and Diddy. He recalls wandering around the house naked aimlessly.
Bro, what the heck?
Yeah, he also details that Diddy hosted a listening party at his home in July of 2023, and the party consisted of his son Justin, a redacted R&B artist, sex workers, and underage girls. Apparently, at least 5 of the girls were under the age of 16, and Diddy forced all of the women to drink DeLeon liquor laced with what Lil Rod believes was ecstasy. No IDs were checked at this party, and Lil Rod says he felt uncomfortable and attempted to leave, but Diddy forced him to stay. Lil Rod says that there were many people of power that attended these sponsored events and listening parties at Diddy's home that should or would have known that the underage girls were present. Apparently, there were specific bottles of alcohol that were only for females and certain bottles only for himself, staff, and friends. That is fucking abominable.
Yeah, it's one of the worst allegations so far. Because if this is happening, I mean, it has to happen frequently, right? It's just, there's so many people involved.
He's got his own code language, so this is definitely frequent.
Oh, yeah, true. Like the baseball cap.
Lil Rod also witnessed Christina Karam order all assistants to keep Diddy high off gummies and pills and made everyone from butlers to housekeepers walk around with packs filled with multiple types of drugs, so it was readily available if he asked.
Has he ever been sober?
It doesn't sound like it. She made Lil Rod carry around a drug pouch on multiple occasions. Another shocking allegation made in this lawsuit was that Diddy has hidden cameras in every room in his house, which I 100% believe. So my guess is that Stevie J video came from one of Diddy's listening parties where he started doing whatever was on that video that he secretly
He's clearly
recorded.
got like a bunch of footage of all these powerful people, and that's probably why Stevie J went to bat for him against Lil Rod.
So Lil Rod believes that Diddy has incriminating videos of important celebrities, music label executives, politicians, and athletes without their knowledge and in compromising acts.
So anyway, the quote from this is, "I have never seen any lawyer in any pleading in any court accuse people and companies of criminal conduct without the slightest basis and then try to file an amended pleading completely jettisoning every allegation underpinning the original claims and substituting completely different and can someone pronounce that for me?
Irreconcilable.
Thank you. Allegations to support the very same claims." So that's from Universal Media Group's or Music Group's lawyer representation. So they're claiming that because the lawsuit was amended, this is clear, irrefutable proof that some tomfoolery is going on and such. So I don't know if that. I mean, there's fucking photo evidence and apparently hours and hours and hours of footage evidence of all the stuff that Lil Rod is talking about here. I mean, throughout the document, I've got the pictures here. So it doesn't seem like it's just made up to me.
Plus, there's a history that you can pull from the other lawsuits and the other victims of Diddy.
So many people talk about it. And that brings us to the next thing, which is something that happened very recently. So on Monday, the 25th of March, 2024, authorities from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security conducted raids on Combs' 2 residences situated in Miami and Los Angeles as part of a federal investigation into sex trafficking. So they clearly had information.
If the lawsuits corroborate an unrelated Homeland Security investigation of sex trafficking, that they think the federal government thinks it's worth it to raid 2 of his houses at the same time.
Yeah, shit's not looking good for PD. Like,
not looking good. Yeah.
We didn't even really touch on sex trafficking in the allegations. Like, I don't think that this investigation by Homeland Security has even been spurred on by the allegations themselves.
No, it hasn't, because sure, it can be implied, like maybe sex trafficking was happening with some of the underage prostitutes and stuff like that, but like it's not like a few celebrities filing lawsuits made Homeland Security decide to do this. They've been doing their own investigation for a while.
Yeah,
that now everything's coming to light at once. So
if their determination is that they need to execute a search warrant for an investigation into sex trafficking on 2 residences owned by this guy, that is they've found something that led them to a search warrant being justified, which is pretty concerning, and also speaks to something much larger here.
Validates the lawsuits as well.
Also, he was not at either of these residents because allegedly he had received some kind of tip that this was going to happen. So this is when like the fleeing allegations came out where he had run away. So he had abandoned both of these properties. He was well aware this was on its way. So he took preemptive measures to get out and potentially hide damning things.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. He definitely wasn't at the residences when this occurred, so it's likely that he was tipped off. That's good. If there's something there, which I assume there is, they would have found it.
Well, I don't think there would be, since he clearly knew this was coming. I imagine he got everything out that would be a problem.
Yeah, maybe. Man, I hope not, man. Fuck. Additionally, it has been reported that Homeland Security confiscated hard drives during the operation. But it doesn't stop there. I wanted to end this one on another little anecdote, which is Diddy's relationship with minor artists, so artists who are minors at the time.
Due to the allegations of professional malpractice, a new wave of scrutiny was washed over all of the previous relationships Diddy had with minors. As such, a creepy video of Diddy interacting with 15-year-old Justin Bieber resurfaced, where Bieber was said to be spending the next 48 hours with Diddy. Quote, "He's having 48 hours with Diddy."
This is Diddy talking, by the way. I should specify.
Oh, Diddy says he's having 48 hours with Diddy.
Yeah, he referred to himself in the third person.
Gosh. Were we hanging out and what we're doing, we really can't disclose. Oh no, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. Diddy, then 40-year-old, says in the video. He would continue by saying, quote, "He signed to Usher, and I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album," after implying that he's been given custody of Bieber for 48 hours. Oh, in another video taken months after, Diddy confronts Bieber about not returning his calls.
Have you guys seen that video of like the awkward confrontation between Diddy and Bieber?
Where Bieber looks super uncomfortable. Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, man, or whatever. He's just kind of like dismissing it, but like Diddy genuinely seems upset that he can't get in contact with Bieber.
Oh gosh, this is so sick.
That's so fucking weird. He's having 48 hours with Diddy, where we're hanging out, what we're doing can't disclose, but it's a 15-year-old's dream. That's
like it
so
here.
Creepy.
Was a resurfaced Howard Stern interview with Usher from 2016, where Usher, who was closely tied to Diddy when he was a minor, admitted that he saw some, quote, "very curious things" that occurred at Diddy's New York mansion. Usher was sent to live with Diddy for an entire year, hence the legal guardianship referred earlier, when Usher was just 14 years old.
Why is Diddy? What is happening with these parents? Why are they just sending children to live with Diddy for like?
Well, you hear stories all the time about like, you know, parents would let it happen because they thought it would help the chances at fame or something like that.
Yeah, but this is they're acting like it's a medieval kingdom. Like they're sending their children as like wards of Diddy. It's so strange. Like, here's your new squire, Diddy. It's Usher. Like, it's so strange. How would this help? How would this help, like, launch a career? You can still work with him without, like, having to live with him.
All right.
I just don't understand how that even happens in the first place.
I don't understand the reason for it.
When Stern followed up by asking if Usher would send his own kids to Puffy Flavor Camp, which is what Diddy called his mentorship program, Usher quickly said, "Hell no. Puffy Flavor Camp?
What the fuck?"
He would have kids come live with him and said it was Puffy Flavor Camp.
He's the king of branding. Like, what? I don't know, man.
This is so out in the open. I feel like this is one of those cases where when the dust settles and he's in jail for, you know, life within the next couple of years, people will look back at this moment and be like, how the fuck did people not know? How did no one see? Like, this was all
That's the
right in their
troubling thing.
face.
People knew.
Like,
I mean,
man.
right there though. Like, this is an example of a celebrity knowing something's wrong and not doing a single thing about it. Like, Usher's like, fuck no, I wouldn't send my kid to Puffy Flavor Camp. I know what happens at Puffy Flavor Camp.
Yeah.
Well, if you know it, you wouldn't send your
It's
kid
just
there. Do
dudes
something
being
about it. Be a
dudes.
good human
Exactly,
being.
yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Everyone just stays shut up constantly.
Because they're afraid. They're afraid of Diddy and his Puffy Flavor Camp. Usher would go on to say, and this is before about when he was living there. Usher would go on to say, I got a chance to see some things. I don't know if I could indulge and even understand what I was looking at. It was pretty wild. It was crazy. There were very curious things taking place, and I didn't necessarily understand it. We can't know with guaranteed certainty the validity of the multiple claims of the lawsuits, but there does appear, I mean, it's undeniable, there does appear to be a troubling and problematic history of abusive behavior and, frankly, just shocking activity by Diddy that seems to be overwhelmingly illegal and also overwhelmingly covered up by an industry that seems to have a habit of turning a blind eye if it means career security and progression. I don't think any of us disagree with that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't disagree. Like I said, I think he's guilty on pretty much everything he's accused
Same.
of. There's too much evidence, too many similar stories from so many different people. I think that he is guilty.
I'm like,
chew it, Charlie.
That's immediately hot.
Chew it. I can't get boners and I'm still balding.
Cutting my tongue.
What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all fucking ice cream? That felt so fucking good. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America.
Sad, yeah, baby. Sad move. Painful. We finally found an excuse to do the little nitro. Today's a big celebration. The channel hit 10 million subs and
we have to do something for
this
it.
feels right, honestly.
This does. I'm excited. So we're gonna eat 3 of them.
Yeah.
Cut in half.
Well, yeah, we need to make sure we savor the experience.
Right, of course. These are hard.
No, we've done Psycho Serum before, but this is almost double. Psycho
I think-
Serum was 6 million Scoville. This is what?
9 million Scoville?
Yeah, 9 million. Yeah, so this gummy bear is packing some fucking meat. 9 million Scoville, and it means that it's 900 times hotter than a jalapeno, which usually already almost hospitalized me.
Yeah, you hate jalapenos.
I really do hate jalapenos.
I thought this was gonna be a lot easier to cut.
Really, just get in there, man. They should have it perforated,
They
like
should,
on like the
so
SATs.
you can just rip it.
Yeah.
Alright, you want cheers? I'm scared.
I want it. I don't feel
Here
fear.
you go. Cheers, Charlie.
Can you make lightning shoot out like
Yeah, like a
Palpatine or like
dink.
He-Man?
How many Alright, yeah, you Scovilles guys- is this?
It's 9 million Scovilles,
Alright,
Charlie.
now,
What the fuck
now that
does
we're
that
rolling,
even mean?
It's
Didn't say
rough.
that.
It's
I'm
like
gonna do a
magma.
real. Alright, cheers, everyone.
Wait,
do we
9
chew
million
it? Do we
Scovilles?
chew
it
it
and shit?
Yeah,
No?
chew it. Chew
Alright,
it.
Go
So
ahead.
fucking scared. This is gonna suck so hard.
Holy fuck.
Chew it, Charlie.
That's immediately hot. That's
Chew it.
Oh, I'm good. Drew it. Not bad.
Alright, I'm gonna spit out pretty soon. You can, I think you can spit. You're good.
Ow, ow. Yeah.
That's all right.
That was harder. Don't swallow it. Fucking beating Dark Souls 3 with my dick.
That's just cutting my tongue.
What's that movie with Nicolas Cage where he's all flamed up riding a motorcycle? That's how I feel right now. But there's also that Wicker Man scene where I'm getting stung by bees in my fucking mouth.
Oh,
That's just like a cutting pain.
that's just like
That's a
pain.
tough one.
Yeah.
You still chewing it?
Yeah.
What the fuck, Charlie? Real Charlie is handling this very well.
This is not as bad as Psycho Serum.
It's not as bad. It's not even close to
close.
Psycho Serum, but it hurts my tongue.
That was a
really bad.
letdown. Although I would
actually
like to
wasn't too
state
bad.
that with all of them here, there was no point in me being in the spicy video. There was no reason for me to be
But
here.
it was just funny.
He
to
did
get
it the
you in
longest.
Yeah. You know I love fucking with you, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I've loved you forever.
Yeah, I love you,
We've
man.
been best friends for like 17 years.
Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Sad, yeah, baby. Sad woo. Painful woo. I'm gonna cut my fucking tongue off with a knife. I'm drooling harder than Kevin Spacey on Boy Scouts of America.
My skull is vibrating like I just did the Wim Hof breathing challenge. The fuck is the way off? It's the breath of fire. You gotta download the app to do it. It's like a breath of fire fucking thing. That is like I'm sweating now. Oh yeah, that's his. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
This really just feels like we're making a normal spicy video, and it's just times 5.
The humiliation right now in this room is at a higher level than when the antagonist inside the Darman video gets humiliated.
Oh, they're slowly losing.
They're getting longer and longer.
Can you get a shot of Drew Gooden in the corner?
Hey, can you just keep it down?
Oh. Drew, I'm gonna bring in the plane and you're gonna put it in your mouth. Vroom, vroom, it's coming in so fucking hot. Vroom,
Let's
vroom,
go.
vroom, 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 vroom. Here it comes. That was so fucking awesome. Yeah. I'm out of the loop, Charlie. I feel like a ghost pepper put a tactical insertion in my mouth and just fucking respawned.
Someone just keeps shooting me over and over again, but I keep putting down the tactical insertion, thinking I'm gonna get actually a kill, but I keep dying over and over.
It's like this little fucking bear has the last stand perk and it's just shooting more and more loads in my fucking mouth while it's on its back dying. It's like Smokey the Bear's just shoving his giant cock into my mouth over and over again. Fire hazard high. Firemen, come over.
Wait, but Smokey the Bear prevents fires.
I don't, shut up. It's just, it's like Hellraiser with his spiky cock just shoving it into my, like Smokey the Bear and Hellraiser just double teaming my face with their dick. Alright, I'm done. Someone else go. Did anyone swallow?
We've really changed the style of hot content.
Yeah, that's good they're here because I can't speak. Does any of the Charlies need a kiss because it's so hot and spicy? I just dropped some fucking ice cream. That felt so fucking good. You just kissed the boo-boo. My taste buds are under more pressure than Nick. You don't need to put this part in.
We're just doing
whatever was for us.
We're just doing whatever Charlie would do.
Yeah, Charlie does that all the time.
Wait, Charlie only kisses me.
What? Charlie, here I come. Here comes the plane. The plane's coming in hot. How come it's only extinguishing when it's actually inside your mouth? That's how they once you swallow it, the hell comes back. The dumb little bear actually owns this tub of ice cream, so they know. It's like how Viagra and the hair, what is it? The hair growing thing? Rogaine. For the same company. You're talking about how Hims also sells ED pills for the fix a problem that they caused? Exactly.
This is such a fever dream of a video.
I can't get boners and I'm still balding. It doesn't work. Doesn't do either of the two things that it was supposed to.
I don't even know what to do at this point anymore. I'm lost.
I haven't stopped on my tongue.
I was about to start throwing out analogies, but it makes no sense if I do.
Do a Charlie analogy, Matt. What do you got?
I don't want to be in your head.
Well, just try. What would Charlie say? The only thing that doesn't make sense is Tenet, the worst movie ever made. I wonder if Dale has a way of defending himself against this kind of pain. Who? Dale. Is he from Tenet?
Good ice cream.
I feel like my tongue is PewDiePie, and this little nitro is like the Huffington Post during 2018. Yeah. I started doing the yawn, ironically.
It's going to make it in your
I hope it
content
continues
now.
after we leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never actually just felt dumbfounded in my life where I'm like, I don't know how to interact and I have no idea what to do right now. I feel overwhelmed.
Make a metaphor, Matt. It helps. Make a metaphor. It feels good. Yeah, talk about how bad Thor Dark World was. Make a metaphor, but don't get into the meta universe. It fucking sucks down there. There. That went fucking fire.
It's finally coming down. That was not nearly as bad as I thought.
It wasn't as bad as Psycho Serum, but that was still really bad.
If you took the entire thing, it's definitely super bad.
Yeah.
We do have Psycho Serum here if we want to let them compare.
Oh my god.
Would you do Psycho Serum?
No.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, you want to take us out, Charlie? Or
yeah,
Charlie's?
take us out, Charlie.
Take us out, Charlie.
Alright, guys. I just want to say thanks for watching. This was one of the best get-togethers. One of the biggest just parties I've ever had. I can't believe the union and the unity. Great Charlie burps. We got little fucking bears. We got Drew. Hey.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Drew.
When I don't look, I don't know who's talking.
Well, Charlie's talking. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys, and yeah. I think that's about it for today. Yeah. Yeah.
For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot of people overlook, and it's the importance of stuntmen. Their work is some of the most important in all of movies in general, and I always have such a deep appreciation for the art, especially growing up on things like Jackie Chan movies. I've always paid very close attention to stunt work. And today I saw a video on Twitter that really just inspired me, tickled my Elmo, and made me want to just talk about this because this stunt guy is a goddamn hero, and he may very well be immortal.
3, 2, 1, action!
When I first watched this, I thought they just tossed a doll down the stairs like a dummy in order to make it look like someone got thrown down the stairs. Until the very end, I realized, holy shit, that's a living, breathing human being there that just got thrown down the escalator. The dude got fucking potato sacked, thrown out like a trash bag, a slinky going down the escalator here. So then I watched it back and I was like, okay, maybe he's in like some kind of full body suit of medieval armor to help with the impact here. Kind of like that guy who built the anti-grizzly bear suit, and he used to like get hit by trucks and shit to prove how strong it was. But then I realized he's not doing that either. He does have some kind of like padding on himself, but it's kind of light. He looks like one of Shredder's ninjas from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So while there is padding there, it's not like he's in some kind of juggernaut bomb defusal squad uniform here. It's pretty light. And it seems to be a real escalator. I don't know what you can really do to modify an escalator to make falling like that hurt less. Even if each one of those steps was a memory foam pillow, it would still hurt quite a bit because that's a long fall, and he does a few tumbles there. He like lands on the back of his neck on like that second one there. So, you know, it seems like a pretty risky stunt, but I have no doubt this guy probably did this with a fucking smile on his face because stuntmen are actual warriors. They're fucking champions out there. I also wonder how many takes they've done of this. Like, this is probably like take number 12. It's like, hey, the first 11 were okay, but you weren't flailing around enough, and we really want like almost a neck-breaking action when you're falling, so we're gonna do this again until we can get that effect. You know, like, they probably did this multiple times of him just getting fucking tomato canned down this escalator. It honestly kind of reminds me of that iCarly scene where Gibby falls from, like, the roof onto just bare concrete. We had Noah Monk on the podcast who played Gibby in that show, and he said that that was done for real. A stuntman actually just fucking, like, belly flopped onto concrete and broke, like, all of his ribs. So when you see that impact of Gibby bouncing off the cement, that's a real person that happened to, and his ribs paid the ultimate fucking price for it. And I have no doubt this is probably just as real, but somehow this guy seems like okay. Gibby had to be taken off on a stretcher after that. The stuntman, he had to be like goddamn taken out there, like nearly had to call in the chopper rescue unit to airlift him out. Meanwhile, this guy probably just walked it off. Rub some dirt in it. Like, it's crazy. Stuntmen are actually super, super impressive. And I really hope they're being paid well for John Wick 4 here. This got me even more excited for John Wick than I already was seeing a stunt like this. They didn't take some kind of easy way out with like CGI or using some kind of like animatronic or doll or something. They actually just had an absolute madman do this stunt for real. And that is super fucking cool. Anyway, this wasn't the only thing I saw on Twitter that was inspirational. I saw something that was honestly a tear-jerking moment that I kind of just want to share with all of you. This is like a little bonus that I'd like to dive into. Recently, Hasbullah has been on this absolute blow-up. He's really popping off. Most people know who that is by now. He's got a very strong social media presence, and people love him. And from everything I've seen, Hasbullah seems like a really nice, likable guy. And he recently went on Mike Tyson's podcast, Mike Tyson's show, and things got real interesting real quick. Like, even just the way he's talking to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. He like blows a raspberry on him. Like, he had no idea that was a man. Honestly, it's just kind of like a wholesome thing. Like, I don't think Hasbulla was offended or anything. I don't think Mike Tyson was upset that he snuggled Hasbulla. Like, I think it's just not a big deal. It's just something silly and fun. Now, to be fair, Mike Tyson could do this same thing to me. He'd be like, hey, Charles, throw some punches at me real quick. We'll toy around a little bit. I'd be like, all right, you got it, Mr. Tyson. So I'm throwing these wet noodles at him, and then he just picks me up and starts cradling me and rocking me back and forth until I start to get drowsy, and maybe he starts, like, biting at my ear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, there were some people on Twitter that were very upset about this, and, I mean, that's par for the course. You could post the cutest picture of your dog ever and you'll somehow outrage 1,000 people on Twitter. That's not surprising. But I do want to at least mention that I feel like in this case, this was just one of those moments where Mike Tyson made a bit of a blunder here, a boo-boo. It just feels like a truly victimless, harmless, wacky moment. Mike Tyson probably just wasn't too knowledgeable on who Hasbulla was before he was booked for the show. But it is just, it is super goofy that he picks him up and then starts like nuzzling him. And then he immediately starts chomping and biting at the ear of Hasbulla, which I think is like self-aware from Mike Tyson here. I don't think that he's just naturally drawn to like biting people's ears off or anything like that. I think that was just supposed to be like a joke, and who knows, this might have even been like a scripted, planned thing, and I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for the bait. Regardless, though, I think it is still just kind of a goofy, fun moment, I suppose, that I thought was worth at least mentioning. That's really about it, so yeah. Today I'm going to do something I've never done before. This is a first for me. Just like Oppenheimer in his lab, I'm getting a bit experimental, but instead of creating a bomb, I'm creating an innovative new piece of content. I'm going to talk to you about something. I know, hang on tight because it's sounding a little too extreme, might blow you away, but we're gonna give her a whirl and see how it feels. You might notice that my voice sounds a little weird, and in fact, I've already had to cut this video a couple of times because it keeps cracking like I'm going through the sequel to puberty here. You see, I just had to cut it again because of an absolutely embarrassing, tragic voice crack that you would have made fun of me for, and I don't want you to make fun of me. So why is my voice cracking? Well, it's because I was screaming my little hiney off like I was about to be fucking murdered while cheering for our Moist Esports Apex team during their World Championship run this weekend. But this time was a little bit different than just me and my friends getting together to combine Swamp Ass into a fusion dance and just go fucking stupid for our squad cheering. We decided to do that, but live in front of an audience. And we had about 600 people show up today for the final day, and it was just incredible. A huge thanks to everyone that came through, and there's just a lot I want to talk about in regards to it. We may not have won the World Championship, but we're still extremely proud of how well the boys performed, and even getting to the final day and doing as well as they did is incredible, and super excited to see how far we can go next time, and hopefully win the whole thing. But what I want to... Wow, you know, I'm not going to cut this one. I'm not going to cut this one, even though I'm having a true wombo combo here of voice cracks right off the bat, and it just keeps getting worse. It's the Pandora's box is fully open now. You're seeing me at my most vulnerable. But what I want to focus on... I might cut the... I'm not. What I want to... What I want to focus... What I want to focus... This is going super well. What I want to focus on for the video, though, isn't so much the actual tournament itself, but the event. We did more than just watch party our Apex team and cheer for them and get silly and goofy on stage. We did quite a bit, and there's a lot I want to talk about with that. First, I will show you a couple of cool moments from today in particular, because there was nothing quite like hearing 600 people all just cheering and getting equally silly for your team. I would have never thought I'd ever experienced something like that, and it was just unbelievable. So I just want to show you a couple of quick clips there before getting into some of like the questions a lot of people kept asking and a lot of other things that I just think are a really cool takeaway from the event that I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was incredible getting to meet so many of you that came out. Thank you so much for showing up. And yeah, here's just a couple of clips before getting into the rest of the meet here.
It's a rock. You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Swan.
There we go.
Kill him!
Kill him! Punish him!
Teach him a lesson.
That's right. We got top three.
Top three.
And maybe we hit him with a little. Here they come. And then oh, we got one knock. Okay. It's working.
Okay.
I think I've got a hankering for a win. I'm gonna place an order.
Oh, place it.
Order up. All right, one more time. Yeah. Order up. Oh, now we're eating. Woo! Tell me about the Krabby Patty formula.
Right, it's just an ordinary Krabby. Oh my goodness!
Yeah! Blank 10.
Chase can play.
Oh,
that was a really good laugh.
That was good.
There.
Just wait, bang ult. Nice. Nice ult. Wait.
Whoa.
Let's get wet, please.
Let's get wet. 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 Let's everywhere. Let's get wet. Let's get wet. Let's get wet. Oh shit. Let's get wet. Come on. Let's get wet. Yes.
Come on.
Please. Oh, good jump.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Break it. Nice. Good break.
Got it.
Come on. Get him. Come on. Yes.
Real life.
No. That's all right. Good game.
That was really good.
That's all right. Great game. Fucking euphoric, like a Redditor finding atheism. Hearing all of the cheers, the Let's Get Wets, the Tim the Toolman Taylor, SpongeBob references, it was fucking awesome. Now, we didn't win any of the matches today, unfortunately, but the day before the event, we actually won back-to-back matches, and I have to showcase probably the best moment in Apex Legends professional history. Our IGL, MT, hit a 720 Kraber no-scope to win us back-to-back matches on the day before the event.
The gravity lift up on top, Riddle order. I don't think they can do anything about this. Oh my god! He hits the 360! What a beast! 360 Kraber shot into the top true combo! Moist! Take back-to-back wins on World's Edge! Spin it up, boys!
So for those of you that don't know the format, there's multiple days where teams are whittled down. So there's winners and losers. And we stayed winners the entire time. And the day before our event started, we had gone fucking wild. Hulkmania was running wild. We won back-to-back matches. We were cruising. And this was one of the most stylish moments I've ever seen in professional gaming. But anyway, now let's start talking about the event. This is something I never thought I'd actually do. This is going to be a shocker, but I'm not someone who really likes to go to events. This is so far out of my comfort zone, I could puke. I, even during my entire academia career, could never, ever do well in front of actual people. On the internet, it's extremely easy to lose sight of the numbers and what they actually represent. Like on Twitch, people will find 1,000 viewer streamer and call them a small streamer, when really that number means there's 1,000 living, breathing, sentient fucking human beings all watching the same thing at the same time, the same person. It really is a lot. So to see a few hundred people at the venue watching is fucking terrifying. I don't think I would have ever envisioned I'd be able to survive something like that. If I was still mysterious anime character Charles from my freshman year of college, I probably would have walked out on stage and had a cardiac arrest. We would have needed Quan Chi to put my soul back in my body and sit me on the couch. It was an unfathomable idea, which is why I've never done events or anything. I'm scared of it. I don't like going to big shit like that. It's just never been something I've ever attempted until now. I've recently been thinking about how important it is to do things that make me uncomfortable, and I feel like this is maybe valuable advice, I suppose, to others, is that if you just live every day and everything you do around what's comfortable, you miss out on a lot. So I'm super happy that we did this event, and I'm even happier that so many people seem to enjoy it. We did, like I said, we did more than just watch Apex, right? We tried to do a lot with the audience. So we did like a Rocket League 1v1 bracket style and found like
the hidden raid boss of Rocket League 1v1s, Hector, who became like a fucking sensation at the event, and it was super cool. And getting to meet everyone was incredibly sweet. Everyone that went was just an absolute angel, like really just nice all around and fun. I never really meet anyone that watches my shit, except for the very few times I, stop role-playing the troglodyte stuck in his cave and I actually venture outside into the world and go to like a bar or a club. Then I'll meet like a handful of people from time to time. But this was just very different from that, and it was just fucking cool, honestly. But I guess what I want to transition into is not just like reflecting on the event and what it meant to me, but we did like Q&A shit where we tossed the cube around, probably caused a few concussions because we were really launching that bitch, and it was just hitting people right in the face. They didn't sign any waivers, so I'm sure there's lawsuits pending. But when we would throw this cube around, there was a mic in it and people would ask questions. And some questions got repeated a lot. So I want to just quickly answer some of those. The question that was actually asked the most was what I do for my hair, like hair routine or what products. And, I don't think there's anything super special about it, but I'll just go ahead and break the magician's code here with the Krabby Patty secret formula on blast. I just use shampoo and conditioner. The one I use is from Redken because it's what Tiana uses. And that's really it. Like, my hair's also not like fucking, ethereal, goddess type hair or anything. All of the ends are extremely fucking dead. The ends of my hair are more dead than Overwatch 2. Like, it's not like this is like the craziest hair care routine or anything like that. I haven't had like any kind of, barber trim it up or anything in fucking years. So there's not a whole lot of sage wisdom I can bestow upon any long locked individuals out there that want to up their hair care game. I'm just not the guy to ask. I've got Neanderthal long hair, basically. But yeah, that's all I do. Shampoo and conditioner, probably like most other human beings on the planet. Nothing else. The second most asked question was probably why I don't do infomercial dubs anymore, or like anything regarding commercials or Anthony Sullivan. And the reason is super simple. Anthony Sullivan is retired, basically, so he's not out there going fucking hog wild with some goofy products for me to get silly with. And also, infomercials themselves are kind of extinct. That's an archaic relic of the past. There's not a whole lot of that anymore. All of the infomercials that I really liked, I've already made fun of. Either in dubs or, like, even more recently, I made fun of infomercials from, like, tack light, tack glasses, and shit like that. But there's just not a lot of them anymore. It's like, when I look for infomercials now, I'm actually, like, cosplaying an archaeologist. I'm looking for rare fucking finds out there hidden somewhere in the cyberspace. But I've seen pretty much all of them because they're not being made much anymore. That's the only real reason I don't do more infomercial shit. There's not like any deep lore to it. I didn't just graduate from it or anything. It's just there's not a ton of it out there anymore that I haven't already done. The next question that got asked a lot is one that really tickles me and makes me go, just a big smile. Because it's about Godslap and Plague Seeker, which is our comic series. And I put so much into those, and it's really nice to see that people really like it. Even outside of the, normal audience that watches my shit, there are people that just read comics that have found Godslap and Plague Seeker that don't know fuck all about me, which I think is great. But the question is, do we plan on just keeping it a comic series, or do we want to branch out in other things? And I've mentioned this on stream a little bit. The quick answer is absolutely. I keep commissioning short animations for these, like most recently with Plague Seeker that dropped a couple months ago. But for Godslap, we have actually been in talks with a major animation studio that is a household name in animation that really wants to make a huge Godslap animated piece. I can't talk too much on it because we're still, just in that flirting stage right now. Nothing's finalized or anything, but we are actively trying to grow even more than comic books, even though we will always keep making the comics because it's fucking awesome. I don't want to just get lost in just answering Q&A again, so I guess the last one that I'll tackle that got asked a lot is actually about sim racing. There was a lot of sim racers that went to the event, which was super cool because my dad is a sim racer. There was a lot of interest in, like, would we ever be interested in doing anything in iRacing? And the answer is yeah, like I'd certainly be open to it. My dad races like every single night. He's got a whole group that he races with, and he fucking tears ass out there. So I'm pretty in touch with at least how all of the sim racing works, and I know there's a lot of professional events that are held in there. So yeah, like it is an interesting industry that, you know, perhaps we'll do more in. I've already been going on way too long about this, so I'll just go ahead and wrap it up here by saying huge thanks to everyone that came out. It was an unforgettable experience for all of us here. Massive thanks to the production team that put it all together, as well as the venue, the Stratus Center, for letting us use it. The venue's super fancy, like really high quality shows go there, and they let us come in there and just start doing Tim the Toolman Taylor noises and fucking references to SpongeBob and shit. So I mean, that was amazing. Also, the Gamersupps team flew down and were just giving away tons and tons of shit to everyone that came. And then they even had their own little mini games out in the lobby where they were doing like rock, paper, scissors tournaments. It was just, everything was really fucking fun for me, and hopefully everyone that came out had a good time. And hopefully anyone that watched on stream had a good time as well. That was the other thing I wanted to mention, because I never did. The reason I streamed it on Twitch instead of YouTube is actually because when we got permission from EA to do a live watch party, we had already informed them that it had to be on Twitch, because I was still exclusive at the time. But in the future, if we do more events, I will likely stream them here on YouTube. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. There's a new movie out right now called Imaginary. I bet most of you watching have never heard of this film before in your life, and those of you that have heard of it, I imagine 0 of you had any interest in going to see it, because even just from the first trailer, anyone with eyes would recognize this movie had no chance at being anything even close to decent. It was doomed from the start. It's a movie about a haunted bear imaginary friend. It's as creatively bankrupt as it gets. I would sooner buy a ticket to watch the feature film of The Poop That Took a Pee than going to Imaginary. But I actually did go see Imaginary, so that point doesn't really work. That's moot. I saw it yesterday and can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's horrible. It's trash. It's terrible. This is the latest super stinker from Blumhouse, more like Butthouse, because this shit is ass. I am no stranger to bad movies, as all of you know. I have a huge passion for seeing them. But man, Blumhouse is pumping out some extraordinarily boring ones. It feels like they're not even trying with anything anymore. They just know that because the budget is so low for these movies, and there's so many people in the world that just want something to do, they'll make a profit off those just curious enough to buy tickets to pass time. So they don't even bother putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to even produce something that has a single redeeming quality about it. Like, I'm pretty sure Imaginary was probably filmed in like 2 weeks, because they just used the first take of everything that they shot and then just called it a wrap and said, print it, good enough. So I saw it yesterday with Aaron. Aaron and I have been seeing pretty much every bad movie of the last year or so together, and this is definitely a bad movie that we experienced, and I kind of want to just dissect it here. Not for any reason other than I saw it, so I kind of just want to debrief about it. I know none of you are interested in seeing it, but I don't care. I'm going to peel your eyes open and make you understand why this movie turbo sucks. The best compliment I can give Imaginary is it's better than Night Swim, which is a very low bar to pass, but it is better than Night Swim. That's the Blumhouse movie from January, which is all about a haunted pool. Big congrats to Imaginary for being able to beat that. What an achievement. The accomplishment cannot be understated. It's better than Night Swim. Put it on the back of the DVD box. Before getting super deep on Imaginary, I want to go ahead and thank World of Warships for sponsoring this video. Big thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. I've been working with the World of Warships team for quite some time to design some custom in-game content, so I'm a commander in the game now. I go by Chuck Blast on the seas out there, and I'm an absolute menace. The name of our ship is the Blastmaster. We sail under Chuck's flag, so I help design the assets, the camo, just kind of top to bottom. It looks like me, it sounds like me, because I do the voice acting for it. Dead on target. I'm, for all intents and purposes, engaged in war out there, and it's extremely fun. Just as a reminder, sales to purchase my custom character, my commander, Chuck Blast, which has my voiceover, as well as the custom skin and flag, ends on March 24th. So make sure to get it before it's gone. You can of course still use my invite code Penguinz0 as well to get all of these goodies too. It's available for PC and consoles, and the code is for newly registered players, but existing players can acquire these items by purchasing my bundle or through the new internet's containers. So you can click the link in the description to get started. Thanks again, World of Warships. Imaginary begins with a man and a woman lying in bed together, and the woman, Jessica, has just had another nightmare where she's attacked by a spider, a big spooky spider. And in order to start combating these nightmares she's having, they decide to move in early to their new house, which actually isn't a new house, it's Jessica's childhood house. And she's forgotten her entire childhood, basically, talking about how foggy it is. She's got, like, amnesia, so she can't remember her childhood due to a bunch of trauma, which is a really convenient plot device. So she is the stepmom in this relationship, and the father has 2 children, 2 daughters. And they all move in together, and the older daughter doesn't like Jessica, but the younger daughter's more receptive to Jessica as, like, the new mother. And the dynamic there isn't really explored at all past the older sibling just going, "You're not our real mom. We were happier without you. We want our real mom back." And their real mom shows up in this movie for like 2 minutes for a jump scare. So the previous wife had some kind of mental illness that was never really explained or explored, but for one scene, the mom was having a tea party with the daughter late at night and then jumped at Jessica and fell over and then got taken away via ambulance. That was the, like, original mom's role in this film. That's it, and she's never seen again. This movie actually has a habit of doing that, where they just introduce these characters just for them to never be seen again for just a completely inexplicable reason. So, like, the father here, he barely has a role to play in this movie. So they move into this house, and within, like, 2 days, the dad's like, "All right, time to pack up. I gotta go on tour." So I shit you not, he puts on a fedora, packs his suitcase, and he's like, "All right, are you sure you guys are going to be okay, Jessica?" And she's like, "Yeah, absolutely, go on your tour. I know the Blood Farts are really killing it this year on the Billboard Top 100. Go play your hit song, fucking Drops of Jupiter. Yeah, get out there." So he's like, "All right, well, I'm going on my tour." And he is never seen or even mentioned again. He tips his fedora and then just falls into the back rooms, and we just have to accept that he's just gone. We lost him. And he will never be seen again. They don't even mention him ever again, actually. Which is, I mean, whatever, I guess. So then it's just Jessica and the 2 girls, and they're trying to get along. Jessica's making her best efforts to be like this superstar mother, and the youngest daughter has found a bear in the house named Chauncey. And she's talking to the bear. It's her new imaginary friend, and at first Jessica's really supportive of it, but then things start getting really sinister when Chauncey starts wanting to play a game with her where she's, like, hurting herself. She's about to, like, slam her hand on a nail, and Jessica has to stop her from it, and that's when she realizes that this imaginary friend is not good for her because it's making her do dangerous things. So that's, like, the main plot line there. This imaginary friend is real and trying to get the little girl to do a ritual to join him in the imagination land, which is a fucking stupid concept. But there's also a lot of other things that don't really matter in here at all. So, for example, the older daughter meets a neighborhood kid whom she's, like, in love with instantly. So she invites that dude over when Jessica's out one day. And the dude comes over and immediately makes enemies with the younger daughter. He's like, "You're a psycho." And then that was the end of that. And then for some reason, he's like, "So do you want to do these drugs with me?" So he pulls out a bag of pills, and then he has one on his tongue. He's like, just to show he's doing pills. And he was talking about how, like, last time he did these, his left eye could see 12 seconds in the future. And the older daughter's like, "Nah, I don't really want to do those pills. I thought we were just going to, like, watch this movie and hang out." And he's like, "Fuck, this is so lame. Let's get some alcohol." So he breaks into, like, the dad's stash of booze and immediately breaks it, goes upstairs. And this is supposed to showcase the very first time horror in this movie. To this point, they hadn't had any elements of horror outside of that nightmare she had, which was super lame, where she gets attacked by a spider. I'm going to go ahead and mention the monster design in this movie is terrible. Aaron said it best, where he said the monster creature design in this film is just marginally better than Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, but it's a close match. It's like they went to Party City, and they took costumes off the rack, and then just threw some mud on it, and then added some really, really quick Adobe After Effects VFX to it and called it a day. It looks awful. It looks like Mummy 2, The Rock, Scorpion King levels of bad when it comes to how these creatures look. Ugh. I'll get to it more towards the end of the plot synopsis that I'm going down here. But anyway, so the dude's like, all right, I got these pills. I'm going to go upstairs now since I broke the booze to clean it up. And he's taking a piss, and then all of a sudden, the bear's there. And he's like, ooh, spooky. So he pees everywhere, and he's like, oh, man, I'm just tripping because I'm doing pills. And then all of a sudden, the bear's back again. And this is like that scene in the trailer where the ring's going, and it's like playing the sound effects, and the bear's getting closer, and then it stops. And then the like fucking first jump scare of the movie happens where the bear pops out to scare him, and he goes, whoa! And then he falls over and runs away. That's that whole scene, and that dude doesn't have any role to play in this film at all. It's not like he died there or anything. All it was here for was to deliver a cheap jump scare and nothing else. So, like, Jessica comes home shortly after, and she's very disappointed in the older daughter for bringing this boy over, and then the boy's mother comes over and is like, I'm so sorry, my son did this. And then Jessica's like, yeah, and he also brought these drugs. And then the mom goes, these aren't drugs, this is my allergy medication. Which is, I mean, okay, I guess. So the dude was tripping off Allegra, I suppose, Claritin, I guess. It's so stupid, and it has no role to play in the film, but it's here for some reason. And then you never see that guy again. He's never even referenced again. So now Jessica and the two daughters are once again just home alone. The imaginary friend situation's getting worse. She calls a therapist over to try and, do something about Chauncey, the imaginary friend. The therapist is kind of odd, where the therapist is trying to get her to explore, her feelings with Chauncey, which leads to a fight between the daughter and Chauncey. And then the therapist is like, has your daughter taken up ventriloquism? Jessica's like, fucking obviously not. My 6-year-old daughter hasn't been studying ventriloquism. Why are you asking? And the therapist goes, well, because, it was weird. Because what happened during the therapy session is Chauncey was speaking in the voice of the daughter, and eventually the daughter turns around while panicked and crying, and the therapist noticed her mouth wasn't moving, but words were still coming out, so she's like, oh, it must be ventriloquism. And then eventually the therapist is like, well, I've noticed some, in previous cases, when an imaginary friend gets hostile and evil, a kid disappears. So good luck. And then she leaves. She plays a video of, like, some other kid talking about her, or his imaginary friend who made him chop off his thumb, and then, like, the kid went missing right after. So after playing that video, the therapist is like, all right, so I'm out ski. Also, don't forget to pay my bill. And she just leaves, never to be seen again. But this whole sequence was extremely important to the film because it delivers the big twist. So that bear that the daughter found and has been carrying around the entire movie, talking to with her imaginary friend, turns out wasn't real. It was all in Jessica's mind. No one else was seeing the bear. The therapist recorded the session and proved that bear was never actually there. It was nothing. It was an imaginary friend. But Jessica's been seeing it this whole time because it turns out that bear was Jessica's original imaginary friend when she lived in this house. So only she is capable of seeing that bear. It actually wouldn't be the worst twist in the world if it wasn't in such a bad movie. I didn't see it coming. Neither Aaron nor myself expected that, because why would they even bother putting a twist in a movie that has this little effort in it to begin with? But, like, admittedly, it's not the worst idea creatively to have that be, like, a grand reveal, like, oh, that was never real. Like, it could work, but it doesn't here, because no one cares. By this point in the film, you're already so mentally checked out, probably snoozing, that it falls flat. It really does. But, man, my voice is cracking even going over this movie. But anyway, so then she starts realizing that this goes really deep. The reason she can't remember anything is because of her imaginary friend and whatever happened to her back then. So she's connecting these dots about the never ever, and then like a door, and then she's researching it, and then the daughter disappears. So the daughter vanishes, and turns out she completed the scavenger hunt for Chauncey, which opened a portal to the imagination dimension. She's joining SpongeBob and Patrick in the imagination box land now. So then Jessica and the older daughter are freaking out. They called the police to start looking for her. And then an old woman whom we did see briefly earlier in the film, who was previously Jessica's babysitter, starts just exposition dumping everything here. Also, that old lady, her name was Gloria. She was seen earlier in the film, but kind of just as like this standoffish asshole. So like Gloria's talking to Jessica about being her babysitter, and then the little girl comes over, and then the old lady immediately gets combative with the little girl where she's like, you know, you shouldn't really interrupt us. We were in the middle of a conversation. And then the little girl's like, oh, okay, maybe Chauncey should eat you. And then Gloria actually laughs and goes, haha, oh, children and their imagination. It's so cool until they get violent. Basically just like I thought Gloria was about to start beating this little kid's ass. Like she was like about to throw up a set here and get pugilistic with her. Like Gloria was just immediately weird. But then she's seen here during the vanishing of the little girl. And she starts telling the older sibling, like, look, imagination, like imaginary friends are real. Usually they're benevolent, helpful spirits that kids grow out of. But sometimes there's evil ones that latch on to a child and feed off their imagination. And Jessica had such a creative, vibrant imagination that imaginary friend didn't want to lose her. So actually stole Jessica into the imagination dimension, and Jessica eventually escaped. But now it's lived in that house for all these years and has taken Alice, the little girl, to try and get Jessica back. So we've got to do something. So now they've recruited the Avengers here. They got Gloria, the geriatric old octogenarian. They've got Jessica, and they've got the older daughter. They perform the ritual themselves, open up the portal, and confront Chauncey directly, whom takes on the form of a real ferocious bear. And Gloria reveals herself to be a villain where she traps them in the imagination dimension because Gloria said that Chauncey gave her the directions to where they'd be promised this land of freedom where they can be young again. Their imagination comes to life. Imagination has power here, this and that. And then she eventually gets slapped by Chauncey, dragged into a room, and then blows up into an explosion of blood. So that's how Gloria dies. She's also the only death in the movie. For some reason. Sorry, my nose was running because this shit is actually making my sinuses flare up. But yeah, so Gloria's dead now, and no one cares. So they just go on and keep looking for Alice. They eventually find Alice, who doesn't want to leave initially until Jessica starts breaking things, and then Alice is like, this is fun, I'll start breaking things. Okay, I'm ready to leave. Bye, Chauncey. And then Chauncey just kind of lets them leave, but then grabs Jessica and is like, you're not leaving, I like your imagination a lot, so you're staying here with me. And again, he's still in this giant bear shape, and it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. I don't know, like, I understand these movies are supposed to be made low budget, but you can do better creature designs. Like, from a design perspective, you can do better than what this has to offer. And maybe just don't show it so point blank, because then you really see all of its flaws. So she's being taken by this goddamn fucking Five Nights at Freddy's throwaway animatronic looking bear, and then gets saved by the older sibling who grabs her and gets her out of there. But then there's another twist, because it turns out she didn't actually save her. It wasn't a happily ever after. Jessica's still there. And then they just repeat it where the girl goes in and saves her again. And then they burn the house down. I've skipped quite a bit of the movie, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to watch it anyway. No one was planning to. But I already went there and saw it, so I just got to fucking talk about it because it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's just, it's a movie that's made for the sake of just putting a movie out there to try and get some money in return, because it's so cheap, you will make a profit off it. Like, it's a smart business strategy, and I've always said that about Blumhouse. It's a really smart business strategy. And there's probably like some kind of tax write-off element for it too, I imagine. So, like, these movies, like Imaginary, they fucking suck. Like, this one was at points fun bad, I will say. There were definitely fun bad moments of it, but it still wasn't worth seeing in any capacity. But, oh well. Yep, so that's Imaginary in a nutshell. There's nothing good about it. Like, I guess there's a couple of decent ideas, and by a couple I mean one, where like the twist is the bear was never really there. And then, like, I guess the fake out ending, which was totally meaningless and didn't really do anything, I guess that was a creative idea too. but they also only let that twist sit for like 2 seconds where they get her out and then it's immediately a happily ever after and she's like, no, I'm still here. And then they immediately get her out and then it's the real happily ever after. It's just, I don't know, bad movie. Very bad movie. That's really about it. So yeah. It's baffling how common it is for people to live stream their most embarrassing moments on purpose. They're filming their own lowlights, their own worst ofs for the montage of shame. Things most people would want buried forever, they are proudly with a smile on their face broadcasting to their audience for content. Today, an extremely trashy stream clip has gone viral with a streamer named Elisa Jordana firing up a live stream after learning that her boyfriend has been cheating on her. I'm going to go through most of what happens in the stream, but the clip everyone's seen, which we'll get to towards the end, is at the very end of the stream. It's about 2 hours and 20 minutes. She gets her boyfriend in the car, and then she starts attacking him while she's driving. So she starts physically hitting him. And then she hits him very hard in the nose, like a full-blown strike to the nose, like a fucking monk's palm strike to his nose. It was quite a wallop. Like, if she was playing that boxing bag game that you see at bars where it measures your punch and it, like, grades your force up to 999, she probably would have scored, like, a 700 with that strike. So it definitely could have caused some damage. She threatens to kill him, and then she continues to escalate it. She grabs on his ear and starts pulling on it, and then he starts fighting back. So he starts fighting her. He starts yanking on her hair, telling her to stop the car, and she does stop the car. He continues yanking and pulling on her. She gets out of the car. He gets out of the car, chases her down, and then he gets back in the car and turns the stream off. Without a doubt, one of the worst live streams I can think of in recent memory. It's hard to watch. It's awful. It's crimes. Like, you're watching crimes unfold.
He lied so much to me. He lied so much to me. And he lied and he told her I'm just like a streamer and it was just an investment. And like the whole time he was talking to me, he was talking to her. The whole time.
Gadzooks, what in the fuck would possibly possess you to want to start a live stream after learning something so heavy? That makes no sense. How poisoned must your brain be to possibly come up with an idea like this? Learning that your boyfriend has been cheating on you, and then immediately turning it into a stream for content? That's incomprehensible. I don't understand why people want to broadcast every single waking moment of their lives to a bunch of strangers online, a ton of goobers who are just going to sit back tossing popcorn down their gullet because it's just entertainment to them, even though it's your life that's being ruined in real time. Why do that? Fucking Jack Bauer couldn't torture me enough to force me to go live after learning something like this. He could put all the jumper cables he wants on my nipples and scrotum. I still wouldn't do it because it's a horrible thing to want to put out there. I couldn't even imagine just firing up the stream. Hey guys, this one's going to be a little bit different than usual. Turns out she's getting piped by another man right now. They're steaming ham as we speak. Oh, thanks for the $6. Charlie's girl is slobbering on my meat. Ha ha ha.
And sending her money on Venmo.
Yeah, but why are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, Brandon. I'm not surprised. Actually, I'll go to Tanger's Outlets right here.
I just don't get why you would cry over him, dude. Like, you already got money. You already supposedly got money from him.
I did, but he still was very bad, Brandon.
Yeah, so what do you think would happen if you're going to marry him, this and that?
I'm not marrying him, Brandon. I'm obviously not marrying him.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you...
She then goes for this joyride, or lack thereof joy, and it's the most distracted driving I've ever seen. No exaggeration. She doesn't even pretend to be paying attention to the road. She is glued to her phone or reading the chat, I believe, because she does get donations. She has text-to-speech enabled, so she is getting donations throughout this stream. And she is always looking at something other than the road. That is extremely dangerous, not only to herself, but all of the people on the road around her. And you can see that she busts out that crazy U-turn and gets honked at because that came out of fucking nowhere like a jump scare to all the other drivers. This is just, it's unhinged. This is, again, unacceptable. It's illegal. You can't be driving like this. I understand she's upset after finding out her partner's been unfaithful. Anyone in the world would feel the same way. But not many people in the world would handle it the way she is, by starting up a fucking live stream for people to be tuned in on with everything. Not only is she very dangerously behaving here on the road, but then she then starts just dropping all kinds of personal information publicly. Just publicly revealing a lot of things that 100% should stay private.
Why is that a no? Okay, I'm gonna go to Tanker's Outlet actually with his card right now. All right, let's do that. Tanker's Outlet. Let's go on a shopping spree.
Hope you find your way home. 48 JSK.
Not that much money left. Should I spend this money? Sparrows for everyone?
Another lore dump for you for why she drove to the mall here. It's because she had his wallet and stated she wanted to go on a bit of a shopping spree with his cards. And then on stream, she actually opens his wallet and shows his driver's license and says, should I drop his cards in the Discord? So threatening to also just show his cards to her community. She then takes money out of his wallet and says, should I buy food for everyone? Those are all crimes. Again, you're compiling evidence against yourself. You're doing the police's job for them. You are actually showcasing criminal activity. Now, unless I miss something, she doesn't actually spend any of his money. She doesn't actually use any of his cards there. She just makes the threats that she could and would do so. She does, however, actually open his wallet, and you can see his driver's license clearly because she's bouncing it around like something out of the Disney Channel. So you can see that, but I don't think you can make out any of his other cards. But regardless, this whole thing should have never been put online. I don't know why she made the decision to start streaming this. Again, she does have text-to-speech donations enabled, so it's possible that this is all just to get some, like, money from people that are sympathizing with her because she's going through something horrible. Getting cheated on sucks. But the way she's handling it is fucking awful. She's distracted driving, dangerously putting other people's lives at risk on the road, threatening to commit some criminal actions live. And then it ends with her assaulting him, physically assaulting him live. Like, this is a horrible fucking stream.
Dreams, and he thought, oh, Discord's stupid. A lot of people say that, right? So all of Scora's private information is well, Sarah's phone number, Sarah's address, her full name, her Venmo account transactions are all.
James donated $5. Girl, is your Mexican girl hot?
It sounds as though Elisa has fully doxed the guy and the girl here, posting all of their private information in her Discord, which is illegal. You can't do that. I also think it's worth mentioning, since you caught a glimpse of it there, anytime that girl, Sarah, is brought up during this stream, both Elisa and the community of pay piggies that's donating to her always make sure to mention that she's Mexican. And they make statements in the chat about that as well. Throughout the stream, reading the chat, there were so many moments of genuine racism, it was fucking sickening.
I called Sarah, you fucking bitch. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. It's okay. Sorry.
You had hit him in my presence.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk about the bad topic.
Well,
I think
I
stay
can
out.
talk about it.
No, I said I'm gonna stop talking about it.
Okay, good. No, it's not okay.
You ever been cheated on for 2 years with a 20-year-old Mexican?
I'm
I doubt
not
it.
getting into my business.
Okay, all right, well, I'm just telling you that's my business. I really don't want to talk to you.
This happened shortly before the viral clip from this stream where she starts hitting him in the car. So prior to them getting in the vehicle, she pushed him outside, and it was actually observed by someone who confronted her about it, because in this instance, her violent outburst was in broad daylight in view of public and bystanders. So someone came up to her, I believe it was an officer, and talked to her about it, and even during this talk, Elisa still finds a way to mention that the other girl is Mexican.
Hello? Hi, Sarah. How are you? How are you, Sarah? Hi. Thanks so much for calling. I'm just gonna send you like 6 months of texts of your nudes and, you know, different sentences that he...
Sarah, I'm sorry about this.
Don't talk. Don't fucking talk.
Idiot.
Yes, Sarah, we're really sorry about this. I'm sending him your way today.
Fucking...
Yeah. No, so Bahram, how do you pronounce it? Do you know? I don't know.
Shut the fuck up, cunt.
Yeah, what's up?
She's half your age. She's half your age.
Delete the number, please.
I cut out the ending here because it's a lot. Like, even this much, I don't even know if YouTube will allow me to show. I'm really not sure. It's legitimate assault. So she hits him a couple of times, the nose hit by far being the biggest blow. And then after where I cut it off, he grabs her hair and starts yanking and pulling on her, and she starts talking about how he's killing her, and the car stops, and then eventually she gets out of the car, he chases her down, I think she gets in another vehicle in the background, and then he comes back into the car and turns the stream off. It's a horrifying thing to watch, to be honest. As of right now, Elisa has been arrested, her mugshot and booking information is all out there for this incident. There's no update on the guy or what's going on with that part of all of this, but what a fucking awful live stream. Now on Twitter there's been a lot of debate about this video on whether or not the man's actions were justified in this situation, and most people are saying that they were, claiming that he was acting in self-defense. And it seems like the law would agree with them on that take, because from everything I can find, he hasn't been booked or charged with anything. Now, I think it's important we remember that the guy in this video is no saint. He cheated on his significant other. That is the behavior of a piece of shit. But under no circumstances does anyone deserve to be beaten like this. He's not a good guy, but he is still the victim of an assault. And I think all of the video evidence suggests that this was a case of self-defense. He didn't lash out at her or strike at her until she went in again for like the third or fourth time, assaulting him. And then he did fight back. Now, I do think there is a case to be made that he may have taken it too far, because he does yank and pull on her for quite some time, even once the car comes to a complete stop. So I think he probably could have gotten out of the car at that point and just left the situation entirely, but I also don't know the entire situation on where it was stopped, if it may have been dangerous to do so, I don't know. But overall, I do agree that this does seem to be him defending himself, like, from getting attacked in this vehicle. Overall, this was a fucking awful live stream. And I really don't think this is going to be the last of its kind that we see, because it feels like it's getting more and more common with people wanting to live stream every moment of their lives, even the worst parts of it. So there'll probably be more things like this in the future, which sucks. I think it's just an awful direction, but just wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. There's a problem that we need to discuss briefly, so please step into my office and close the door behind you and get a bucket out for puking. It's about to get gross. Disney, a name I'm sure you're all familiar with, it's a place of magic, adventure, and dreams. But what happens when that dream becomes a nightmare? And I'm talking about a sleep paralysis demon that's recently been paying Epcot a visit. And more specifically, Remy's Ratatouille ride at Epcot. Remy's Ratatouille has become less of a ride and more... Hello, Io. She heard Ratatouille and, sprung into action. She's a huge fan. But yeah, anyway, I don't know what it is about Remy's Ratatouille, but they are summoning the pervert devil. It's like a full-blown exorcism, but instead of dumping out ectoplasm and a haunted spirit, it's actually dumping out cum. There have been 2 separate instances of park guests going to the Remy's Ratatouille ride and exposing their penis. One of them was actually wanted for other sexual pest degeneracy crimes and was caught on Remy's Ratatouille smoking, watching porn, and masturbating, even finishing a full-blown climax, and just dumped his DNA all over the Ratmobile. So he literally turned it into just a fucking cum dumpster. And then the following day, another park guest was getting trespassed outside of the Remy's Ratatouille ride, and during this situation with the park authorities, the guy just dropped trouser, exposing his penis to the public, as if he was doing a show and tell on cock. Both of these cases happened only a few weeks ago, so Lord only knows where we could be in another month if this continues, if it becomes some kind of trend. Maybe this is the curse of Remy's Ratatouille. Yeah, it's getting scary out there. But yeah, I thought this was so fucking weird, and I hadn't heard anyone talking about it, so I figured it's our duty here to discuss the important things that others are too afraid to tackle, such as turning Remy's Ratatouille into your personal masturbatorium and ejaculating on this ride. It's a fucking ride made for children at a Disney park. It doesn't get more degenerate than that. It's unbelievably fucking disgusting. Someone mentioned that earlier. Man caught watching porn and masturbating on a Disney ride. Forgot to look it up though. New Jersey man caught smoking and watching porn on Remy's Ratatouille adventure in Epcot. That'll get you every time. I don't even know why they bothered to include smoking. That's like the least startling news here. Robert Fitzpatrick was arrested and charged with a misdemeanor charge of exposing his sex organs. That sounded like straight out of biology class. Was there no one else on the ride? There are warrants for Fitzpatrick's arrest for sex crimes in California and New Jersey. Further details on those out-of-state charges were not included. Disney cast members were first leery of Fitzpatrick when he wanted to sit alone in a rat or ride cart on March 29th. Generally, guests share the cart with other people. It was suspicious that the guest was in the cart alone. Why though? Why would you ever want to do that? Is it the ride that brought it out of him, or just like that? It's not even like exhibitionist. It's like literally alone masturbating in a weird location. Several cast members monitoring the attraction in surveillance rooms saw Fitzpatrick smoke and touch himself. Twice they stopped the attraction and made a loudspeaker announcement that smoking was not permitted. They should have just called him out by name, like, Ryan, put out the stogie and put your dick back in your pants, please. Just ruin the magic for a moment. Ride continued on, and Fitzpatrick began looking at porn on his cell phone and put his hand down his pants. Fitzpatrick then pulled his penis out in the open and continued masturbating inside the ride cart. One cast member said he ejaculated before leaving the ride vehicle. Holy shit. So this is what he defiled, huh? That sick bastard. Even the rat looks concerned. On Remy's Ratatouille of all places is nothing sacred. Have some decency. Take that elsewhere. Take that to Dueling Dragons, but not Remy's Ratatouille. Please. The rat is pregnant now. I know. And they're gonna have to retire the vehicle. Or rather, they should. At that point, that it's gone through too much already. Don't subject anyone else to the horror. Like, yeah, you can clean the cum, but the cum never fully leaves. The memories last forever. Just get rid of the cart, like a jersey, like a jersey number. Just retire it. Should be noted that although Robert was alone inside the cart has vents open to the public and is constantly being recorded while the ride is in motion. I haven't been on Remy's Ratatouille, but is this not a ride that, like, turns the carts around? Because I remember in a lot of these, like, I don't know, what do they call them? Like, slow movers? Weenie Hut Jr. shit, where you just, like, slowly go through something and look at screens. Usually they have, like, the carts turn, and they, like, you can see other riders. Is that not the case for Remy's Ratatouille? Because I feel like at that case, there's a lot of families that got a lot more than they bargained for out of this show. It's trackless. So it does turn. I can already imagine, like, the parents, like, shielding their eyes. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, he's also got a chef in his pants, and he's cooking over there. Please, God. No. Oh, my Lord. The following day, Disney and law enforcement dealt with a second incident at Epcot where another man was arrested for exposing himself. There's an outbreak. There's a plague sweeping through Epcot right now. Good Lord. Man, Remy's Ratatouille just really gets the juices flowing. A sheriff's deputy was back at Remy's Ratatouille Adventure on March 30th, where a Disney manager reported that Sherwin Shayagan was constantly causing issues inside the park, the arrest report said. He threw items on the ground when authorities escorted him out of Epcot. Who is this? Sherwin Sharingan? I don't understand. Is this the guy who exposed himself? Waited for a taxi to take him back to his hotel, and the deputy was writing the trespass paperwork when he pulled down his clothes, exposing his penis to those present. That went from a trespassing charge right to, like, an actual, like, felony. Pulling your cock out at a Disney park. Jesus. Also been charged with exposing his sexual organs, a misdemeanor, according to circuit court records. This feels like a really light charge. Exposing yourself is one thing, but exposing yourself in a children's amusement park is a totally different thing.
Aren't those two... Isn't that like a more serious charge? It's not a huge crime because Remy from Ratatouille was pulling his hair, forcing him to do it. Yeah, imagine he's just been framed. There was also a Disney employee who got fired for filming 500 plus videos under women's skirts yesterday. What is happening at Disney? Jesus Christ. What? Disney employee accused of taking videos of park guests' dresses and skirts for years is fired and arrested. Man, there is no magic left at Disney. Just terror. Authorities responded to Disney Hollywood Studios March 31st after an employee was witnessed recording an upskirt video of a female guest at the Star Wars retail store, according to an affidavit. Jorge Diaz, 26, told authorities in an interview that he had been taking videos of dresses and skirts of unknown females in Disney World theme parks for approximately 6 years. The man just openly admits it. He's like, so you finally caught me. I'm like the Zodiac killer of upskirts. I've already filmed 500 plus videos. Diaz, who worked at the lightsaber store, told authorities he had what he estimated to be over 500 videos on his phone and showed multiple examples of the videos to detectives. This guy, like, seems very proud. Like, happy he got caught. You guys finally got me. This is great news. Here, come check my camera roll. Look at these. He told the detectives he took the videos because it's hard to find them online and they bring him sexual gratification. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Holy shit. Absolute degenerate. Why is his bond only $2,500? He has been released from the Orange County Jail. You best be wearing jeans from now on when you go out around the area. This man's probably got a whole network of cameras set up for those upskirts. They were impressed by his honesty. Man, this guy is fucking evil, but he's an honest man. God damn it. I really don't know how their charges aren't more severe. Like, to expose yourself in public is already bad, and to do it at a children's theme park is much, much, much worse. Significantly worse. And then the upskirt situation, 500 plus videos, this is a serial sex pest. Like, these aren't, this isn't like some goofy thing. This is like actual crimes. Like, the charges don't sound nearly severe enough for what they have done. So I was super shocked to be reading that. Maybe that's just like preliminary charges, and as the case continues to develop, more things will be tacked onto it as they discover more and, you know, go after them harder, hopefully. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about these situations because I hadn't heard anyone discuss it, really, and I thought it was fucking weird. So that's really about it. So yeah. I'm no stranger when it comes to shitting on Ricegum. He is a toilet for which my butthole is always eager to drop some doo-doo on. I've made that very clear over the last 2 or 3 years. I can't stand this guy. He's the incarnation of a wet fart with a super fake personality preaching some awful shit to children, and it's always just so lovely when he fucks up and the entire internet community is reminded that he has the most insecurities, is the biggest douchebag with the smallest penis. It's like a little bit of a clue game, you know what I mean? That instead of identifying a killer, you're identifying a huge douchebag, and it's always Ricegum. Now, we got a little bit of a late Christmas present here because Ricegum's wrapped up in some controversy. I'm not going to get too deep into what he did because a bunch of YouTubers are talking about it ad nauseum, and I'm not just going to parrot that same shit. The only reason I'm talking about it is because it's Ricegum and he's a fun little punching bag. So in a nutshell, what he did is he made a video in partnership with Mystery Brand promoting their product, which is a gambling site aimed at children aspiring to be a douchebag. You know, those kids that are growing up watching people like Ricegum and Jake Paul going, Mom, Dad, when I get older, I want to be an asshole. So it's a site that hopes to cater to that audience. What you do is you bid on mystery boxes that can have everything from a toothpick covered in cat fuzz to a $250 million mansion. That's actually one of the things in their box, and obviously that doesn't exist. You're not going to become fucking Tony Stark playing your Mystery Brand gambling simulator. That's not going to happen, but children don't know that. You could put the fucking Infinity Stones on there and they'd think they should just start throwing their parents' credit card on the site.
Half of the shit from their grand prize pool and their mystery boxes, shit that they just don't have the rights to. There's no way they have. I'm surprised there isn't like a mom and dad get back together item in their shoe mystery box, or in the Supreme mystery box, you get a hover boots from Supreme. Just complete nonsense to draw children in is what it is, and kids don't know any better. Before Ethan H3H3 made the video about this, Ricegum's video had overwhelmingly positive response to it. People in the comments were super excited about it, talking about the things they were winning, or the things they weren't winning, and they were all super excited. So it's kids that like this, and adults that can see why this is a bad thing. Ricegum is promoting gambling to these children that are now becoming gambling addicts. If you look at the older comments on his videos, you can see how much they fucking loved it, which is very alarming and sad, and should honestly be illegal if it's not. Now, if you watch his video, or Jake Paul's, or Morg's, or any of the other douchebags that were promoting this site, you'll immediately notice that the site is exactly like the CSGO Lotto scam that was run by Syndicate, T. Martin, and Josh OG, where you do these mystery things and you get this mystery item and it's aimed at children, gambling for kids, which is obviously fucking awful. Now, Ricegum, in response to all this, made a video, and this man is so fucking dumb he can't even write a sentence without showing how fucking dumb he is. The title of the video is YouTubers Calls Me Out. Are you illiterate, Ricegum? Did you not go to school? Did you just pay everyone to do your English papers for you when you went? You're like the Floyd Mayweather of YouTube. Absolutely illiterate, but instead of being good at fighting like Mayweather, you're good at nothing. You have no discernible skills. The title should read, YouTubers Call Me Out for being a big piece of shit. Now, calling this video an apology would be like calling Amy Schumer a good comedian. It's not even close. This is not so much an apology as it is a, I'm going down and I'm taking all of these other people with me. He just starts name-dropping a bunch of other douchebags that did the exact same brand deal he did, and that's about it. And then he has the audacity, the gall, to do a $10 Amazon gift code giveaway at the end of his apology.
I already did it. The damage has been done. You guys already saw a money-hungry side of me, and it is what it is, and there's nothing I can really do but say sorry and give you these Amazon gift cards. So I'm sorry. It just wouldn't happen again. Amazon codes, $10 to $20, just a little giveaway. It's the least I can do after, this, Okay. Have a good day, guys. I'm sorry again. I hope you guys can forgive me.
Oh, shit. Hey, guys. I stole a lot of money from you. I'm sorry. I got you this Subway sandwich. I hope that makes up for it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just such a blatant disregard for giving a shit about his fans. Openly just doesn't care. And it's sad. I don't know why these fans of his continue to stay in this abusive relationship with this guy. This man openly drops trousers and takes a big old pee-pee right in their mouth. I don't know why they accept the golden shower from Ricegum so frequently, but they do. They must fucking love it. It's their fetish, their kink. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the deep lore surrounding Ricegum's humble origins. I'm assuming he came from a very wealthy family based on the way he handles these kind of situations, where he thinks by giving away some money, everyone's going to forgive him. Like, oh, you're such a fucking saint, Ricegum. You did this brand deal for more than $100,000 and you gave us $200 in Amazon gift cards that were probably already used when you showed them on screen. Wow, you're a goddamn hero. What a fucking patriot you are. Amazing. This guy is just such a privileged piece of shit. He just doesn't know how to be human anymore. I really just don't think it's in his nature to even understand people. And his conversational skills are atrocious. He went on Logan Paul's podcast and talked about this shit briefly. This man can hardly struggle through a sentence without saying like 1,000 times and having one of those vocal trills, the Hill Valley Girl things. The vocal fries, excuse me, the hey guys, that kind of deal. That's all he can fucking do. That's the only way he can talk. That's all he can sound like. And he's constantly fucking perpetually nasally because he's got like a perpetual cold haunting his fucking sinuses. The man is insufferable to listen to and he can't speak and he's such a piece of shit. Let's go ahead and look at the clip from the podcast.
And that was sick. I really wish I was a part of it. I can't fight and shit, so it's probably why I wasn't a part of it, but it's some big shit right there, man.
Would you ever fight someone?
Yeah, dude, so look, if we talking about fighting, it's about the opponent, you know what I'm saying?
I have nipples, Ricegum. Would you fight me? And if you do fight me, can you not wear that disgusting stained red sweatshirt you have on?
Look at this shit. Look at that sweatshirt. It's covered in ketchup stains and grease marks. That's apparently by design. If this is high fashion, then I don't know what the fuck is wrong with rich people. It is absolutely repulsive and abhorrent.
Man, so I guess there's two things that are going on. One is like, apparently I'm promoting gambling to kids, right? So I talked about that. It's my last video. I explained it, but like that is like, I guess I was promoting gambling to kids.
By golly, yes. Why, yes, that is what you were doing, Ricegum. And you know what that means? It means you're a big piece of shit. Well, hey, thanks for joining me on the Shit on Ricegum video. Don't forget, Ricegum is not only a big douchebag, but a huge pussy. Brian, if you're watching this, no amount of money you have can make you not a huge pussy. Don't forget that. Take it easy, everyone. See ya.
A couple days ago, there was a big news story that came out about an 8-year-old kid who was turbo pranked by the prank god. It was in a Target. He was told that they were filming a Mr. Beast style video, and it was a blindfolded shopping cart challenge where they'd be given 30 seconds with him and his dad to get as much of the toys that they could into the cart, and he'd buy it for them. And the prank was, he didn't buy it for them. Instead, him and his friend just ran away giggling, and then both probably had to start hyperventilating into a paper bag in order to come down from the adrenaline rush of lying to an 8-year-old for their YouTube video. And this became a bit of a big story because you've got to be a pretty psychotic douchebag to prank an 8-year-old, but an even bigger, ghoulish asshole to prank a hearing-impaired 8-year-old whose dream it was to be part of a Mr. Beast video. So let's go over this whole situation as well as his response, because this shameless lobotomite actually came forward and put his face on it, whereas previously, no one really knew who this was. But now, the mayor of Doofus Town has come forward with a press conference here in order to address it personally. So I can't wait to show you what this guy looks like and how he tries to rationalize it.
Saturday for 8-year-old Gabe Lyles and his dad TJ, until 3 men walked up and said they were working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Said that they wanted to do a fill the cart challenge where we would be blindfolded. Within 30 seconds, whatever we could put within the cart, they'll pay for.
That was the whole premise of the prank, and this is pretty much what modern pranks are. Just being as cruel as possible and making strangers' days just worse for the sake of your own content to try and fill your completely worthless, dead-on-arrival, doomed-to-failure TikTok career. Now, I'm going to skip around a little bit and show you a clip from his response because he's refuting the claim that he labeled it a Mr. Beast video to the kid and his dad. Not that it really matters that much, that doesn't really change how fucking degenerate this garbage is in the first place, but I will just show you that because he's trying to make it seem like in his response he's in the right, and that the dad is a liar, and insinuates that he's lying for the sake of clout, which is absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness to make a claim like that from his position.
We're working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
We're kind of like Mr. Beast, not really though.
So this is coming from his unedited video that was filmed, but it's extremely possible that he's leaving out the shit that makes him look much worse and corroborates what the dad was saying. But regardless, let's say he's being 100% truthful here. Even just watching that clip, I think it's extremely easy to recognize why it'd be confusing and people would think that he was coming up like he was associated with Mr. Beast. He fucking ambushed these people in public and then said, it's time for a blindfolded shopping spree challenge, and then mentioned Mr. Beast. Like, I'm imagining he's coming from a privileged background where this maybe isn't that big of a deal, but to a family that doesn't come from that kind of background, this is a, like, dream come true moment. So just getting that opportunity, immediately your heart's going to be racing and you're going to, you know, maybe mishear a couple of things in excitement, not maliciously. So I don't think the dad was lying on purpose here, and he does name drop Mr. Beast, so that's something that would absolutely stick with you after the fact. So I think it's very easy to get confused that this guy is associated with Mr. Beast. I don't think he was making that claim in order to lie on purpose here.
Mr. Beast is one of Gabe's favorite YouTubers. He often makes videos about challenges where he gives away free stuff. So TJ and Gabe believed that the men were working with Mr. Beast. They both put on a blindfold and started filling their cart. And then TJ heard the men running away.
I legitimately think being a prankster is one of the most pathetic things you can ever do with your life. I actually have more respect for people that'll just lick the toilet seats clean at a gas station. At least they're providing some kind of public service, whereas pranksters do nothing but bring the rest of the world down. It's like the last-ditch effort for talentless losers to try and make some kind of name for themselves or get some kind of attention or monetization out of like viral videos that are designed to make people hate you. So you're basically just turning your whole life into a punching bag and a spittoon for everyone to spit on you for, and hope that you get a couple of doubloons out of it along the way. There is nothing more embarrassing. I'd even go as far as to wager that if you ran a long-term scientific study on pranksters, you would find a high correlation behind being a prankster and being a cuck. I think one of the core things that drives someone to being a prankster is having a humiliation fetish, which is no different than cuckoldry. But at least with most cuckolds, it's a private fetish between consenting adults, whereas pranksters, their humiliation fetish has no one consenting to it, and is just subjecting the public around them to it. It's making them victims of their humiliation fetish. All in all though, I just can't fucking stand public nuisance pranksters. Absolute dog shit content and absolutely horrible fucking losers. I just don't understand how someone has so little shame to prank an 8-year-old and think that they're somehow like a badass or a good prankster.
My heart sank, 100%. The very last thing in this world I want to do is hurt him.
It broke my heart because I thought my dreams were coming true.
The shopping cart challenge was just a mean prank, and it was one comment in particular that upset TJ.
My son leaned in and said that he couldn't hear them because he had to wear hearing aids, and they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge.
It is actually heartbreaking listening to the kid talk about this. It's very clear this meant a lot to him. This is like a life-changing moment for a child. Like, to actually have your dreams come true, your favorite YouTuber is doing your favorite challenge with you, like that's something so special that he'd remember for the rest of his life. And now it will still be something he remembers for the rest of his life, but in a very negative way. He'll remember this as the day he realized he can't just fucking trust people in the world anymore. It's like the first time he gets scammed in RuneScape. Now the father mentioned that the child is hearing impaired and that the pranksters said that, you know, that's why we want to do this challenge with you. And this is something that the prankster in question is once again refuting.
And they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge, because of the hearing loss.
Do you guys want to be in a quick video?
The Southington town.
And that's his proof that he didn't know about the hearing impairment. That one literally split-second clip. Not exactly the most robust evidence. Didn't build the best defense case here. Once again, he very easily could have just cut out the part where the hearing impairment was mentioned. I don't know what was or was not said there. I don't have access to the security camera feed there at the store or anything. But I'm much more inclined to believe the father and the child here, the victims of the prank, as opposed to this fucking asshole, who very easily could just not show those parts.
The Southington Town Commission for Persons with Disabilities gave TJ a $200 gift card, and Target matched it. On Sunday, Gabe's dreams of a shopping spree came true.
I took out Nerf guns, water balloons, and water guns.
At least there's a happy ending to the story. He did get to have his shopping spree and get the toys that he wanted to get. And he seems to have like a really great positive attitude in general. So I'm super happy to hear that there was some kindness shown his way to let him actually be able to do the shopping spree. And now I want to add on to that happy ending by insulting the prankster who proudly showcases himself as the one behind it. So let's make fun of this asshole.
Before we continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or rip my ears off or something.
It's almost sadder than the prank itself that he called that little pube patch on his chin a beard. That's not a beard, man. It's a group of taint hairs on your chin. That hair on your chin is what most people have on their gooch. I really hope you don't go around saying that you have a beard, because that's even more embarrassing and delusional than you thinking that pranking an 8-year-old for your TikTok or YouTube channel was a good idea. The fact that you call that a beard is sickening. Also, I love that he immediately tries to showcase his quirky personality. Oh, you guys must hate me and want to, pull my ears off. How wacky and random. So this is like the personality of a prankster. Fucking lame as shit. I already know this is the kind of guy who, when hanging out with his friends, makes stupid faces and goofy noises in order to be the clown, in order to make people laugh, like he's performing at a child's birthday party.
I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that, alright?
It wouldn't have mattered whether you knew or not, you would have still done and posted the prank all the same. In fact, you can't even help but smile about it right here. Can't even pretend to care for a single iota of a second. I also couldn't help but notice that he's got the no parking sign behind him and another sign behind that. So this fucking goofball is one of those dumb idiots that steals public signs and proudly puts them in their room. We made fun of people that did that back in college, fucking 8 years ago. For those that don't know, it was a little bit of a trend for a while where people would get rowdy or they'd be drunk and they'd like steal a public sign, like a no parking sign, and they put it in their dorm room. And those people got relentlessly bullied for it because it's so goofy and embarrassing to think that it's cool. And yet this guy's still living in a fantasy land where he thinks it's like hard or cool that he stole these signs and he's proudly displaying them in the background of his videos. This guy's whole life is designed around being a professional loser.
And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because what happened. I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied about me and my friends, and that kind of got me upset because, you know, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. Alright?
Well that clears it up then. All's right in the world. They weren't being super bad guys. They were just being bad guys. You know, just the classic prank an 8-year-old, get their hopes up, make them believe their dreams are coming true before you bring that all crashing down and then use them for your content to try and get some kind of money or career out of it. Not super bad guys by any means, just like moderately bad guys. So, makes sense now that he's really helped clear the air here and clear everything up. So yeah, this guy sucks, his friends suck, pranksters in general like this suck, fucking public nuisance pranksters are horrible. That's about it. So yeah.
Because if you were smart, you would duplicate a plate. The fact that you're not even thinking.
Whatever, Professor Xavier, can you take a bite first before you come up with this critique? I know you've been monologuing for the last 10 minutes for this, but at least eat it first and then give a critique.
Came from. And then you could show your friends and the 6 people who told you were good how cute and smart you are when you're home cooking at dinner parties, while the rest of this group goes on and competes to become the next Masterchef. So,
are you ready to take a bite yet? Because it might be good. Yeah, this fucking bald guy sucks ass. Yeah, it looks kind of gross. It's like a popped zit. Yeah, I don't like that. Now, bald small dick man, this is a dish to kind of be upset about, because that's yucky. That's really yucky.
You're wasting my time. And I don't like to have my time wasted.
Oh, as if your time is so valuable. You look like you have a hard gluten intolerance. Go back to Whole Foods, Joe.
It's a banana puree.
Ew.
It looks like you slipped in cow and baked it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like cow shit, Gordon. You are so obsessed with everything looking like shit. That looks more like a wound that is in the process of healing.
They raise you up so high, and then...
Oh. Joe, that was so deep. Oh. Oh, Joe.
Maybe.
Yes, his big move!
Might be a memento for you to take home.
Actually, that's kind of rare. One of the few plates Joe doesn't smash to make himself feel strong.
With a coffee pudding.
That looks good!
With some caramel and cinnamon on top.
Do you know what hurts me?
What happened? Did he mix, like, dirt in there?
You stuck a Masterchef logo.
I was trying to honor the show, sir.
Yeah, it's cute.
Serious?
Yeah, it's cute. What?
Honestly?
What? What's wrong?
Anyone? It doesn't look like a dessert.
What? What? That doesn't look like a dessert. Where do you eat it? At fucking Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? What are you talking about? Just keep Joe away. Joe's gonna lose his fucking mind on this one. Wow, this guy lost a lot of weight.
This tiny little corner looks cooked, so.
How the fuck? Holy shit, congratulations, man. He must have eaten one of Joe's restaurants where there's nothing good to eat there, so he just went fucking anorexic. What's the secret ingredient? Chloroform?
Itself, it's
way overcooked. It's
Actual constructive criticism for a chef. Now Joe's gonna fucking waddle over there all big maned and just fucking flip the table over on her and then whip out his cock and start coming.
But unfortunately, you've taken a TV.
You think this is MasterChef? No, it's Joe's show.
My apologies.
Alright, bring out Joe. Let him off the leash. Come on, Joe. Is this like a... How do they keep having the same contestants over and over again with shitty dishes? Do they just not vote anyone off, or do they constantly just bring them back for Joe to make fun of them? Is she eating? Oh, that's good news. Luckily, Joe's not here, otherwise he'd flip my fucking dog's food bowl over saying it's disgusting, throw it out. Kick down my door in rage.
Have to do.
Hi, chat.
I know how to do my job.
You really don't, though, Joe. At all. I'm watching... it's hard to explain. You wouldn't understand. What do you know about culinary arts?
Gordon Ramsay.
Do you know who this big man is? The bald man? He's the trash man. All he does is play with the fucking trash cans and pretend like he understands food.
Do the honors.
Did he even try it?
Nope. You're onto his secret. He's allergic to food.
How can you...
How is Cutter still here?
What is that on top?
It's the Blizzard logo. I know, I recognize that. Blizzard Entertainment. At least the Dr. Seuss hipster is at least nice and constructive. I'm half expecting Joe to walk out on here with cowboy boots, an old western hat, and a lasso.
I'm not following.
Oh, here he comes.
Are you the kind of guy who lives in a delusion?
Slams his head in the cake. You like it so much, why don't you drown in it? Thanks, Joe. How in the fuck is he still... What the fuck? I've watched 5 fucking continuous clips of Cutter getting shit on by Joe. Joe just spreading Cutter's butthole, full goatsy, on Masterchef, and he is still coming back. In different clothing each time. Do they only have like 6 chefs in all of America? Christ almighty, Joe's gonna come out here and have another fucking conniption. Oh god. Sweet Jesus.
The ingredients I picked out were meaningful to me.
The raid boss has arrived, Cutter.
Every kitchen. Do you know?
I hope you brought your Bible.
Is he actually a chef?
Joe? No. He pissed at a restaurant bathroom once and they brought him on the show. Cutter? I think he's a chef. I don't know what the fuck Joe does besides own restaurants. And I promise you, at those restaurants, they don't even have plates because Joe just throws them all in the trash the second they get there.
This is a waste of...
Yep, there it is.
Number 2 and 1 mouthful.
I hope in the next season Cutter became a judge on the show. Was this the worst dishes across 34 seasons condensed into 45 minutes, and in about half of those clips Cutter was there? That's wild, man. I'm really invested in this now, and now I feel like I've bonded with the characters and the judges. Yeah, I know you're staring at the blueberry stain on my white shirt. What's the big deal? It's called being human. What, and you're so perfect? You've never made a little whoops-a-daisy, a little accident on your shirt while eating some blueberries? What are you, the berry brigadier or something? Never spills? Wow, I'm so proud. How impressive. Just get over it, tough guy. Anyway, though, what I want to talk about today, but not in too much detail for fear of some kind of legal repercussions for talking about it, what I'd like to cover briefly, vaguely, is the Game Freak hack that just happened. Probably one of the biggest leaks I've seen since the Insomniac moment, where pretty much everything Insomniac is and has been working on came to light. Something similar, not quite to that level, just happened with Game Freak. And since I've been gnawing on Nintendo's teats for a little bit here, baring my fangs, letting them know that I'm not happy with Nintendo's recent behavior, a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been talking about this more, because I've been on Nintendo like fart on poop, and I haven't talked much about these leaks. The reason's pretty obvious. I don't mind poking the sleeping bear occasionally playing, like Pokemon mods for TCG Simulator, or making fun of and insulting this company for their greed and downright nefarious evil practices. But when it comes to leaks, it's a little bit different. I've covered leaks in the past, like when Suicide Squad Board the Justice League Kill the Franchise came out. There were some leaks before it where it showed like UI as well as a little bit of gameplay. And I talked about that on stream and even had like a little clip in a video.
both those pieces of content got blasted. So I had to redo the video and take down that stream to get rid of that stuff. It wasn't a strike or anything, they just got taken down. They got blocked. So it is something that is taken seriously, and that was for Suicide Squad. That doesn't hold nearly the same amount of water that Pokemon does. And Nintendo is litigious and petty, and they are always out for blood, just hunting for any excuse to fuck someone in the face. It doesn't matter, like, how tiny or trivial something may appear, Nintendo will go hog wild with it. They would probably go perform a vasectomy on a man if they found out he posted deviant art that was unflattering of Princess Peach, just out of spite. They protect their IP with an iron fist, and they have no qualms about doing some dirty deeds to keep it under their paws. So a breach like this, a hack, a leak like this, is a huge deal and something they're taking very seriously. And I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about or show from this, because I don't know how vengeful Nintendo will be. So I'm going to try and tiptoe around like specifics and instead just talk about the basics, because it's huge. Not only did they get all kinds of like top secret projects that are being worked on and code names, they got real names of employees and tons of information about the actual people that work there. It is a huge breach. And the biggest thing that's spinning from this that I'm sure a lot of people have heard of now is there was some lore, which is a term I'm using very loosey-goosey for this, lore around some Pokemon they found. And the biggest one that had people raising an eyebrow wondering what kind of fishy business is going on at Nintendo for this was around Typhlosion. There were other stories with other Pokemon that not even Tumblr's weirdest fanfic writers would have ever even thought of, because they're just so fucking odd. Like, a couple of them revolved around Pokemon impregnating humans. I don't understand what they thought they were cooking with that. That shit is foul. Like, not even deviant art would have made something to that level. Like, in one of them I was reading, I don't want to get into specifics because I don't know how Nintendo's going to respond to this whole thing, but in one of them, a girl gets pregnant from a Pokemon. The Pokemon ends up getting stabbed by her friends and thrown into a lake, and then she throws herself into the lake, and as a result, her friends and everyone starts treating that Pokemon better. They stop stabbing and killing that Pokemon. But like, why are these Pokemon impregnating humans? So the Typhlosion one is probably the weirdest one. Like, that's why this one has become like the breakout of all of these, because it is peculiar. I've just gotta take you through this story though, at least the basics of it. So it begins with this, verbatim. A long time ago, when the boundary between Pokemon and humans was unclear. What do you mean? How was there ever an unclear boundary between human and Pokemon? You can see where this is going, and it's fucking weird. Like, how was there ever any uncertainty? I know it became a big meme online with smash or pass Pokemon shit, but you have to keep in mind, this is the official Nintendo stamp of approval as something they were almost going to use as an idea. Like, in the leaks, there's a bunch of concept art and shit that never got actually used, and this is one of those components where this was something they were ideating on. This idea that there was a period in time where humans were fucking Pokemon. That is baffling. Anyway, though, the rest of the Typhlosion story goes that Typhlosion was a shapeshifter, it kidnapped a girl, kept going out to get berries, they'd eat berries and fall asleep together, and eventually they had a child together. And one of the quotes is, "Your father's looking for you, but you are my wife, I will have to fight him." So the Typhlosions gaslit this girl into staying with him and having a child together, and then the girl's like, "Don't kill my father. If you kill my father, how could I stay with you? You're a good person. Don't kill him." Eventually, Typhlosion's like, "Okay." And then the girl's like, "You need to let yourself be killed by my father." And he's like, "Okay, goodbye," and dies. He gets killed by the father. And the half Pokemon, half human child that the girl carries from the Typhlosion is subject to ridicule and disgust from the village that she's from. Eventually, after being teased for so long, her and the child vanish into the forest, and the story concludes with, and so people came to understand that Typhlosions are half human beings. Wow. That's one of those moments where the fucking Twilight Zone theme plays right there at the end, or like the Saw theme right at the end with the crazy twist moment. It is bizarre. And that's only like the smallest piece of these leaks. That's just the one that I know a lot of people have latched onto because of how weird and wacky it is. But the leaks are huge. The amount of information that they got from Game Freak through this hack is crazy. I have no doubt whoever instigated this, whoever actually like orchestrated this hack, will be found dead soon. Nintendo will not leave them breathing. Nintendo, of course, is very litigious, like I mentioned, but in a case like this, I feel like they are going to go the extra mile and actually execute this person publicly. They will probably put this person and broadcast it on every platform. They'll have a fucking special Pokemon Unite season event for it where they kill the hacker. Like, they are probably so mad and trying to explore the most extreme options to get this person. I am super curious to see how the rest of this plays out, because it is a big leak. I haven't talked about the big stuff, but if you've read up on the leak, you've already seen some of it. So, you know, I did want to at least speak on it a little bit. I'd love to be able to talk more on it, but I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo, because I think they're probably fuming right now, and they might just start lashing out at anybody even loosely covering the leaks. So, that's really about it. See ya. We're certainly living in the future these days where all of our products are considered smart products, meaning they all have to be connected online via Wi-Fi, and you have to register them with a valid driver's license, fill out a survey, sign up for a newsletter. Got goddamn smart condoms coming next, I'm sure, where you have to be connected online at all times, otherwise the condom shuts down and it won't stretch, so you can't fucking use it. But this new revolutionary product is not a smart product. It will allow you to sit anywhere, but not comfortably. So this is a wearable chair. It just is two little legs that you put on your ass cheeks, and you sit down, folds out, and then you kind of have to get into a pseudo squat to balance yourself. It kind of looks like you're balancing on two pogo sticks, or they kind of look like the legs of a robot stripper, you know, like wearing fishnets. It could have at least made the legs kick out and look kind of cool, but it just looks really odd. They look like the rollerblades from Alita Battle Angel. It looks like his asshole is dual-wielding the 007 Clobs. The design is an extension of your body, if your body is made out of PVC pipe and bubblegum, I suppose. This is also going to be the most uncomfortable bus ride of his life. He can't sit down wearing this, he's going to have to be standing. Though I suppose he could go full douchebag mode and just pop a squat in the middle of the aisle, giving the middle finger to everyone else on the bus. Fuck you, I've got my Go-Go Gadget Extendo ass cheek chair. Yeah, 265 max carrying capacity is just not going to cut it, not winning the Nobel Prize there. This seems like a product that would be aimed at people far in excess of 265 because it appears to make the assumption that everyone is just the laziest fucking slob who can't be bothered to stand for more than 2 minutes, and the only people this would appeal to are people that get winded when they're standing for more than 2 minutes waiting for a bus and their knees are about to fucking explode. But that clientele is going to weigh more than 265, so they can't even use this. And at the end of the day, there's places to sit everywhere. In fact, any place is a place to sit if you're willing to just pop a squat on it, you know what I mean? Even on the ground is far more comfortable than this, I imagine. And also, you're not locked into wearing the saw trap all day. The creators also say it'll make your penis bigger. I can promise you this is not going to change how you use your workspace. No one's going to be using this. This will never catch on. But you know what? I'll toy around with the idea. I also think I can come up with a suggestion on how to change this workplace in particular. Why not just put a nice chair there? Why not just pull over a chair?
What kind of goddamn sweatshop is this guy working in where he can't just pull over a chair that should already be there in the first place or readily available? Why does he have to come to work with these 2 aluminum sticks on his ass in order to sit down? This is just a job he might want to consider leaving. If you have to come to work wearing a strap-on just so you can sit down, it's probably not worth whatever you're getting paid to work there. I'll let them have this one, I agree. This will change how they travel and how they commute. Because you won't be able to sit down on anything comfortable. Unless you take this thing off, and then even then you have the inconvenience of carrying this shit around and making everyone around you think that you're a psychopath. So yeah, that will change the game for you, but not positively. Almost every scam gets fully funded on Kickstarter. A man making a potato salad crushed his Kickstarter goal. This isn't a selling point. Just knowing it was on Kickstarter is enough to immediately make me question it and really kind of not want it. Kickstarter has such a negative reputation. Tech Insider speculates that this wearable chair could change how we work and travel, and at $145 I promise you it never will. A, no one wants it, B, that's too expensive for this piece of shit, and C, no one's gonna commit social suicide by walking around wearing this anywhere in the world. Get excited, because HBO Max finally dropped the trailer for what's sure to be the hottest comedy of 2023. Maybe the best comedy ever. Since human beings have evolved to laugh, giggle, smile, it's all been leading up to this moment where we get to witness pure humor from a show called Velma. This is the latest in this never-ending trend to take beloved IP and change everything about it and create something abominable from it. This follows in the footsteps of the greats that came before it, such as the Halo show, the Resident Evil Netflix show, Witcher Blood Origin. It's got big shoes to fill, but after this trailer, I'm convinced that it might be the worst out of all of them. And you know what that means. I'm going to sit down and waterboard myself with the horrible jokes that this show is going to let rip. I'm going to watch it. Now, of course, you all know Velma is a big character from the Scooby-Doo franchise. She's been around for many decades now, and this is now her standalone adult animated spin-off. And now, I've said this many times in the past, and I'll say it again. I'll scream it from the mountaintops. Taking an IP and then telling your own unique story within that world, or even using the characters in different ways, I always think is totally fine, and I welcome it. I'm always excited to see new interpretations of this work that I like. But there needs to be a level of respect paid to the source material, as well as it making sense for it to exist and justify its own creation here. And Velma, from everything I've seen so far, does the exact opposite. It proudly shits on the Scooby-Doo franchise. It even takes Scooby-Doo completely out of Velma. Scooby-Doo's not here, apparently. So it's about as far from being respectful to the IP as you can possibly get. Now, even before this trailer dropped, Velma was catching more shit than my toilet, and this led to a lot of debate and controversy. People were upset that all of the characters have been completely changed in every possible aspect imaginable, and it didn't help that the first promotional material was Velma proudly, insulting fans. So it almost seemed like a Two Girls, One Cup situation where they were just proudly eating the shit. But regardless, when all of this controversy started stirring in this cauldron here, this stew of hostility, a lot of people were just calling everyone who disliked it racist, which I always find to be an extremely scummy thing to do. There's nothing wrong with just asking, why not make this an original cast of characters instead of taking the names of characters that have existed for fucking decades and then changing everything about them. It could have just been an entirely different team set in the Scooby-Doo universe. Let's say they didn't call this Velma and they just took all of these same character qualities and everything, and they just had it be a completely different set of mystery solvers in the Scooby-Doo world. You have Scooby-Doo and the crew going around solving mysteries, boofing Scooby snacks in a bathtub, whatever. That's all very family friendly, and then this follows the more adult crew that's also solving mysteries, maybe a rival of the Mystery Inc. gang. You know, this could be the Murder Master Ass Blasters Detective Force, and they're very, adult-oriented, no-nonsense kind of shit. It's gory, it's bloody, they say bitch, they say ass, tit, fuck. All the things that they're clearly striving for here. Why take all of that and then put it on characters that have already existed for so long?
Like, you could have just told something original with these same characters and it would have been totally fine. But regardless of where you stand on the stuff, the biggest problem with Velma is the writing, at least judging by the trailer. If the humor in the trailer is indicative of the quality of the show, they need to fire all of those writers ASAP. Cause my god, that shit'll rupture your eardrums from pure fucking cringe. It is miserable. Yeah, so I did want to watch the Velma trailer. I saw clips of this on Twitter. It's about as horrible as I think everyone expected it to be. This is like HBO Max's version of Big Mouth. I saw first today. I have to wonder who the fucking audience is. Cause it's supposed to be like an adult cartoon, but that's a joke you'd hear out of like Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know who this is for. Yeah, this has nothing to do with Scooby-Doo or the characters at all. They have a completely rewritten history, background, everything. They only share a name. And Scooby's not even in this. So it shouldn't even be compared to anything even remotely associated with Scooby-Doo. That's clearly them just slapping this name on it for a cash grab. 100% they're going to have the original cast in the last episode. You're giving them so much credit, Dankin. 0% chance. I'm willing to bet on it. This show, I guarantee, hates Scooby-Doo. The people behind it fucking hated it. They probably were forced to by the network because this IP wouldn't have sold on its own 2 feet. So they were forced to roll with Scooby-Doo. I do not think they will include them. I would normally agree with you because that seems like a pretty predictable thing that they would do, but not for this one. You have to remember their very first trailer was literally shitting on people that like Scooby-Doo, so I just don't see it happening. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. Maybe they will go with the basic one there. But yeah, it's fucking rough.
Starts with a murder, bitch.
Jesus. I don't think anyone was expecting it to be good, but I also don't know if anyone was expecting it to be this awful either. It really feels like they went to ChatGPT and asked it to generate jokes for it. Setting aside all of like the wild changes for no reason, the actual humor of it is horrible in the trailer. Like, even if you set aside everything else, the actual comedy of it is miserable. Maybe it's better in the actual show and they just chose the worst jokes to get people hype, I don't know, but if nothing else, it can be absolutely destroyed for how awful the writing is. Whenever I see this, whenever I see like twerking in a show, I know the person who wrote that is like 50 years old. What do kids like? Twerking. What if she does it poorly? Oh, that's good. That's good, yes. Write it down. Please, write it down. That's gonna be a hit.
Who still watch cartoon?
I have no doubt that's gonna be a hit. I feel it in my bones. Look how excited Kate is. Velma's coming! It premieres tomorrow. They forgot about Scooby-Doo. No, they proudly celebrated that Scooby-Doo won't be in this. So, they took Scooby-Doo out of the Scooby-Doo. Again, if you set aside every dumb decision that they've made with, like, taking Scooby-Doo and just not using anything even remotely associated with it, at the very core, it is so awful with the jokes in this trailer. Maybe the show's better, I highly doubt it, but you bet your sweet bippy I'm gonna watch. We need a moist meter. Oh, I'll moist meter. Oh, I probably won't. This is gonna end up like She-Hulk where I don't finish it. I already know. I have a very difficult time pushing through horrible comedies. So I probably won't finish it. But I will make a very stern effort. It is getting so wild just how frequent they just use IPs and then change every single thing about it. Just don't use the IP. Just make something original. Just make something of your own, and then you don't have to worry about like angry fan backlash. Let's say this wasn't called Velma. If this just didn't even have the name Velma, no one would know this was supposed to be Scooby-Doo. They could have called this High School Blows, or, you know, and nobody would have known it's Scooby-Doo, and it wouldn't have got nearly as much pushback. But they use these IPs because they think it has a built-in audience. Yeah, I saw that review.
there was a scathing review that some people were posting as the synopsis. The review was like there was a big focus on Fred's small penis or something. I think the exact words were, Fred is the personification of white richness and his small penis or something. I don't feel like pulling it up, but yeah, it was a review, not the synopsis. SNL humor. I'm gonna say something I never thought I'd ever utter. SNL humor is better than this trailer. I said it, and I mean it. I'm not exaggerating. It really does feel like every joke in this was something that was like calculated with an algorithm that only studied TikTok and Tumblr trends. You've gone too far. Yeah, that may have been a little too hot, to be honest. Maybe I flew a little close to the sun with that statement. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, I mean, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the text. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, oh wait, shit, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you, and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for this subterfuge. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it.
He sends so many voice messages that go for a long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself, and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses, like, the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, you know, cool guy thing. Oh god, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it. But it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing, and not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with the surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy, like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm gonna do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which, you know, you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like, I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away, I'm like, interesting. I don't get it though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on, like, a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are two complete strangers, and he's already giving her, like, a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that, like, match you and they just write, hey. So if someone writes, hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes, sup, I go, nothing much, you. And, like, people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're, like, trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about, like, oh, dating apps are so weird. People just say, like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Excuse me, redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's-Her-Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet, and I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down on this whole, like, yeah, you're, like, pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of, like, grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, ha, gotcha! Yeah, I gotcha! Red-handed, you listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here, because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio. Especially because he does mention, like, online dating with hays and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck, I was like 2 minutes into one, and it was awesome and funny, and I was so proud of it, and then someone called me again about a gig this evening, and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something, and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Oh, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where, like, we both go on dates, right? I go on dates. Clearly, you go on dates, and sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3, in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you, and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe, and I figured I gotta go with it. I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone unfortunately has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks-wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please, goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. It's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, when like Noah stops Allie in The Notebook, and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile, and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face, making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you, though, with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow neurodivergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent, like, finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird, or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass, and yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by, like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading, like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally like intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. And he's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. There's no worse feeling than when you engage in an internet argument with some anonymous asshole, and then it turns out that that asshole is extremely talented. Today I have a very sad story to share with you where the villain gets the last laugh. Real life isn't like anime, where the good guys always win. Sometimes the bully comes and puts your head in the toilet and flushes. So it all starts with this video. A YouTuber posts their best performance of an impossible piece of music called Rush E. Now, obviously, I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to piano. I don't know anything about any major pieces except from, like, your big ones like Mozart and Bach. So I had never heard of Rush E before, so I did a little research. Rush E was actually a song created as a meme that is quite literally impossible for any human being to play. And I don't mean that as like it's extremely difficult, I mean it is genuinely impossible. You would need 15 fucking arms, and even then you would struggle. Let me go ahead and show you where it started, the genesis of Rush E. The song as written here, it would probably end the world on the spot, or bring about the heat death of the entire universe. It would signal Armageddon. It is quite literally an impossible piece of music that was made to be a joke. However, some piano players on YouTube tried their best to kind of change it around a little bit, mess with the arrangement in order to make it almost possible to play on the piano, which is the video I just showed you there, which is giving a very spirited attempt at making it happen. And I thought it was very good. Of course, I'm not a piano expert by any means, but most people that watched it also agreed that it was extremely impressive what he was able to do. And this spawned an argument in the YouTube comments. YouTube comments are the cesspool of the internet. It is absolutely fucking deplorable down there very often. But in this comment section, it was overwhelmingly positive. But just like everywhere on the internet, there has to be that douchebag that comes in and shits on everyone's fun. Just ruins the entire positive atmosphere of everything. They drop their pants and goatsy themselves and just makes everyone feel worse. Their presence making everything more negative. Keep in mind, this piece is literally impossible to play. You saw it. It looked like a Toho bullet hell game. But that didn't stop some enlightened Redditor from demanding perfection. It actually comes from this comment, which is a very nice comment from a guy named Just a Guy Who Likes Hentai. He says, "How can you dislike this? I don't see anyone else actually playing this." You know, that's just a very wholesome thing. Like, you know, this is so good, I can't imagine someone not liking it. It's just being nice, you know? Obviously, there's going to be people that don't like it, but it's just a very encouraging comment. But it summoned a demon. A piano-playing demon named Fanshin. Fanshin replies to that comment saying, "Probably because it was mediocre, no offense." Yeah, no offense, buddy, but you just fucking suck, and you should be embarrassed that you posted this video. It actually made me physically ill. I puked and was so offended by your awful mediocre playing that I broke up with my own girlfriend in protest. This isn't constructive criticism. I saw a lot of people defending this saying he was just offering criticism or answering the question. No, he's just being an asshole. There's nothing constructive about this. You just saying that it's not good without saying like where they could improve isn't really constructive criticism. It's just you being a douchebag. And obviously he wasn't genuinely answering the question in the comments of how can anyone dislike this, because it wasn't a real question. It was just an encouraging statement. It's like when you get told a story like, "Can you believe my parents got divorced?" And then your friend responds with, "Yeah, I can, because your parents are fucking selfish sluts." It's like, well, I wasn't actually asking you if you can believe it, you know? It's not like a real question. It was just a supportive comment. So there's really no justifying being a douchebag here other than just being a dick. So then the guy responds saying, "Was it? I'd like to see you try. So come on, give us an awe-inspiring performance." Spoiler alert, he would soon regret issuing this challenge. Fanshin responds, "Oh boy, you will embarrass yourself. I'll show you what a good performance of this piece sounds like." To which the hentai fan says, "Then do it, stop talking, and do it." Now, 10 times out of 10 on the internet, when some anonymous asshole makes statements like this, you don't expect them to follow through on it, and even less often you will expect them to be good at anything, but this is the exception. This is the anomaly. This is probably the first time in history someone has actually followed through on a statement like this and actually been good at it. Fanchin responds saying, maybe you can pay me, then I'll be motivated, LMFAO. He's pretty arrogant and pompous, to which Hentai responds, so being known as a jealous, contrarian liar until you post your own rendition isn't a good enough motivation for you? Sorry, but that's all you're gonna get. And then Fanchin again, he's twirling that cartoonishly evil mustache and says, haha, sure, why not? Fun summer project, maybe I'll get more views. And then other people kind of come in here and tell him to shut up, they don't really like his negative attitude. The comment section starts to gain a little bit of infamy, so more people come in with the popcorn to watch from the sidelines. You can see the war has erupted, now we're watching the commenters fight. Another challenge was issued saying upload something by Scott, that guy, other than MLR or Entertainer. Again, I'm not familiar with piano pieces, so I don't even know what that challenge is. I'm assuming it's difficult. And then eventually Fanchin comes back and says, wouldn't have the confidence to upload a performance that I'm not pleased with, but yes, props to the guy for attempting it. It's just this could have been played with much more accuracy had he spent more time polishing, which is something I will show. It's pretty much learned a tempo, but I'm striving for consistency and clarity. So he finally gives like almost a constructive criticism there, and then he gives his rendition of this piece. And unfortunately, it fucking slaps. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the hentai guy deleted his channel after that. I mean, it's unlucky that the guy that he was arguing with was the only person on the internet who happens to talk shit anonymously and be able to back it up with real talent. You really hate to see that. You hate to see an anonymous internet asshole turn out to be really good at something. That's a horrible feeling. I know when he watched this video, like when he dropped the video, he was probably still so confident, like, yeah, this is gonna fucking blow. And then he started listening, and as his erection grew, he felt more and more shame. Hentai guy was just sitting there stewing in anger, like, fuck, he's actually good. Damn you, curses! Because, I mean, that's how I felt, and I wasn't even involved in the argument. But I think this also illustrates an extremely important point. No matter how talented you are, it can be overshadowed by a shitty attitude. A lot of the comments here, and even in the Reddit thread, were just kind of saying the same meme of pretty mediocre, no offense. Like, not even respecting his very clear talent, because they don't like him. If you're insufferable and unlikable, people aren't going to respect your skill. And I think that's... Now, granted, it's not everyone, because the video is still overwhelmingly liked, but it could have been a truly positive experience had he just gone about it in a much better way. Like, you know, this wasn't the best rendition of the song, but I do appreciate the effort that went into it, and in fact, it inspired me to want to learn it myself. And then he drops this video, and then, you know, that's a lot better, I think, and you'd have more people on your side, as opposed to just people brushing off your extreme level of talent here because you were an asshole in the comments to someone that was just proud of their own rendition of the piece. Like, his arrangement of this is like a custom arrangement, obviously, because you can't play it as written. His arrangement is extremely solid, and his performance is unreal. Like, absolutely unreal. And to have that just thrown to the side because he was super unlikable is a real shame, I think. So, I mean, this was a pretty wild experience because I've never seen this before. Like I said, 10 times out of 10, when you're arguing with someone on the internet anonymously, that person behind the keyboard's usually a coward that doesn't really have a lot going for them. But in this really rare instance, that anonymous guy was a fucking piano prodigy. So yeah, I just wanted to share this with you all. That's about it. See ya.
That advertisement next to this article is crazy. Why do gynecologists recommend this 100% leak-proof underwear to my ma'am? Hey, to USA Today's credit, at least this isn't completely inundated with ads. There's only 4 here that I can see. Usually it's like 7 or 8. Yep, so what came out last night in the P. Diddy case is a lawyer from the Busby law firm has come forward stating that he received thousands of calls over the last 10 days, and they have verified 120 of the victims as legitimate victims, including 25 who were minors. So they have now filed a pending civil lawsuits for it, and he gave a little conference going over kind of like the gist of it. Here, this is a good like summation.
Sex trafficking lawyer Tony Busby made the revelation today.
The claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment.
So he's going through like an entire like platinum trophy list worth of allegations and crimes that Diddy is accused of doing, with 120 new victims. So it's a lot, obviously. It's a huge fucking chunk, which I don't think anyone's surprised by given the scope of Diddy and the Diddy parties and all of that. But now these are being filed. They're separate from the indictment, so this is different than what Diddy is currently in jail for. And he, the lawyer, is claiming that some of the names, like accomplices, people that engaged with it, people that knew about it and did nothing, are names that will shock people. Why did Nicolas Cage's son accusing him of hitting come up? Why, that's not what?
Investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told are names that will shock you. These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know.
What is this countdown?
This behavior occur.
Really? That's fascinating. I hate using the internet without an ad block on. Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, though, he goes on to say that it's more than just, like, the people that engaged and people that were, like, complicit and everything. And they have, like, evidence to back it up, this and that. And I can tell you, Kevin Hart is fucking sweating. He has been videoed at a Diddy party, and I bet right now he is panicking. That dude's gonna try and book, like, 1,000 rolls ASAP before it all comes crumbling down with Diddy here, I bet. But I was wondering, what names would really shock me? I just feel like everyone in Hollywood is just fundamentally evil, save for some rare exceptions. I don't think anyone that'll be named in this, if they're confirmed to be like a Diddy associate that like engaged with all of this degenerate, awful, illegal shit, I don't think there's any names there that would surprise me. Like maybe Bill Nye would surprise me, or like Humphrey Bogart because he's dead. Like that would be crazy if Humphrey Bogart is in the middle of all this. But aside from that, like, I don't know who else would really surprise me. Maybe, like, Wumpus from Discord would be another one that'd be pretty shocking. Keanu. Oh, Keanu Reeves would be a very shocking one. But I'm so confident he wouldn't be involved here that it's not even a thought that crosses my mind. Like, he doesn't engage with any Hollywood zombies or anything, really. Brendan Fraser. That's another person, though, that also just doesn't really engage with a lot of people in Hollywood. He was even ostracized from Hollywood for a little while. So I just don't think he'd be involved in it either. But those would be shocking. You were right, yeah. Those were so shocking, my voice just cracked. Who would be your number one pick? Like, who do I think is for sure going to be involved in all of this? If they ever release the Diddy list? I think, obvious one, Kevin Hart. He's already been on video at a Diddy party. I think, for sure,
sexual abuse of minors.
Busby says the victims include both men and women, and he says some of them were minors.
Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was 14 years old.
Jesus
We have
Christ.
one who was 15. 25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts complained of.
And he says there's evidence to prove it.
You should know that more than 55% of the victims filed reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals.
Diddy is being held without...
So, we're going to see how this unfolds here, but he also mentioned in the conference they received 3,000 calls, and of the 3,000 calls, they verified, like they did their due diligence, according to him, verified 120 of them as like legitimate victims, and claims that they have a lot of evidence to support it. So it seems like there's quite a lot of weight to that. Like, it doesn't seem like just people trying to capitalize off Diddy for a payday. What it really seems like is now that this case has blown up, like the lid's been blown wide open, cat's out of the bag, everyone who has been a victim for so many decades is starting to come forward with their own accounts. Kind of like the March of the Treants against Isengard. So now they're all coming out, they're all talking about what happened, and apparently a lot of it's being verified. So, could be a pretty big deal. Do you think Bieber will talk? I think so. I think Justin Bieber is another, like, big victim in all of this. I think he'll probably come forward. I don't have a crystal ball or anything to predict it, but I just feel like Hollywood did Bieber so dirty. Like, openly sexualizing him as a child and all of that. Like, I feel like he's probably going to speak about it. Why are people saying DiCaprio? I don't know. Is DiCaprio a good friend of Diddy's? Or is he like a victim? I don't know about the DiCaprio connection to it all. I love this. Look at all these wonderful ads I get in my article. My article's somewhere in here, I'm sure. Just gotta find it. Reports suggest, including Diddy himself, required IV drips. Yeah, this is all what we've known about it for a while, but where is Leo? Here we go. The last occasion they were photographed together was in 2019 when Leo, 49, attended Diddy's 50th birthday celebration. That's crazy. I clicked this link expecting it to have the photograph. What it did is it just linked me back to the same article I was reading to try and farm more ads off of me. You make me fucking sick, Irish Star. We'll see what comes from it. P. Diddy's lawyer hasn't spoke on it yet. He's still too busy fighting on the front lines about the baby oil stuff, so we'll have to wait to see what Mark says. I'm sure Mark will dismiss it as just people, like, trying to pounce on Diddy for money. That's the angle I think he's going to try and claim. That's just my guess, based on everything I've seen from Mark, but we'll see. I know Costco responded saying they don't even sell baby oil or whatever. I saw. I don't think anyone's surprised. Mark was just fishing for any kind of logical reason. Like, he was doing his best. He is obligated to defend everything Diddy does and has ever done. Like, even with that video of him beating the shit out of Cassie, Mark defends it as like, well, you need to kind of understand the context. She threw her phone at him. So, I mean, you know, like, you know, like, it's not good. It's not good to beat women, but, I mean, we need to remember, she threw her phone. So, like, it's Mark's job. Of course he's going to defend it. God, that LeBron meme has been around for so long, and for the first time it's actually somewhat applicable with Diddy. How will it affect his legacy? If LeBron is somehow included in these claims, and it's, like, verified, it will actually fucking tarnish his legacy. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. I say that, but then I remember that basketball still celebrates Karl Malone, and he impregnated a 13-year-old. The guy is a rapist, and then they still celebrate him. So maybe it wouldn't, actually. Chat, did Baba Vanga predict this? Oh, we need to check. Yeah, I didn't look at Baba Vanga's predictions to see if they lined up with this. She very well could have. I really do, again, I'll say it again. I really do think Diddy's not going to get Epsteined. I think we'll eventually know the depths of the depravity, and I think we'll know a lot of the celebrities and associates that were engaged. That's my prediction. I don't know who all is going to be implicated beyond, like, the obvious, like Kevin Hart and all that, but I do really think for sure he's not going to get Epsteined. We can only clear one person for certain, 50 Cent. That's the only guy that's innocent. He's been shitting on Diddy for years. Can you imagine, though, if he is actually named in this? That would be... Actually, that name would shock me. That would be one of the few names that would actually shock me. I feel the need to apologize in advance for this, but I cannot help myself. I have to show you this and talk about it. This is a full-blown Jesus wept situation. This is one of those degenerate acts that the Lord up in heaven turns his head away from in shame with tears in his eyes. Matt sent me this earlier today. I can't even believe this is a real sentence I'm going to say. There's a villain on the loose in Washington, D.C. right now, a true menace to society, a maniac on the loose. And a Reddit user caught them in 4K on camera where they put a cucumber in the grill of their vehicle, an innocent civilian's vehicle. This dude comes up, puts a cucumber in the grill, and then fucks himself with it. I'll show you some of the footage here, and I gotta tell you, it seems premeditated. I don't think this is his first rodeo here. Also, according to some people in the comments, they actually recognized his MO. Apparently, he's done this cucumber butt fucking across Washington before. So anyway, this guy comes over, and he sticks the cucumber in the grill of that car, like Neil Armstrong planting the American flag on the moon. He also appears to be a master magician because that sleight of hand was impressive. I didn't even see the cucumber in his hand at any point until he reached the vehicle. It's like he just spawned it in, just conjured the cucumber out of thin air. So he makes sure that it's firmly planted in there like Excalibur into the stone. And also, the Reddit user gave a brief explanation for why there's like a hole in that fence. According to the lore, 3 kids crashed a stolen car into their fence last week, which created this hole, which the Cucumber Crusader used to get access to the vehicle. I can hear that Nissan Rogue crying out in agony right now. He is sexually assaulting this poor Nissan here. In broad daylight, too. Like, he looks around once just to check if anyone's watching, and then just goes for it. It wasn't exactly the most thorough sweep of the area, but who knows, maybe he's on a 3 cucumber ass streak, so he's got a UAV online, so he knew it was clear. He knew the coast was clear. So he just starts bouncing on it for a while, and then a car comes by. But he had like a spidey sense that was tingling, so before the car turned the corner, he must have heard it, I suppose. So he stops riding the cucumber. So he gets off the mechanical bull here and waits for the car to pass. He looks so annoyed that this car is passing through, like, come on, man, really? This is private property. Can't you see I'm busy? Go on, scram, get out of here. I got business to tend to. He pops the cucumber out of the car, at least most of it, according to the Reddit post. 2/3 or so was left in the grill of the car. That is a big-ass cucumber. Emphasis on ass cucumber. Like, that shit is the size of Kevin from SpongeBob. And also, it doesn't seem like he lubricated it either. At no point does he, like, spit on it or anything. He just raw dogs the cucumber on the grill of this Nissan. I don't know how he didn't tear his entire butthole off by taking a cucumber dry up the pooper. That is craziness. So anyway, though, he's all disappointed now that his session was interrupted, so he takes his trusty steed, walks back over to his lunchbox, puts out his cigarette, and then we go into phase 2 of the boss battle. He drops his trousers again, and this time he just starts shoving the cucumber in his ass while he's, like, somewhat bent over. I can't show you any footage of that one, obviously, but, you know, he doesn't even need the cars anymore. He's done with props. He cracks his knuckles and says, fine, I'll do it myself. This whole video is unhinged, but perhaps the most insane part about it is something I can't show you because his ass is out. But when he finishes plungering his asshole, he puts the cucumber back in his lunchbox. Dude just drops a stinky poo-cumber into his lunchbox and then walks away with it. It's like an ambiguous open ending to Inception here, where you, the viewer, get to decide what he did with it next. In my headcanon, he just goes and eats it. Like, I feel like he probably ate that ass pickle. But it's also equally possible that, you know, he takes his sidekick to another car, and the cycle repeats itself again with him ass blasting himself on the hood of another person's vehicle. By far, the most degenerate thing I've seen this year. I think I can safely say that. Now, this story has somewhat blown up, at least in Washington. It's been picked up by quite a few outlets. And the location where this act happened is right next to a school. And I mean right next to a school. Like, you could actually shoot a spitball and probably hit it from the place where this guy stuck a cucumber in his butt. This area is apparently used by students pretty often. Like, they walk down that alley to get to school. A lot of people go down this area. It's a high traffic zone. And this dude did that there. It is so fucking gross. This whole thing is so disgusting. But yeah, I just had to talk about this a little bit. If you live in the Washington, D.C. area, sleep in fear. Maybe, you know, like, booby trap the grill of your car just in case he happens to roll through and your car piques his interest. You know, maybe like some barbed wire a little bit on the front of the grill or something. I'm not really sure how to stop it, but good luck out there. As of right now, he's still at large. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Boogie2988 is not only the most manipulative YouTuber this platform's ever seen, but he's also among the stupidest as well. And this is actually one of his go-to bread and butter defense strategies anytime he finds himself in hot water. He'll always play the card of, oh, I'm not an evil person, I'm just a bumbling moron. I got zapped by an idiot beam. Timmy Turner made a wish that I'd be an imbecile and, well, that's out of my control now. I'm not a bad person. I'm just stupid, and you can't be mad at me for that. He uses this signature anime finishing move more often than Goku uses a Kamehameha to finish off an opponent. He is stupid, don't get me wrong, but he is also a bad person. Both of these things are true. And he's using this defense right now with his latest cryptocurrency scam. I wasn't even going to bother making a video talking about this because talking about any of Boogie2988's L's is like talking about taking the trash out. Who gives a fuck? It's garbage, so who cares? Everyone knows it's trash, so why even bother talking about it? Well, in this case, it's especially heinous because he actually did an interview with CoffeeZilla on CoffeeZilla's second channel, Voidzilla, where he was covering Boogie's new crypto scam. And he basically admits to it being a pump and dump, but his defense is that he was too stupid to recognize that. Like, he's too dumb to have known that this was going to be a scam that would hurt his almost non-existent audience. He has a very small pocket of people that still support him left, and he is using them like a fleshlight for a couple of fucking doubloons to pop out the other end as he puts his cock in it. It's disgusting. The Boogie298 fan club has less members than the goddamn Balan Wonderworld Enthusiast Society. Like, there's not many of them left, and now Boogie's running a cryptocurrency scam directly at them, yet denying that he's trying to scam his fans, saying that it's obviously just a joke for his fans to point and laugh at. This is mainly meant to target millionaire crypto bros who can kind of just get fucked. It's also worth mentioning that he was paid $10,000 to promote this fatty token meme coin by a very shady group. But I'm sure that's not important. I'm sure that 10,000 doubloons is all just part of the joke. It's all in good humor at the end of the day. I'm sure that had nothing to do with Boogie's involvement here. Now, I do believe that a lot of people that did put money into this were just hoping that they could dump the bag on even bigger idiots that bought into it trusting Boogie, because there are still people that do have faith in Boogie as a creator and as just a genuine person. I don't know how that still lingers after the documentary that's been dropped about him, where he did his absolute best to make himself look like an insufferable asshole, as well as the numerous other controversies he's found himself in. But there is definitely still a community that rallies behind him. And I have no doubt a lot of people that put money into this were hoping that that community would also put money in so they could dump it onto them. And maybe they were able to, maybe they weren't, but right now it looks like everybody, except for those on the inside, have lost money. You posted a video on your own channel called Fatty, because the name of his token, his scam shitcoin, is called Fatty. He posted the video on his channel. That's for your audience, Boogie. You posted it directly to them. Of course, some of them are going to buy into it because they still have some level of trust in you for whatever delusional reason that might be, but that's definitely broken by now, I imagine. He also just can't dedicate himself to just one excuse here, so he's trying to cover all of his bases so he doesn't look like an evil, manipulative piece of shit here. So he's constantly flip-flopping. So first he was kind of just on the nose about it, like posting tweets saying like he's fucked anyway, so might as well get some money out of it on the way out. You know, hashtag fatty, stuff like that. And then he's like, well, no, this was actually just for the crypto bros, and I'm not going to lose sleep over them losing money. I was upfront about you putting money into this, and you're probably going to lose it. That's the joke. So I don't care if you bought in. And his most outrageous one is where he tries to spin this as an actual useful, not scam service, where it's like, oh, this is actually just a really cheap way for the community to buy into my presence. It's going to be a community hub for all of us to kind of just like hang out. So you're kind of paying just to be a part of the community. He's trying every possible excuse to avoid wrongdoing, even though he's fundamentally admitted that it's a pump and dump scheme that he's behind here, which is a crime. It's illegal. You can't do that. Maybe putting it into Magic the Gathering terms will help you understand it to wrap your fucking noodle around it. You're ignoring cards' mana costs, and in response, everyone hates you. You can't do that, Boogie. I watched a clip of a podcast Boogie's on once, and of course he always rants about how everyone's always out to get him. He's not a bad guy. Everyone else is evil for attacking him. He's not the bad guy. He's not the villain of the story. And my name got brought up. And he then went on to say that I want to see him dead. I'd rather see him buried 6 feet under than see him succeed, or something to that effect. Which is, of course, a load of horseradish, but it's a really interesting take, how Boogie perceives things. And I don't know if he truly believes this, or if it's just a classic Boogie drumming up sympathy kind of thing through lying. But I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, at all. I want to see you stop being a piece of shit scammer who manipulates his audience and constantly lies. That's what I want. That's what the majority of people would like to see. A triumphant story about how you finally took some responsibility for your own actions, grew from them, learned from them, and actually stopped being the asshole that you are. I'd like for you to come forward and stop lying about everything. So like in this situation, just taking it on the chin and openly admitting that you pump and dump scammed your audience. Just say like, hey guys, I fell on difficult financial times and yeah, I took advantage of you. You kind of tiptoed around that in the CoffeeZilla video, but you're not saying it with your whole chest anymore and making up excuses for it, even though it's an inexcusable thing that you've done. You should then refund everyone that lost money in this shitcoin scam that you've pumped. And then you should be working towards actually making things right and stop being the lying, manipulative asshole that you are. I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, and you know that. That's a very gross thing to say, to make that claim, and you know how fucking disgusting that is, which is why you say it. But I want to make it very clear right now. What I want is for you to stop being a lying manipulator. I'm going to play a little bit of his announcement video for this, because he really stands by that it's all just supposed to be a joke for his community, supposed to bring them together to laugh at the parody of Andrew Tate, where he's playing Andrew Cake, and it's all part of the joke. But that excuse doesn't work, Boogie, when you actually launch a shitcoin alongside your satirical take on shitcoins, for your audience to actually lose money on, you dumb buffoon.
Fatty is a community for like-minded individuals that are broken free from the matrix. True happiness comes from a goldfish, from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Fatty for life, yeah! Look at this graph. Looks like every other rug pull shitcoin that ever entered the market. But Fatty for life, yeah! Boogie's the champ! He's the king! Who cares how many of his audience lost money on this? He does his absolute best to deny that that's a possibility at all. I'll go ahead and go through his pinned tweet because he's been, of course, on Twitter, as he is known to do, having meltdowns, doing his best to justify indefensible actions that he takes. So here's his big manifesto on the fatty debacle. An iconic Boogie intro here to the tweet. This is just so on brand for him. Classic. In the last few days, I have learned a lot about the internet, myself, and crypto. For those that don't know the Boogie lore, he also lost almost all of his money in crypto well before this, so even knowing just how dangerous it is to buy into this kind of shit, he still promotes it to his audience, even though he himself is the victim of losing tons and tons of money in crypto dog shit. But yeah, it doesn't matter to him. Since it's not him losing money this time, why would he care? My intent by launching a meme coin was to make people laugh and happy. I also wanted to give millionaires who like meme coins a new toy to play with. It doesn't have use, Boogie. The only thing they can play with is watching the graph go down. The only thing they're playing with is your balls as you teabag them with this scam. I also wanted to create a community among those people to interact with as I have through the LolCal Live community. To say I missed the mark is an understatement for sure. But some of the people that are angry for some weird reasons. This never targeted fans, in quotes. In the 90 seconds this was available on websites, a casual fan could not have created a Coinbase account, get verified, figure out how to buy Solana, which is a chore in itself, to then purchase a meme coin. It is literally impossible. That process takes hours, sometimes days. You are so unbelievably wrong, you know that. You are blatantly lying. I also don't understand why it's inconceivable for him to imagine that some of his fans already have Solana and have Coinbase accounts, because a lot of people do. Cryptocurrency isn't some like fringe unheard of thing anymore. It's a very mainstream thing people have been hearing about for fucking years, so a lot of them do have accounts and they could easily buy this in the 90 seconds it was available. This targeted my fans only to have them point and laugh at the absurdity of the character, the video, and the idea that anyone would trust me for crypto advice. If the whole idea behind it, Boogie, was to just provide an entertaining video, why actually launch the shitcoin? Why even give them the opportunity to buy into something that you yourself know is worthless? You're open about how worthless it is and that it's just a waste of money. One of his early tweets is about how you shouldn't invest money in it. That's the way that he's trying to like hand wave his responsibility to his audience here by saying, well, he warned them not to put money into it, so it's kind of their fault. Why even give them the option? If the whole point was just to give them something to laugh at, why give them something to immediately lose money on, Boogie? That's so weird. That doesn't seem like it'd be a good part of the joke, having them lose money too. That seems to get rid of the joke. It's almost as if it wasn't a joke to begin with. And you're using that as a convenient excuse to try and make it seem like it was never the intention to make money off exploiting your fans. I did, however, want to target crypto bros who play with meme coins all day, every day. Looking at the wallets that bought and sold this coin, it's clear that is the only people who played with this coin. Many of them holding tens of millions of Ethereum and Bitcoin, they wouldn't miss the tens of dollars they might have lost, but many more made money than lost, it appears. What a hero. You're such a hero of the people, Boogie. Regardless, I still believe those same crypto guys might find value in this coining community, and I hope they do. For those holding, I plan to keep chatting with you guys and chilling with you for as long as you think it's fun. To the rest of the internet, I am not sorry for getting involved in a dumb shit meme coin. I eject the idea that I was ever scamming fans, and that simply did not happen, period. Look at the wallets for proof of that. I still think a meme coin can be a funny and amusing distraction for people who have far more money than they know what to do with, and I hope we can continue to fuck around with this dumbass coin. That is just chef's kiss standard Boogie meal right there on his Twitter dog shit that he serves on the plate. Just absolute nonsense, lying out of his ass, trying his absolute best to come out of this looking like the good guy. Well, I've learned a lot about myself, the internet, and crypto. Yeah, there were some shortcomings. I missed the mark, but you're actually all wrong because I'm not a bad guy. That was never the intention. Also, those crypto bros that I said can get fucked and I won't lose sleep over, well, actually, I'm hoping they find real value in this because I'm also like a hero to the crypto bros as well as my community because I never targeted my fans. Yeah, I uploaded it to my YouTube channel, but that was only because I wanted them to laugh at the character, not actually put money into it. I mean, I was never part of the plan, but because they put money into it, now there's a great community, which was always the intention the entire time. It's just absolute ramblings of a madman doing his absolute best to try and avoid looking like the bad guy. And in doing so, he always looks even more of a bad guy. In the interview he did with CoffeeZilla, he mentions his cancer diagnosis. Boogie has a form of cancer and he is on hard times financially, a lot of it because of his crypto investments, which now he's running one of his own. And he talks about how the money that he got, like the $10,000 to promote this, immediately went into like his medical his medical needs. And he uses this as a shield, where it's like, oh, you know, this is going on, thus it shouldn't be a problem that I scam people, because I need the money. There's plenty of other ways of making money though, Boogie, besides just scamming your audience. Like there was, for actual years, you had so many other opportunities to make money and actually not be a piece of shit. but you have time and time again made the worst possible decisions, not only for yourself, but for those around you, and you have constantly dug yourself deeper and deeper holes. And now you keep posting tweets, deleting tweets, where you're doing this Jekyll and Hyde thing about how, oh, I might be going to jail anyway, so I'm going to take money on the way out. Buy Fatty Coin. And then into this where it's like, actually, I'm such a good guy. Like, we were just making a community and you guys are getting mad for weird reasons. I'm misunderstood. It's crazy because you can actually trace Boogie's spiral to his Twitter activity. The frequency in which he used Twitter directly correlates with the frequency at which he lost subscribers. As he used Twitter more, his YouTube subscribers went down more and more because he kept letting the mask slip at the really awful person behind the facade that he puts on YouTube. He could not stop himself from saying the most revolting things and being the most unlikable asshole through Twitter. He was addicted to it. And he recognized so many times that if he just deleted Twitter, his life, his online career would have been in a much better spot. But he just can't help himself. And to this day, still can't help himself. Here's his most recent tweet, for example. I learned years ago that if I fart in public, Mudahar will make a video saying I gave people cancer. I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want because even when I try to do something nice, people say I ate a baby or something. In standard Boogie fashion, making himself the victim of everything imaginable. Somehow he's the victim in this pump and dump crypto scam that he's running here because Mudahar made a mean video about him. Oh man, it doesn't matter what I do because people are just going to say that I ate a baby or something. Mudahar is going to insult me no matter what. So what, I did a crypto pump and dump. Doesn't mean Mudahar needs to be nasty and rude about it. I can't even remember the last time Boogie2988 did something genuinely nice without it being something to benefit him personally. I can't think of it. And it's certainly not this crypto scam. There's no way you're going to sit there and actually try and say that this meme shitcoin that you've started is somehow a nice thing that you don't deserve to be getting insulted for. That's absolute lunacy. You yourself have said multiple times how worthless this is and you shouldn't be putting money into it and that you're basically stupid if you do. Like, and you're going to try and sit here and make a claim like, oh, even when I do something nice, they're just going to say I'm bad anyway. You're not doing anything nice. You are literally scamming your audience. No matter how much you want to plug your ears and close your eyes to deny that fact, you are. You have. You are scamming them with this. He also keeps saying that he hasn't sold any of his Fatty Coin, and it doesn't matter. Even if you really haven't sold any, I don't know why you'd sell now since it's completely flatlining, but even if you haven't sold any even when it was up, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a pump and dump scam and someone made a lot of money from this. The people that paid you to promote this in the first place. You did make 10,000 doubloons from the promotion of it. So you did make money from it. Even if it isn't from the direct sale of the coins that you hold, you still made 10 grand, which is a lot more than any one of your fans that bought into this trusting you. But anyway, I don't need to rant any further about this. If you want actual information about the scam, I highly recommend checking out Voidzilla's video or Mudahar's coverage of this. They both did a great job going over everything around it. I'm just here to talk about what a manipulative, stupid asshole Boogie2988 is, and how baffling it is that he keeps finding new ways to devolve even further into degeneracy. It's shocking. That's really about it. So yeah.